Hey everyone, T1 Glistener Elf here with.
Starforge Mystic.
Hey, there she is. Say hi, everybody.
Hello.
Alright, she and I are going to finish up on these models. I say finish up, good lord, I'm going to have to go quickly today. But it's going to be easier because she and I are going to use the ancient secret art of divide and conquer. We have two different tasks going on. I am going to show her how to do the first one, and then for the most part, she's going to be off camera doing it. You'll hear her, she can tune in, move in where you can see, all that jazz. Yada yada yada, blah blah blah. But for the most part, she's going to be off camera doing it. Just naturally because of how much space both of our tasks are going to take. But I'll show you. So, this is the T1 Glistener Elf way to base minis without being too terribly wasteful. This is a bag of dirt. That's essentially what it is. It's basically just dirt. And could you get the basing glue out, please, Evangeline? It's right behind you. I mean, you have your hand on it. There we go. All right, that's the one. Basing glue. It's just essentially it's just regular glue, just dries clearly. That's it. It's just you want it to dry clearly because you don't want it to show on the actual model itself. So rather than one of those very, very cheap glues that dries white, which could still be fine depending on what you're trying to do, it's also not as expensive as, say, super glue, which does the same job, dries very, very quickly, dries clear, but or I guess not quite clear, but close enough to it. Sorry, pardon the cough. But cost a lot more for the space that you're covering. So maybe not. So here's what we do. We take one of our models that is done at least to our satisfaction right now. All right, so pay attention, please, okay?
All right.
So we take the model. We are going to, everything that we do is inside of this. Get the bag open first so that we can reach into it quickly while it's drying. Now, I would strongly encourage you not to just dump the whole thing, but there's probably not enough in here so you can reach in and get a little bit more. You can see why you and I are doing two different tasks. Not only does it help make it faster, but we probably don't want the person who's painting having dirt all over their hands. So we take our model, and I don't know how well you can see it from your side, but we're basically just going to put a thin layer of glue. I said, oh my sweet baby goodness. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I remember what's going on. Hold on. I remember what's going on here. Oh, goodness. Where is... Aha! We just drill into it first. Alright, that should be enough. Now... Yeah, the glue dried. The Drew glide. Oh, dear goodness. Okay, never mind. Take that back. As you can see, it's mostly full, but it's kind of caked there. Dragon Lord, what's up? One of those balls has a faucet or something? It's supposed to. It's just glued shut. So, maybe not right this. Oh my goodness. Right this second. I'm going to try one more time to see if maybe I can get it open here. Hopefully. It's coming. I can see that it has a gap now. I can see that it's gone all the way through. All right. Really quickly. This is not what the toothpick is meant for, but yeah, we can use it this way. If we have to, we can. The toothpick becomes a brush, basically. A toothbrush, a toothpick brush. Okay. Well, well, I mean,
It's working.
it is in
Slowly but
fact,
surely.
yeah, she said it. It is in fact working. My goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, let's try this again really quickly before it dries. I hope. Will I have to squeeze the life out of this thing? fine. Fine. Okay. Never mind. Take it back. You are going to use the toothpick brush and you add a glob of it. Oh my goodness.
What?
If it's not one thing,
It's 10 billion others.
she said it's 10 billion others, and she's grossly underestimating it. All right. I'm not even sure that you can use the little string there. My goodness. Whatever. Here.
Can I try?
Let me do the first one, if you would. She said, "May I try?" I mean, you're going to get 99 more of these to do here in just a sec.
No.
I mean, it shouldn't be as bad as this one, though. Now that we know. Sorry. I still have my cough. Man, have I mentioned that I hate pollen? By the way, I hate pollen. Death to pollen.
I think everyone except for the pollinators hate pollen.
Yeah, pretty much. She said she thinks everyone except the pollinators hates pollen. And, probably. Probably right. So once we have that down,
This seems pretty easy except for the glue.
nope, this part is very quick. Now, you will get too much dirt on it. You absolutely will get too much dirt. When you are done with it, set it in the corner like this, like so, and just let it sit for a bit. In fact, you can even take some and pour it over like this. Now, as you can see, it's already starting to dry. Eventually, we will, there you go. Yeah, there you go. And that's basically it. That's essentially it. There's a little bit more work to do. For example, if you want to hit the sides here, we can, but not. Let's at least get them done the normal way first. The sides are not necessary. The top is. Some people say you have to do the sides. Some people say the opposite. You cut all of the extra dirt off the sides to give it a cleaner look. But whatever we do, at the very least, everyone agrees that the top has to. God bless your mom. The top has to be done. She, anytime I mention your mom, oh dear. There's your mama jokes and then there's her mom, which hits a little bit differently. All right, I think you get the gist of it now, okay?
Yes.
Now, I would encourage you to use this plastic sheet over here so that it does not, so that the toothpick brush does not stick. We can't put it onto paper, and we definitely don't want glue touching any of this. So here's the glue. When you are done, dadgummit. Hey, come here, please. You now control. Sorry, Dragon Lord, CJ, just a quick sec, all right? You control the mic for a moment. I will be right back.
Alrighty. Hello.
Oh, and the mic got muted too. Could you hear T1? Could you hear T1 Stoneforge Mystic at all when she was on here? When did the mic get muted, in other words, is what I'm saying. Oh, that means you missed it. Oh, oh, nope. You couldn't hear her a single bit. Okay. The long story short is that she backed up into some models and stepped on them. Thankfully, it's no damage that I can't fix myself. Ah, one word and then nothing. So, hey, look, I'm not the only. I know where she gets her randomly muting the microphone from. I know where that comes from. Like, it may or may not be a certain someone whose name starts with T and ends with one glistener elf. So, that is less than ideal. I'll get out the liquid cement and we'll fix it, but actually hold on, let me get these back so I can keep them separated, keep them straight. Which ones go into which one? Alright. Cool, 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 cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, those 10 go together. Okay. Well, it's just one of those days. And her unfiltered opinion on her favorite faction. Imperial Knights. You missed her unfiltered opinion now. I'm not sure what she said. I couldn't hear her, but I don't think she said very much at all after backing into them. Because I had not quite left just yet. I heard the crunch as I was leaving, and I turned around and we had a moment. So good times. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Just you have to pay attention. She's giving me the thumbs up. You all can't hear her anyway. Goodness. That especially Evangeline, they're not your models. I mean, these are my models. I'm sure you wouldn't want me to back onto yours, right? What's your favorite Warhammer faction? Yeah, she likes knights. That's what you were saying. It looks like Iron Rust. It does have a red clay. It is red clay. There we go. All right. Ay ay ay. All right. If I don't do anything, she's going to catch up to me. So my turn to shine. All right. Yeah, let me get that for just a moment. Ay ay ay. I'll admit that did kind of throw me. She said she's sorry, but it's yeah. Okay, this throwing it back and forth between my hands like this doesn't actually help. You really don't. That doesn't do very much, but it's fun to do, as you do. All right, make sure that's good. Beautiful, beautiful. Good thing the mic was off. I mean, I didn't yell at her or anything. You would have just heard the crunch. Well, it's far enough away from the mic. I don't know that you would have heard the crunch, but I certainly did. I don't think the mic is quite sensitive enough to pick it. It's the kind where you have to be really close to hear anything. Once you move away, it doesn't take far for it to drop off. So, you wouldn't have heard the crunch, I think, but uh it's how some people really react poorly to the sound of cracked knuckles, for instance? Yeah, that. Definitely, definitely that. If you know, you know. Uh, Already the brush has a little bit of a tail to it. I was supposed to go get some scissors and cut the tail off. That's why. Alright. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, dear goodness. Or especially when that crunch happens to be tied to something expensive. Here we go. Now, necessarily, she will work more quickly or get more models done in a given amount of time than I will, unless I am very minimal with how much I do on them. Then I might be able to actually keep pace with her. Which is to say, if I just do the antenna, I should be fine. Feels kind of lazy, but it doesn't mean that we're only ever doing the antenna, just for right now. Just to be able to have something done on them first. Foist. Foist. Alright. Hey, Zos. What's up? Hey, dude, thank you. Appreciate it. You got the awesome face going on. I like it. Thank you. Well, I better like it. It's mine. It's mine. All mine. Hey, good to have you around, bud. Hey, love you. Oh, that's Kiddo in the background, not you, Zos. I love you too, but not like that. Oh dear. Good to see you, Zos. You're cool like that. I'm not opening up the mic just yet. Just keeping it kind of chill for a little bit first, if that's all right with you. Hey, thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh, dude. Thank you, Zos, for the gift membership. And hey, Jeffrey, looks like you got it, dude. Hey, cool on you, man. Thanks, Zos. That's really cool. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it though. Nice. Hey, thank you, thank you, thank you. Man, that is really cool. I think that's actually the first, at least as far as I can remember, I think it's the first gift membership we've had on the channel. That is cool, man. Look at you. Look at you being awesome like that. All right, I think I will be a little bit less minimalistic. I'll do the antenna and the shoulder piece, I suppose. So I should do this. So this is the shoulder piece that if you were to use this model, this torso for the chassis, then the shoulder plate that designates it as a chassis would fit to this prism on their shoulder. Weird way of putting it, but basically this piece is here, not for its own sake, but so that another piece can attach to it. At least that's the impression that I get. All right. All right. Ooh, pro tip, do not stick it in the glue, you genius. T1 genius elf over here. A Oh my goodness. It also lets me see that the gift subs show up on my little Stream Elements sidebar here, which is neat. I have some plugins on OBS tied to Stream Elements, which is the service that I use for multi-streaming and for the chatbot, such that it is. Such that it is. Well, that shows me that I can, in fact, see it on there. Hey. Hey, hey. Whale then. Whale. I guess one advantage to the paintbrush having a little tail on it like this is that I can use that to reach into corners. Or not. Well, we can try anyway. Oh my. Spreading it out just a wee bit. I should be fine. All of the rail rifle owners have their thing. Got the free month for myself from a pro. Oh, nice! I didn't even know that they were doing that. Well, hey, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, Zos. That's pretty cool. You're pretty cool. It makes good sense. Yeah, yeah. Now, if you're still going to be on for a while, then I might very well just have you on to, one, plug your own channel, and two, nerd out about history with me. For anyone that doesn't know, Zos does have his own YouTube channel, which is, uh, I like to describe it as real life lore, which is history is real life lore. There's your bit of terminally online language, I suppose, for the day. Um, and tabletop role playing games. Like having Kara and Piwo and I join him for what on earth is going to happen this time. God only knows. Oh dear goodness. Yes, that is an eclectic bunch, isn't it? That is the word for it, too. No. No, I'd like to think that we have some modicum of yeah, no, no, never mind. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? Hey, come here, please. You need a hug? Maybe? Come down. Ow, my hair, my hair, my hair. Ow, ow, my hair. You're fine. You're good. Love you. Oh, you all can't see. Oh, adorable moment. Sorry. Oh, and you're not allowed to hurt. No, you're not allowed to get hurt. Oh, dear goodness. Real Life Lore is already the name of a YouTube channel. Oh, okay, fair enough. That's what it is, too. Yeah. Yeah, my mic isn't muted. It better not be. I guess we can confirm. Yep, no, I'm on. There we go. Oh dear. Ay ay ay. Ay ay ay. What a heck of a gun. Jeez, this thing. Ay. Oh, right. I didn't do the little piece on the back. I guess I don't need to worry about that, but ah well. Ah well. It's all good. It's all good. Eh, it looked like she needed a hug. So, as you do. It's just be careful, okay? I'm not looking forward to doing the effectively I'm treating them like they're sights on the guns. I'm not looking forward to doing those. They look all kinds of stupid to paint. Good times. Yeah, technical term, stupid. There are definitely times when I wish that I were painting Necrons. CJ is our, and I'm going to say CJ. Oh, I mean you're not the other channel. Uh, where CJ is our resident Necron owner. Totally enthusiast. Totally. That is absolutely the right degree word to you now. Um, and Necrons famously, their default color scheme is just three colors. Just three. It makes it a lot easier. She just whispered, "Isn't that basically what you're doing, though?" Okay, okay. They will eventually be more colors. I mean to say that theirs is completely three colors. Um, now you can add more to it, but the let's when I say default, I guess I mean what you expect to see on the boxes, on the covers, is three colors. That certainly makes them easier to paint. I like to think of it as a gymnastics performance where the number of points that you can get is based on how hard what you're trying to do is. You may have an easy routine that you can accomplish consistently, but the points that you get won't be very high because the potential isn't very high. An easier routine, a less difficult routine, can't score you as many points, even if you get all of the points that you could earn. Necron painting kind of feels like that to me, although if you go out of your way, especially if you go outside of the default color scheme, then you certainly can. For example, people that really lean into the glowing aesthetic that so often characterizes them. Oh yeah, the little sight. Speaking of the Necrons, look deeper in the lore, even further reject Tyber's assertion that Daleks are crappy Necrons. I, I, yeah, he's baiting us a little bit. He's being hyperbolic. You know how okay, so one, temporally, it would be the other way around. Daleks existed before Necrons existed. If anything, Necrons would be a reference to Daleks, not the other way around. Well, while Doctor Who was popular at one point, relatively recent, I say relatively, the last few decades, which the show's been around long enough that last few decades can feel recent. Um, it is actually an older show than that. The show has existed since well before 40K was even a thing. All right. Probably not supposed to use my fingers for that, but oh well, who cares? It'll be fine. No issues with this whatsoever. No common sense was harmed in the making of that. Well, yeah, I do think that he's kind of baiting us a wee little bit. There may be something to the idea that the lore for the Daleks goes less deep, which might very well be. I don't know. Sometimes Daleks in Doctor Who are treated kind of like a monster of the week instead of like an actually fully fleshed out. I was about to say species, but that's not right. But you know what I mean when I say that. What was that I was just saying about if I go into this much detail, I'm never getting done? Well, kiddo over there is laughing. See, I'm as silly. She says, just a little bit. She's giving me too much credit. No. Too little credit, I mean. Just a lot bit. Just a good lot bit. Just a whole heaping helping, as my folks would say, because we live in the South. Whole heaping helping. Mm, indeed. Oh, so they are technically a species. Okay. Oh. See, I thought that they weren't a species any more than if humans created an AI race that just goes haywire and goes ham and takes over, they still wouldn't be a species. I thought they were like that. In other words, sentient clankers, as a car and crew would say. It's a very technical way of referring to them. I'm sure they themselves would totally appreciate that characterization. Clankers. All right. Oh. I am going to need to attack this brush with boiling hot water at some point. Okay, not need. The idea is that some of the paint uh, up the brush was allowed to dry. Yes? Oh, see, yeah, this is the problem. I am too far behind. She is actually done with what she has. Uh, Love, if you will get the Crisis Battlesuits and work on those, please. Yes, the Crisis Battlesuits are ready. Yes, those. Yes. They actually already have their, I was about to say their third color. Yeah, they do have their third color. Do they have a fourth?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Oh, they have black on them. Yes, perfect. Okay.
White and red.
Pokemon black and white, Pokemon silver and gold, and also red. No blue or green, just red or yellow. No yellow either. Sorry, Pikachu.
Is gold a type of yellow?
No, gold is not a type of yellow. No, Patrick, gold is not a type of yellow. If I sound like I'm repeating stuff, that's because I'm assuming she is way too far away for you to actually hear her. So, might be needed to hear what on earth is going on, what's being said. All right. All right. Ooh, uh-oh.
You can't actually paint a model with a toothpick. It would just be really tiring and aggravating.
She said you could paint a model with a toothpick. It would just be tiring and aggravating. Snopes confirms. Facts check true. She's giggling over there. My little giggle box is back. It's a wonderful sound. Here, do it again. Meh. Do it again. She's trying not to and failing. Now she sounds like a compute like Microsoft Sam. Surely you can hear that now. You can hear the joyous sound of kiddo laughing. That's a good sound. We like to hear that. Or as Tybros would say, and we like that. Oh, oh that, kiddo, that's just what Tybros sounds like. He's a silly. He's a silly. Origins are fairly similar to Necron. Instead of being tricked by energy beings, they're made what they are by a mad scientist. Okay, see, I did not think of that as being a species. Ooh, I might get a snack here, kiddo, in just a moment. Are you hungry as well? She is, in fact, hungry. Now, do make sure you get full coverage on those, please. That will be especially important with them because the Crisis Battlesuits are getting flowers on their base. See, for each set of Crisis Battlesuits, they will have they come in groups of three, up to three. Well, not up to groups of three. I can use the flowers on the base to match which ones go with one another. So if there are, say for example, blue flowers, all of the ones with blue flowers are together, and then all the red ones and all the golden ones. It's just a pretty little way to designate which is which. And I think she likes it. Judging by that sound, it seems like she likes it. All right, T1. For the love of sweet greater good, you have to. You have to speed up. You have to do less. As the most toxic people that you will ever find on social media say, you're doing too much. No, seriously, the kiddo, there are some that use you're doing too much as an insult. You're putting in too much effort. Uh, put in more effort, why don't you? Oh, dear goodness. Please. Pretty please. Alright. Now, we can always go back and do more later. Alright. Reject the notion that 40k is the most powerful fictional verse, which all other verses go to die. Yeah, that is a bit of a meme. So the element of truth to that is that 40k is a diverse enough setting that it's difficult for any one thing to have an answer to everything in the setting. That's largely where I think that, to the extent that there's any truth to that, where that comes from. You know, you have to deal with everything from Necrons being able to blow up a star with the press of a button to a chaos god transforming you into a frog, whatever Cinch does. Cinch is, or just outright removing your soul, you know, stuff like that. Or Slaanesh eating your soul. You get the idea. It's everything from the extremely advanced technology of the Necrons to, you know, the Emperor of Mankind, etc., etc., blah blah blah, to the Tyranid hive mind also turning off, if we treat it like it turns off magic powers, etc., etc. It's just a big and varied enough setting that it seems like it has an answer to everything. To the extent that there's any truth to that argument, I think that's where it lies. It is kind of cheating, though, because if we go with that, well, other settings get to use their entire setting, right? I mean, if we're talking, hey, Superman may not be able to solo 40k, but DC Comics can. Yeah, I don't think Superman would, because of the whole Superman not having magical resistance. He's not especially, he is still susceptible to magic. Because of that, he probably doesn't solo 40k. He does, however, uh, mess up everything else in the setting. especially if we go with lol Prime Superman doing insane, stupid stuff, you know, sitting inside of a star to gain more power, silliness, you know. The writers can only power creep him and then power creep him some more and then power creep him, yeah. So don't even get me started on Golden Age Superman. He could solo because he can just make up new powers whenever he feels like it, whenever the writers feel like it. All right. I'm exaggerating, but he had the ability to shapeshift, for example. That came up once and then never again. Um, yeah. Oh dear. Zosima says for space opera, the Zeely sequence is definitely up there. Cosmic beings made of dark matter. It's space time. Defects that can hurl galaxies at each other. Realistic Gurren Lagann. I know the scene you're talking about too. I know that Gurren scene. Oh man. Man, that entire final fight was just amazing. Cinematically. What I'm saying is absolute cinema. Now, for as little sense as that would make to hurl galaxies at each other, we're going well past the speed of light after all. It's still just cool. Turn your brain off and just enjoy it. It's cool. Not a sentiment that I normally have, but I mean, come on, it's not meant to be taken seriously. Seriously. All right. I will need to add more to those Crisis Battlesuits, but for right now, they're fine. They're fine. Everything's fine.
Have you gotten done since I started on these?
9. Just finished 9. So at this pace, you will actually outpace me here. Or you are still outpacing me. She asked how many I had done since she started the Crisis Battlesuits. I,
I'm going to give you a break here.
no, 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 no. Don't give me a break. It's okay. I need to either speed up. Ah, I see. I need to either speed up or do less. And the answer is do less. Which is to say, just do the antenna for right now. We can always go back and add more later, but I need to be minimalistic in order for us to have enough time to do all of this tonight. You will be able to finish in time. Well, oh crap, I missed your antenna. Yeah, whatever. I'll get it in a sec. In a shek. A shickle. One of these days, as I'm cutting back on my collabs, um, Elden Ring is wrapping up. Power World, I didn't do Power World today. I'll get around to it again, but, just next week. As my collabs are wrapping up, I am finally getting back into single player games, which has pretty much just been Hades 2 lately. Well, I would like to, even though I've already beaten the game twice, I would like to actually get into Expedition 33. I was talking with CJ earlier about a challenge run, doing a challenge run that will definitely take more than one stream. Uh, Not only am I not a speedrunner, but one, it's a challenge run. There are extra restrictions that are going to make it take longer anyway. Uh, Two, I kind of want to actually watch the cutscenes again. I didn't watch too many cutscenes in the first replay, for time's sake, try to get everything to fit into one stream. But the game, it's one of those stories where if you get a bit of a different experience the second time around because now you have context for what's happening. For example, the game does kind of give away who is causing the gommage. You just don't know it. You can tell by the musical motif, but of course, your first playthrough, you don't know to whom that motif corresponds, or even that that character exists. If you understand not crazy, if you understand Old French, oh my goodness, she goes with showing a glob of it. You can also uh, hear in the lyrics to the song who it is. But I mean, I've been told even by French speakers that the intro to the game, not Alicia, but Lumiere, is difficult to understand. For example, it refers to Paris not as Paris, not as Paris, but as Lutece, which is an old name for it. There's some ancient stuff, well, not ancient, but just it sounds like if I were to start speaking in Middle English and say hither, thither, thou art. Oh dear. Gotta go? Hey, come back in 40 minutes to an hour? Well, see you later, Dragon Lord. Be right back. Fair enough. SpongeBob could solo Warhammer 40k. Okay, so characters with cartoon logic are that's they don't count. Kiddo's right. She says they don't count. True. This is the whole Deadpool and like Pinkie Pie from My Little Pony and silly stuff like that. You know, I'm not sure. She said Pinkie Pie could solo. I mean, silly characters that can break rules like that probably are exceptions. Maybe. I mean, so you know that scene where Davy Jones locks SpongeBob inside of a locker and it doesn't last very long because he won't stop talking? Yeah, that by itself solos that disrupts the Chaos Gods. They badger off to another galaxy. The Tyranids flee the galaxy upon that. Uh, the Tau find their way back into a warp pocket. The Necrons go back into hibernation, and so on and so forth. Oh dear.
SpongeBob? This is a silly question, but is SpongeBob more powerful than the Emperor?
Kiddo said, "Is SpongeBob more powerful than the Emperor?"
Theoretically.
Is SpongeBob more powerful than the Emperor? I mean, you can't kill SpongeBob. If we go by the cartoon's logic, you can't kill him, so he could talk the Emperor into going insane. His getting back on the golden throne. Oh no. Oh dear. That one scene where SpongeBob unravels the universe by pulling a string. Yeah? Yeah. You know, do the what's his name from Saved by the Bell that can stop time? He could solo the 40k. But never mind. Okay, I don't think that that counts either. Hey, what's up, Phlogiston Mortal? You know it. Kiddo is off screen basing my models for me while I paint. So that's good. Now, uh, if you would, here actually, in fact, I'm going to switch these out. Please, 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 please do not squish them. Thou shalt not squish them. All right. Where did the leader go? The leader is good. The leader is great. Surrender or will, as of this date. She's doing the rest of that scene. You can't hear her, but she's doing the rest of that scene. Leader, leader, Batman. Yeah, they're supposed to do na 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 leader. The episode where the Simpsons join a cult, an actual. I was about to say Jonestown, but no. Which piece? The arm?
This piece right here.
Oh, base it first, please, and I'll fix it. All right. noted that a piece is wiggling and is definitely not supposed to. Most definitely. She said I didn't do it this time. No, you're fine, kiddo. You are okay. You did not, in fact, do it this time. All right. As my it's going to sound crazy out of context. My soldiers start humping one another. Actually, hold on. So, wait a minute.
What?
My kid is here. Wait a minute now. Okay, so the magnets allow them to. There are magnets underneath them. Magnets underneath, like this. They're big magnets too, such that they can do this. Sometimes when that happens, it looks very funny and uh goofy. Go. Look. This is,
I'm going to base this first, but we have a huge problem.
She said, I'm going to base this first, but we have a huge problem. What's up?
Basing it, it came apart.
Base it first. It came apart.
Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I can fix it. I can fix her. She has no idea. I don't expect you to have any idea. Oh boy. Hey. Hey, hiya, how do you do? Beach episode music. We have more beach episode. More beach per episode.
Already here.
It's a volleyball anime, more beach per episode. Do you remember, kiddo, that anime that we watched that was about working out?
Yes.
The girls that join a gym and begin working out?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I know.
How many kilos are the dumbbells that you lift or some
Yes.
silly long net? Yeah. That was nice. It was neat. In retrospect, some of that may not have been the kind of thing that I would have been super cool showing her, but it was fine. It was fine. It was okay. Make sure this isn't too high up. It is not, in fact, too high up. Since you were going back to more single player games, what games on the backlog do we have to look forward to? Well, just on gift games, let me let's stick that back in the water for just a moment because I can answer that question. Yay! So some of them I already have installed specifically so that I don't forget. Uh, Lexi gifted me 4 games in the span of about 5 minutes, all of which were on my wish list. Uh, Lexi is one of the people that did not know that my wish list is basically just a holding room for Steam sales. And so, you know, I may or may not go back to Scarlet Symphony on stream. Some of that is it's just grinding. I have 4 achievements to get. 3 I know are going to be fine. It's just I think they're just beat the game in hard mode and stuff related to that. One of them is do the uh, you know how in Toho games there's the regular progression and then there's a bonus stage? One of them is do the bonus stage without taking damage, even on the easiest difficulty. Good lord. I don't think there's a difficulty requirement on that though, so I can turn it down to very easy. But I have beaten it. I have not beaten it anywhere close to without taking damage. Goodness. No. No. So let's see. Those games include Uh, let's see. Clover Pit, Dyson Fold, My Card is Better Than Your Card, and Passant, a chess roguelike. So you'll notice a bit of a theme to those roguelikes. I had a thing going on. I still have a thing going on with that. Knight just gifted me. Was it no? Hold on. Yeah, Knight gifted me Vampire Crawlers. I have Survivors as well. I don't think you need to do them in a certain order. Splat's gifted me Darkest Dungeons. The first one. What else? As for games that aren't gift games that I would like to get to, it's oh, and He Is Coming. I'm sorry, one of those games Lexi didn't get me. He Is Coming was the last one, which is another roguelike, which looks awesome. So let's see. We have for non-gift games to get to Armored Core 6 and Fury. Both of those I would like to get around to at some point. I have some games to finish up. I still need to play Peak with some friends on a week when the desert is available because I have not gotten any of the desert achievements and I only need those and one generic one in order to have all achievements in that game. Um, let's see. Goodness. I guess Helldivers 2 is not single player, but that might be a fun little thing to do every now and then. I still need to finish up Silksong Steel Soul. Probably doing a single 12-hour stream. You think so? Ah, maybe. Maybe. Ooh, kiddo's catching up. I better hurry. There you are. Everybody else's antennae are done. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 cool. I mean, Fury should be fun then. Uh, to be honest, I got the impression that Fury would be one of those games where I would get not I would get better in the runs, but by the time that we started getting at the 9, 10, or 11 hour mark, I would get worse just from fatigue because the game is very action packed. It is intensive, constantly intensive, which is a good thing. Then again, that hasn't really been happening with Hades too. So maybe not. Maybe not. Hmm. Also, yep, finishing up Hades too, of course, of course. Let's see. What else? At least of games that I already have installed. I was asked to play another gifted game. Or not gifted game. The dev sent a code for a game for me to play, so that's going to have to be played sooner. Do I not have? Oh, because D doesn't count alphabetically. Um, where are you? Sunyata CCG. Sunyata. No, that said, this one might actually have already come out. It did. It came out yesterday. Oops. Oops. Still fine for me to play on stream though. It is another trading card game, and you know me. You know me. You know the whole T1 Glistener Elf thing. How long to beat says it takes 6.5 hours. Dang. Maybe it's not as hard as I think. Hopefully, I mean, I'd like to think that I'm more goated than the average gamer. You saw that Hades 2 32 Heat Fear run that I did, right? Did you ever get a chance, CJ, to watch the VOD that I made specifically of it? It was, you could not have scripted it better. I'm a bit disappointed that that didn't exactly get a whole lot of views, but that's to be expected. The trend on my channel, the shorts get by far the most views, by far. Then the streams, then most of the time the VODs. I should probably put out VODs more often. Yeah, and I know they get the fewest views, but that is where some more sustainable YouTube growth tends to be. streaming by itself is not really sustainable. People rag on YouTube for having low ad revenue, and that's fair, but your VODs are kind of the way to get big. And then just through sheer numbers, it can happen. I've not watched all the way through yet. Did hype it 3 times. Thanks, dude. Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah, man. You and Zoss both hyped it. Nice. Very nice. All right, while I'm thinking about it. Oh, there we go. There we go. Very good. I'm just going to set them over here.
Yes.
Well, I'm trying to make them not confused with these models over here because these are different units and they can't get. It would not be good for them to get mixed up. That would be bad. Well, I mean, it would be less than ideal. I mean, you can just put them back on the. Yes. All right. Et pour moi. And for me. Oh, this should be quick and easy. Set them over here. She's making good progress, it looks. I also may have gotten a little too much of the dirt because she's done. I mean, we might go through a bag, but she's done how many models and still hasn't gotten to the halfway point? Not even counting the uh, dirt that's already been used. Realistically, more like 10 hours, one per ball. Okay, have not watched. Oh, there we go. Should be caught up. All right. Let's see. How long have I been going? A little bit over an hour. Won't open up the mic just yet, but keep it like this for a bit. So you all can't hear, but every now and then she's talking to me, and I can. It would be harder to hear her if I had someone else talking to me through the mic, because she wouldn't be able to know that you're talking to stop and not say something. She wouldn't be able to not interrupt. She wouldn't be able to hear them after all. See, she doesn't have a headset herself. She is way too far away for that. She said, not my fault, true. She needs a lot more room. The way that, if you look at her entire setup, you could definitely fit the, not Tupperware, the container with all the dirt. You could definitely fit that on. The tray next to it is, however, entirely too big. That's fine. It's fine. All right, T1. I beg of you, don't do too much per model, or you will never make it. Translation, you will never make it. She's over here laughing too. See, I can say the simplest things. That's it. Yeah. I think I mentioned this before. I did actually pick up some Warhammer the Old World, what used to be Warhammer Fantasy, or still is, I think, Warhammer Fantasy models from a website that is doing basically a fire sale on their Warhammer stuff. It's called Warsenal. They have a lot of Corvus Belli products, but it seems as if they're getting out of Warhammer, not replacing the stuff that is eventually purchased. Well, that's a easy way to go pick up Shamor. Just some extra whenever you get around to it. Wilds. I don't have Wilds. I have Subnautica and both Ori games. And I know this is going to sound really definitely not what you're supposed to do as a streamer in the year of our Lord current year, but I still want to try to finish World. I have still not beaten. I haven't even gotten to Fatalis. Although I understand there's only one boss that stands between myself and Fatalis. Hold on, one sec. Ah, the sneeze. The sneeze of doom. And that one Futurama guy, alien. Definitely put the paintbrush down for that. I only have, I kid you not, 67 achievements out of 100 in Monster Hunter Wilds. She looks over at me when I say that.
Jay!
I need to get at least one more achievement.
Get the achievement, please!
She said, "Get the achievement, please." My kiddo, T1 Stoneforge Mystic, is the anti-Piwo. Piwo is 6'7", 6'7", 6'7".
Just stop it!
Oh, she's over here
Please.
dying. I'm dealing psychic damage to my kid. Should have seen the look on her classmate's face when I said skibbity.
Lord. Please, no.
Yeah. It was after school and I saw one of her classmates. And I don't remember how it came up, but oh, he knows Gen Alpha slang. And I said, yeah, I even know some of the outdated stuff like skibbity. I hope it's outdated. Please, please, internet historian, tell me that it is outdated.
It's outdated.
Okay, I have confirmation from kiddo.
I am not an internet historian, but it's outdated.
She says she's not an internet historian, but it's outdated. All right, thank goodness. She is, however, a contemporary Gen Alpha. So I take your assessment as gospel.
Well, at least for kids over the age of 8.
Yes, thank goodness. She said for kids over the age of 8. Yes. Unfortunately, I know that they still sell skibbity toys, toilet toys. Ha 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 ha.
Stop it. Please.
Man, the marketing genius that it takes to come up with toilet toys, and by genius I mean common sense and yet psychopathy. She's dying laughing. She's dying laughing, and she said, I don't even know what that is. Just the way I said it, then, I suppose. Oh dear. Uh, Big Roadblock on the Path Fatalis is Alatreon. The worst gimmick ever. That's the next boss I have, by the way. I remember doing the, what would you call it? The pre-Alatreon fight? The one that gives you access to the Alatreon fight. And yeah. Now I do know the gimmick behind the fight. I have since learned the gimmick behind it because, spoiler alert, there was a streamer who was a streamer. She hasn't passed away, but she forced herself into retirement. Long story short, blindfolded speedruns and challenge runs and all that. Yet she was a legitimately good Monster Hunter player, like actual legitimately good player of the game. But she decided to record two separate fake blindfolded runs. The kind of thing that, I've done blindfolded runs on the channel, and I can tell you just from looking at them that they are fake. It may be one of those things where you don't necessarily know how to show that it's fake, but you know that it's fake. Because the kinds of things that a person who's actually blindfolded does are not those things. Like, for example, needing normalized movement. Um, yeah, yeah, no, none of that now. Anyway, she does the fight with the stupidest. Anyway, never mind. Uh, long story short, one time she could see through the blindfold, or under the blindfold, I think it was, or something like that. And then the next time, she had another monitor so she was seeing around the blindfold onto another monitor. Yeah, good times, real geniusy stuff. Well, the internet called her out twice, and she eventually just left. So I know the gimmick behind the fight because of that little drama. Hey, CJ says I enjoy Wilds more anyway, so I'm gonna play. What? Oh, what's up? She's over here looking at me, sighing deeply. What's up?
I feel so bad.
She says she feels so bad for me.
The antenna is broke. Was doing
Where is it? Okay,
I did not
just be
just.
gentle. Another break. A second break has hit the army, Mr. President. She has no idea, by the way, what that means. Oh, the innocence of being born in post 2001. Oh dear. Man, oh man, oh man. That's almost that. Almost. Sorry, I'll catch up, CJ, in just a quick second. Give me just a moment while the brush is wet and dripping. See, I can say stuff like that. Alright, let's see. You need to make a dedicated ice elemental build because Electron has an elemental DPS check, which if you don't pass, just get one shot instead. Yep. If I remember correctly, you need that particular element, first ice, then fire, I think, in order to break its horn, which is what cancels the phase, I think. And of course, you need to just survive enough anyway because it's a Latrion. For better or for worse, I have actually not seen the. I don't think I've seen the Fatalis fight. I don't think I have. Okay, actually, while we're in between paint jobs here, get you fixed. I mean, I've seen Fatalis. I don't remember if I've seen the Fatalis fight, though. Maybe I have it, I just don't remember it. Don't remember that I have seen it. Pure Ice, if your DPS is high enough during Dragon form, it shunts them back to fire. You need where you need Ice anyway, so you can bring one. Wait, hold on. You run Pure Ice because if your DPS is high enough during Dragon form, it shunts them back into Fire form, where you need Ice anyway. Okay. I do remember that I do not have an Ice weapon. I've been using almost purely status for my entire run. I've been doing Insect Glaive, hit them a bunch, proc status a bunch. I just like taking to the air a lot. Insect Glaive is my favorite weapon in Worlds. I did went out of my way to try to play a different weapon in Wilds, just to give myself something different. So I remember during the demo when someone asked me what I thought about the Insect Glaive, I couldn't give them an honest opinion because I hadn't actually tried it out, unfortunately. At least not at that point I hadn't. I did, what's it called? The Switchblade, which seemed pretty cool too. The da 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 da. Well, actually, it might be the case that other weapons also get to do the attack on Titan, uh, fly across the enemies from front to back or vice versa. Whatever. Two different forms having to go between all three. Okay. Okay. Oh, goodness. I can't get this thing open.
That's kind of how I feel with this glue.
She said that's how she feels with this glue. Yeah. Oh, there it goes. Just had to wiggle it for a while. What's that? Charge blade. Oh, it might have been. It might have been charge blades. It's been so long, I forgot what the weapon was. You are probably correct then. If that's what you remember, then that's probably right. Attack on Titan is dual blades. Well, it might have been dual blades then, because I remember doing the. It might have been that I did more than one. Yeah, it might have been dual blades. I do remember having done the Attack on Titan bit. For sure, I remember that. But I might not have had one weapon the entire time. I mean, I did the network test twice, didn't I? Oh, good lord. All right, you stay. Stay put. All right. My goodness. All right. Did you just do the Attack on Titan jingle?
If I did, I didn't know it.
Okay. During World, I think you chose. Oh, no, oh, World? Most complicated weapons. Which, yes. Yes, for sure. For Wilds, though, I used dual blades. Okay, okay, so we are on the same. We are on the same page then. For I did dual blades for Wilds. Okay. I'm not as familiar with one of those. But I was a call it a weapon specialist to the exclusion of knowing what the other weapons even really do. Which, to be fair, is how a lot of people play Monster Hunter games. That's not terribly uncommon, I understand. People have a thing that they like. But I mean, Insect Glaive is just fair enough. That's what you do? Fair enough. I just I liked to think that I could get really, really good with one weapon. I had another friend who got walled at a boss that I took out the very first time that I fought it. It's the final boss of Iceborne. Well, of the actual story part of Iceborne. The frost dragon whose name I forgot but starts with V, I think. Oh dear goodness. Um, and I did that on the first try. That was fun. The explosives to wake it up in its cave gave me crap for not learning all the weapons. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's I don't know. Play whatever is the most fun to you, I suppose, is how I like to think of it. All right, one moment. Tissue. Now, out of curiosity, were those other friends you mentioned any of our beloved mutual friends? Pop, Gare, or Con? All right. It is not the mutuals. Ah, okay. Kiddo, do you need a tissue as well?
I'm good.
All right. I definitely got way, way too much basing glue then, it seems. So just to be on the safe side, because I would only be going by the store once before we show these models off. Ah, God bless America. I went and picked up an extra bottle of basing glue. She is, however, not even through the first one, not even close. So, bit unnecessary.
Maybe a little.
She says maybe a little or a lot. See, she takes after me so well. It's funny because at least when she's around me, she talks like me. I don't know if she. Hey! Oh, I don't think. Hold on, they can't hear that. Crusader.
coming in with lots of love from your brother Crusader.
My goodness, thank you. One, thank you, dude. Two, you do not have to do that. I appreciate it. You do not have to do that. I appreciate it, dude. You're awesome like that. My man. My man. Thank you. Man, thank you very much. That is and he knows it, and I know he knows it. That is a generous tithe. You are not kidding. I'm on 12s all the way. Fair. Oh my goodness. So is this a 60-hour work week for you then? Goodness, goodness, that overtime though. Ah, is still here? Can I hop in? You know what? Sure, we can do that. Hold on. Actually, before we do, I'm going to take a quick little break. Kiddo, do you need a break as well? No? Okay, she's going to catch up to me. It's going to happen. She's already getting there. Good. All right, I will be right back. Just restroom break first. So you know the drill. Where is it? There it is. All right, cool. Be right back. All right. Well, well. Now, Let's see. See if I can get this shit up. There. Eeny, meeny, miny. There you are. And we click the button. Now, when it actually gets stuck. Oh, hey, Zos. Hey, all right. No one can hear you for just a quick moment. Give me just a sec and I'll get it sorted back out where they can. All right. Now they should be able to hear you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hello, Crusader, CJ, Dragon,
Hey.
Jeffrey. Uh,
Oh, thanks. I love the adorable little avatar we have down there. If I still had the input display or something, I'd put it on you like a hat. Okay.
so,
Yeah? What's up?
uh, uh, got my new job, so I'm finally
Oh,
normal again.
congrats.
Yeah,
Man.
and I'm already getting healthy. Actually, that's one thing I want to talk about. Now that I'm here, I can preach life lessons I've gleaned from history to you all.
Okay. Yes, go
So
for
I
it.
want so I want to talk about this is going to be a little preachy and it's going to be a little bit hypocritical. I want to talk about the dangers of the internet.
I see what you mean by hypocrite. You said that I was, uh-oh, where's this going? I gotcha. All right. I mean, no arguments here. No.
So so I actually made a video a while back that I think everyone should devote perhaps 2 hours a day to disconnecting from screens. Do
Okay.
things like go for walks without a phone and just look around,
Yes.
ground yourself, read paperback books, work out definitely.
Oh, yeah.
So the thing is, the internet is it's slowly killing us, honestly. Um, it's making us feel richer. Some people make a living as streamers. Some people are able to work from home. There are definitely plenty of people who have been made much better off, but across the world, people are becoming more obese.
Yes.
Um, they're exercising less. Like, how many children actually
Mm.
climb trees these days?
Oh. Yeah.
Like, has Evangeline ever climbed a tree?
Yes, she has Evangeline never climbed a tree. If I were not the kind of kid to also have climbed entirely too high in trees, I would have been scared. That kind of climbing. Yes. Thankfully, she takes after me in that regard. My little monkey over here. But it's certainly
Great.
pretty uncommon, unfortunately. I'm not sure that all that many kids could these days. Percentage of the population, anyway.
And it's not just we're getting physically weaker. We're getting stupider, dumber too. Do you know what PISA scores are?
I've heard that term before, but I'm afraid I don't remember what
PISA
that is.
scores are generally are sort of a way of measuring a country's an entire country's success rate in educating its children, like how well they're doing
Oh,
academically. Originally, the U.S. was not doing that greatly. Europe was ahead. Japan and China and Korea were far ahead. Now, however, first of all, the entire world is PISA scores are declining.
yeah, that's
The U.S. is now at the top now because it's declining like slightly less.
in other words, we
Europe
didn't
is
get better. They came down to our
yeah,
level.
yeah. No, European children for some reason have been like just ravaged. Their minds have been ravaged by the internet, but ours have too.
Mm,
We're
yeah,
all global academic performance is getting worse. Our our attention spans are getting shorter. People
yes,
barely ever read books. Heck,
yeah.
people barely even read comic books these days.
That's sad, to be honest. I'll tell you, I used to be a teacher and elementary school teacher. And there was a time, I mean, at certain age groups, that's the only kind of book that you can get the kids to read because it's short enough, it has short enough bursts that it keeps their attention. And I see, I would not be surprised at all if even that's declining though. Mm. Young enough kids that they're
So
at an age where they need to be learning to read, not just reading for pleasure or for school otherwise, but just simply learning to read.
right. Um, so yeah, but what I want to talk about is I'm not a moralistic or philosophy VTuber. I kind of do a bit of that, a bit about of that too, but I'm primarily a history VTuber, and I can tell you, this is not unprecedented.
Mm,
Um, wealth and new advances in technology and so-called living standards have actually brought made people unhealthy before.
Victorian England is that where this is going?
That's one of them, but I'm going to give some examples.
Okay.
First of all, there is early agriculture. You
Yes.
think that people's lives would immediately get better once they started to settle down and start growing food. That's actually not the case.
Mm,
Um, no, first of all, a diet primarily based on grain as opposed to meat and wild plants, especially in small quantities, is actually significantly less healthy.
yep.
People got shorter, their teeth worsened until agriculture advanced to the point that it could be made up for by animal husbandry and greater mass of crops.
Mm,
But the main advantage of early agriculture is that, first of all, you could make grain into porridge that you could feed babies in order to
yes.
wean them off mother's milk, and that meant that more babies could survive to adulthood, so populations increased. The other is that grain could be stored through the winter,
Yes. Yes.
so it
That's
could
the
be stored
main.
for periods of time. However, with sedentary lifestyle came another problem: war.
Yeah.
Um,
Really quickly, before you move on to another point, there's an anecdote that I really like about this. If you are familiar with indigenous peoples of Europe, obviously a lot of indigenous people are white, they look like me, but you might know that there are some people groups, even pretty far up north, like the Sami, that still are fairly brown-skinned. Like not, they're not black, they're not, but they're still, they have a darker complexion than the Britons or the indigenous Swedes and so on. And part of the reason for that might be that if you were too light skinned, you didn't necessarily need the even lighter skin for vitamin D synthesis, for light absorption, until we weren't getting enough from our regular diets. And that might have changed once we became agriculturalist. So once your diet changes so significantly that you're not getting enough vitamin D to supplement what you make naturally, then it became an adaptation to have very, very, very light skin.
that makes sense. I can imagine that's why Inuits, despite living in a really cold place, um fairly dark skinned.
Yes, that is unironically. Uh, One of the very few people groups around the world, most of the time, humans that are hunter-gatherers are omnivores. They'll eat plants or animals. There are very, very, very few human groups that are effectively carnivores, just by virtue of there not being enough plants for them to eat year-round. And that is one of those groups. When you go far enough north above the Arctic Circle, you only have animals to eat. Edible plants don't grow past that point.
That's
Naturally, that's
right.
going to change your nutritional intake. I'm sorry for that little digression. I find that really fascinating.
Uh, have you heard of the term the World War that killed off 95% of the world's men?
95%. Oh, wait a minute. I have heard this before. Okay. So this is the Y chromosome genetic bottleneck that we see around the world, where there suddenly ceases to be as much Y chromosome diversity, right?
Yes, most likely, this is largely because of the arrival of agriculture. Because the arrival of agriculture and the arrival of quantifiable, storable private property first of all, it resulted in more violence,
Yep.
and violence always disproportionately kills men.
Yep.
Second of all, if you can quantify private property, you can now people now with a lot of it now suddenly have the ability to outcompete other men, and
Mm,
take their women.
yep. In in the animal kingdom, you or not animal, so plants generate their own food. Animals are free riders. They're taking advantage of the fact that either they eat the plants that are making their own food, so they take it, or they're eating animals that eat, and so on and so forth, somewhere along the chain. This reminds me of that dynamic that you find in nature, where once you get to the agricultural revolution, other societies are incentivized to take the resources from you because you have fewer with which to persist yourself, and they now have more with which to outcompete you. It creates uh, a vicious cycle, and unfortunately, that incentive seems to be worldwide.
Right.
I'm sorry, did
Um,
random digression. I'll let you get back to it. I just find that fascinating.
no, it totally it's totally relevant. There are a few more there are a few moderate ones between that. First of all, there is the Roman aristocracy's addiction to lead.
Ooh,
Uh,
I didn't know this one. How? Tell me more.
so during the Pax Romana, when Rome was beginning to grow fabulously rich, like there are theories that Augustus technically was the richest man in history because of his control over the fertile lands of Egypt and North Africa.
All right.
But that's not the point. The point is when they started to get rich, it started to become in fashion for the rich and powerful of Rome to start using lead cookware.
Jeez.
A
Oh
very
goodness.
popular drink sweetener, because they didn't have access to sugar, is they would take grape juice, um, boil it in lead pots, and
Oh.
and they would scrape off the sugar, that like a residue at the bottom. It was called sapa, lead acetate, and use it to sweeten their wine.
Oh man. I can only imagine that being a wonderful thing, wonderful supplement to your diet.
Yeah, and
Uh,
the problem is that lead is a slow poison.
yep. Oh,
As a slow poison, it doesn't always immediately show what it's doing to people. Like, for example, there are quite a few, like, honestly believable theories that one of the reasons why, starting in the 1990s,
yes.
violent crime in the US started to steadily go down is because of the removal of leaded gasoline.
Yep. Unironically, and the replacement of lead pipes, especially in major cities that had existed for decades. Now, a
Right.
slow replacement, but replacement nonetheless. I think there is probably something to that. We were able to demonstrate a correlation, at least. I'm not aware of a causal link, but a correlation between lead and violent behavior, and what seems like a pretty strong one at that. I'm sorry. I am enjoying this conversation. I don't mean to talk over you.
No problem. So, as you may know, I don't know if you know this, not everyone does, but there is some truth to a cultural decline of the Roman Empire, at least temporarily. This happened during the crisis of the third century, when what is it? The Roman Empire broke into various factions. The most notable of which was the three-way war. Was the war of Aurelian to retake the west and east. The west from the usurper and pretender Tetricus, and the east from the Palmyrean queen Zenobia.
Okay.
So during this period, Rome was in chaos, and cultural transmission of arts and culture was interrupted.
Mm.
Because of that, like the fabulous kind of arts and crafts like sculpture and philosophy and poetry, it all seriously declined in quantity and quality. It's why you don't have like amazing, like hold on a second, let me show let's see if I can send it to you. Well, I can see let me see if I can send you a sculpture of Emperor Honorius.
Okay. I might not be able to pull it up on stream just because of the way that I have it set up. I'm a little bit allergic to display capture just in case.
I know,
You can,
I know that, I know that feel. I use a
yeah.
very complex series of scenes and sources in my streams,
Yeah. I don't
but
know. Kara may or may not have been burned from that a time or 20. I'll tell you more about that later, but right now.
But as you can see, Emperor Honorius, he kind of looks like a monkey.
I'm pulling it up real quick, and oh dang, you are not kidding. Yeah,
So
what
yeah,
nose?
Emperor Honorius was the emperor who presided over the Visigothic sack of Rome, often considered to
Hmm,
be one of the worst emperors in history.
and that's saying something because there's some steep competition for that title.
Yes. So yeah, arts and cultures seriously declined. One of the many contributing factors might have been that the population, the aristocratic population declined due to infertility brought by lead poisoning.
Oh, oh wow. For it to have that substantial of an effect. But like you said, it doesn't exactly happen overnight a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean I mean the ancient Romans were addicted to lead.
Man. Ooh.
Other things are, which is one thing that's popularly known
Um,
is
I'm sorry,
the
one
arrival of.
one quick moment. Are you still Kitty, are you still working on the crisis suits? Okay, let me get some of the I'll get the troops over to you in a sec. All right. Uh, go on, please, Zoss. Sorry.
Okay, then of course there's a very simple one to straight out say, which is tobacco.
Tobacco?
The funny thing is, people knew from an early stage that tobacco was bad for you. Like one of the kings, early English kings, said this is toxic filth, but people still did it because
It's
it was an
addictive.
import. It was a foreign import that made them feel good,
Wait,
and
so tobacco, what time period was tobacco one of the crops that grew in the New World but not the or originally in the
yes, or
was
yes, yes, it came to Europe with the Columbian Exchange.
oh okay, so we're not talking about the Romans
Like
anymore. That okay.
you know how the Iroquois had the peace pipe, right?
Yes. That that was a tobacco pipe?
Yeah, what did you think they were smoking?
I
Cannabis? Because cannabis, I'm pretty sure, came from the old world.
Oh, okay. So you were talking about Rome and then you started talking about tobacco and that threw me off. I was like, "Wait a minute. Did they have tobacco?" No. No, alas.
So that's the easy one. Then there's the final one I want to go over. This is the most important one, and this
Okay.
is indeed the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
So people definitely got richer. There are a lot of things that people simply did without in previous days. Iron tools, what is it? Textiles. Textiles was important. People never really went unclothed in the Industrial Revolution. People had, but however, people became significantly less healthy.
Mm.
First of all, you know how people often start consuming very unhealthy stuff as a means of status? In this
Yep.
case, it's bleached flour and sugar,
Bleached flour and sugar. So
white
just
bread.
I was about to say American bread, yet white bread.
Yeah, and of course, in the East, the equivalent is white rice. Oh, white rice is terrible for you.
Man, I I can admit I did not know how bad it was, but it's bleached rice, so I'm not terribly surprised. There's a reason we don't have any of it in the household. Oh dear.
So, um, people's teeth went bad. I mean, why do you think the British are stereotypically have bad teeth? The
Because they
stereotyp
had an industrial revolution before arguably any other country.
Right, and right, while the Spanish were using slaves to mine gold and silver, the British were using them to grow sugar.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So
not great for your teeth either. Not
combine this
exactly.
with combine this with combine this with industrial. Like people worked hard in the old days as farmers, but they worked hard as in factories. But working
Yep.
in factories and mines was an especial kind of toxic. First of
Oh
all,
yes.
like we went over earlier, they didn't get enough sun.
Mm.
Yeah, they didn't get enough of sunlight. They often like hunched their backs over. Um, they often started doing grueling work at a very early age.
Oh yeah. There's a reason so many kids had their hands lopped off at some point in the process, working with machinery or
So,
in mines.
and this is the important part because uh, uh, this period of like terrible lack of
Uh,
health didn't just
one
end
moment,
end.
Dragon Lord. What? Oh, sorry, go on. Dragon Lord was commenting. I was saying one moment. We'll get to you. I promise. I promise. You okay?
Sounds like Cohoba. That's a what is that? Native American smoke.
I
Let me look this up. It's
Cacao
a
in Mexico. Okay. Love white rice. I mean, you
I
may love
see.
it, but it's not. Unfortunately, it's not exactly great for us. Yeah, there's even though, as far as the glycemic index is concerned, whole grains and white grains are not actually that far apart from one another. You're missing out on a lot of the micronutrients that only exist in the unbleached form, the whole grain form. This is true for wheat, and this is true for rice as well.
Yeah, I can show you how to make. I'm planning to actually make a video later on how to make what is it, whole wheat bread as
Oh,
part of a video series on the cooking in RuneScape.
oh, wait, in RuneScape? Oh, dude. Oh, heck yeah. Okay. I will refrain from giving T1 Glistener lore for a bit, but I used to play RuneScape a good bit, and I have some cooking stories. Sorry, go
Yeah,
on. So,
people spend days doing nothing but cooking in the gnome
yep,
stronghold.
that's exactly. I was in that very first. I guess it would have been the very first fort, going back and forth, making fires and cooking on those fires, just back and forth for goodness knows how long, entirely too long. Oh man, good times.
So, yep. So, yeah, I'm currently at the cooking level where I can put scrambled eggs and tomatoes on top of a baked potato with butter.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's something. You are. Unfortunately, that probably puts you in the top half of Americans as far as
I know
cooking
it's level
prowess.
50. It's at level 51.
Oh dear. Level 51. What does that mean? Level 50. You say that. Oh, you mean in RuneScape, not in real life. Oh my goodness. I. You said that I took it as real life, as in you have the cooking prowess too. Never mind.
No, I'm actually quite good. I'm actually quite a good cook in real life.
Well, I will tell you, for me, I am not. I am the kind of person I if it were not for kiddos sitting next to me, I would be perfectly content having, you know, just never cooking anything more than plain pasta or like eating potatoes raw or I have very few wants. What I'm saying is that I don't really care for me. I learned to cook, however, well not learned to, but made myself relearn how to cook because whenever she's over, I actually do want to go out of my way and have meals that she will enjoy. So she does not see the way that I eat when it's just me. I eat like a bachelor. I like eat like a bachelor who has no taste buds. But when she's over, we actually go out and make our own meals. We haven't made a kiddo. We haven't made stir fry in a while, have we?
It's been months.
It's been months. Has it been that long?
Yes.
Ah, we should then. I just remembered that. It's something we used to do all the time. Just go to the
Every
store and
week, if not
every
more.
week. She's telling me, "Yep, that's right."
So
Ah,
Dragon Lord says we had the Spanish grow sugar here. We made rum. Oh yeah, that's actually something I forgot. The concept of dessert. In the West, of course, it's been a while. It's been a while for a long time in the East, in India. But the concept of dessert, having a large amount of sweet foods after meals, that's something that originated in Britain because for most of Western countries, the typical use of sugar was to make rum.
yep, yep. I mean, I wonder why that might be. Rum is too sweet for me. I mean, it is fermented sugar cane. It's fermented. It's too sweet for me, but I can certainly see the appeal. And an anecdote that I like to give about alcohol is that, quick digression, here in the US, there was a time when people would not have survived without alcohol. I don't know if you're familiar with the story of
Well,
Johnny Appleseed, but if you went on the frontier, if you went across the Midwest, you had to worry about not just the usual dangers that exist everywhere in the wild, but you had specifically dysentery, a disease caused by a waterborne bacteria that causes you to dehydrate yourself to death no matter how much you drink, is the gist of it. You know, the game The Oregon Trail, you have died of dysentery. That was, of course, a real thing. Now, you had a few different ways that you could try to uh, keep from getting dysentery. You could dig a well. If you were in a given spot for long enough, you could dig a well. You could boil water, but obviously you can't do that on the move. Or you could ferment. You could make alcohol. And Johnny Appleseed was actually, unlike some other American legends like Paul Bunyan or John Henry, Johnny Appleseed was a real person. He would go around.
I'm aware.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Well, you're sorry. I say it to everyone. Uh,
Yes, Johnny Appleseed was a real person, and the apples he made, the orchards, they were not actually for pies and the like. They were for bitter apples for cider.
right. Exactly. Apples are extremely heterozygous. That means that the offspring can end up quite different from the parents. Even if you know the parents, they can still end up quite different. This is why we graft apple trees when we want to, for example, get a Granny Smith or a Washington Red, etc. We graft the apple trees so that we get clones. Because if we just keep breeding them normally, they can end up quite different, unfortunately. Well, he did not do that. He did not even believe in grafting. It was a technology that they had back then. He himself just didn't like it. I think that the idea is that he thought it was against God's design because he was quite a religious man. But it was enough to be able to make apples sufficient for making cider. And cider means alcohol, and alcohol kills germs. And killing germs means you kill the bacteria that causes dysentery. That's unironically, for a lot more people would have died without it.
Well, yes, that's been the case throughout history. I mean, the Egyptians were known for a very healthy beer that they brewed.
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh, wait, a healthy beer.
Yeah,
Huh.
it was a very rough gruel beer, a
Hmm.
very rough crude beer that contained a large amount of like various micro of those micronutrients from grain.
Oh, okay. Huh. I'm not surprised to hear the Egyptians having an early beer. I think it originated in Mesopotamia, though, right? If I
Yes,
remember
of course.
correctly. Yeah.
At that point, it wasn't really beer. Distilled beer. It was liquid bread, basically. At that
Okay,
point.
fair. That more than fair enough. Hey, what's up? And oh crap. Sorry, CJ. CJ just made it back, and then he's going to go off and do his stream. Oh, thank you, CJ. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Dragonlord says, believe they got the idea of sweets from the Arabs? Huh.
I can see that. I mean, the Arabs brought a lot of things from India um, to and China to Europe.
Hmm.
Remember that the first ones to actually heavily utilize gunpowder were not actually Europeans; they were Middle
Chinese.
Easterners.
Oh, I thought it was the Chinese.
Well, yeah, the Chinese had very primitive, like fire arrows. They had fire arrows and they had like pole guns and the like. But the actual first iron and gun and powder weapon, serious iron and powder weapons were have at least utilized heavily by the gunpowder empires, the Persians, the Ottomans, and the Mughals.
And say that last one again, the Mughals?
The
You mean the
Mughals, the
Mongols, right?
no Mughals. The Mughals were part of the Timurid dynasty.
Oh,
No, the Timurid dynasty. Basically, Babur was his father was a descendant of Timur. His mother was a descendant of Genghis Khan.
yeah.
And after he got kicked out of his home in Uzbekistan by his brothers, he took an army and conquered the Delhi Sultanate in India, and his
Mm.
descendants went on to conquer most of India.
Oh, wow. Which is saying something. That's a huge and diverse place that is geographically not the easiest to traverse. There's a reason that Alexander got bogged down. Well, no, that's not. That's not entirely true. I think, if I remember correctly, after conquering some portion of the subcontinent, his men were going to revolt if he
Yes,
didn't
that is
turn back.
correct.
Okay. Hmm.
Um, no, so anyways, what I was going to say is overcoming that big hit to almost voluntary and systemic hits to human health from the Industrial Revolution, bleached flour, sugar, industrial factory jobs, and eventually like cars and white collar jobs. It
Hmm.
didn't just take technology; it also took a cultural shift. Unions banded together and pushed for better working conditions and shorter work days, and
Amen.
eventually people actively started to push for fitness. Getting a tan started to become a symbol of beauty rather than a
Yes.
symbol of class boorishness.
Hmm. It's funny
So it
that
took a
we had such a huge shift in such a short time on just the I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Go on.
So yeah, the it took a conscious cultural shift to ultimately become healthy again and achieve like the I don't know the levels of health that of health intellectual and physical standards before the rise of the internet.
Yeah. There was a time, and there still is a time, health and fitness is seen as a luxury rather than just a baseline. It's not something that if you have the time to go out and walk 6 miles a day, then that's because you have nothing else to do in your life. Whereas that was the standard for our hunter-gatherer and even early agricultural ancestors. A fun little thing that I learned just a couple days ago is that very early in human agriculture, it was still so walking intensive. You would walk about as much as one of our hunter-gatherer ancestors did because because of farming being quite a bit less efficient and needing more space to grow the same amount of food as you would later. Plus, we didn't have as much for I was about to say automation. We had agriculture well before we had animal husbandry. You wouldn't have had oxen to plow your fields, etc. Dragon
Good
Lord
old
said,
days when being overweight was a sign of nobility.
"Yep,
Exactly.
King Henry the eighth, eighth.
Yeah, Henry VIII was notably fat.
Yes, very much so. Yeah.
I mean, it's funny. I believe Tiberius a while back was talking about how he kept on changing wives, trying to have a son when reality it was his fault. I don't know the entire truth of that. That would require a bit more anthropology, but yes, it is true that men are possibly equally responsible for fertility as women are.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, there is without getting into the nitty-gritty of it, everything from the environment in which they swim to the actual health of the cells themselves in that environment uh, can be somewhat shaped by a man's physical health. Now, I was under the impression, though, that Tiberius is pretty fit. Now, I don't know what he looks like, but
Well,
given his
obviously, he's in the
line of work,
military.
yeah, given his line of work, I would assume, well, I would assume more so than I. I run, but that's really the only, ah, mm, just about the only exercise that I actually do these days. I will say one little thing that people can do, just something that you can add today to your to get healthier. If you're going to take a shower, obviously you're going to wash off whatever sweat gets on you. So any workout that you do right before you shower, you're about to remove the effect of it. So I like to do push-ups and sit-ups before I take a shower, just as not cost-free, but all it costs me is time. I'm about to wipe the sweat off anyway, wash the sweat off anyway. It, it's a nice little habit to get into. Oh,
I can,
you
yeah, that totally makes sense. Did I tell you that I actually started the momentum towards
hold
working
on one
out
second.
by
Um, sorry. Real life stuff. All right. My apologies. What were you about to say?
The momentum I had to working out was actually starting by lifting weights while playing RuneScape.
Oh, that's a good thing to do while you're waiting uh for an activity to finish. That makes
Yes.
good sense. Yeah. I like that's smart. Or
So
or
I
any
just
game that
started.
has an energy system like that. That's probably a good habit to get into.
Yeah, so I started lifting weights while playing RuneScape. Then gradually I moved towards calf raises. Those are like a very low barrier to entry activity.
Okay.
Calf raises, I especially recommend to anyone because they build the lower leg support you need to run.
That's true. Okay.
Then I moved to crunches, and then I moved to squats, and now, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty fit. I'm pretty fit. I have a lot of belly fat, so I don't look like it, but um, yeah.
Good on you, man. Good on you. You're going to turn into there's a programmer, a coder for not for the N64. How would you say? It's a Kaze Emanuar. He makes a lot of ROM hacks for N64 games, especially Super Mario 64. Dude is swole. When he was faceless for the longest time. When he finally did a reveal, he looks like a well, he is a weightlifter. You're going to end up being that guy. I don't know that you should ever, you're a VTuber. Maybe you don't want to ever show yourself on camera, but
Actually, I am planning to do it eventually.
oh, heck yeah. We will get to see what
So,
Zos is reincarnated into.
so I will say though that one of the most essential part of health is a good sleep routine.
Yes.
Like I was pretty boned for a while I had my old job because it was a remote work night shift.
Ooh, yeah, that's a heck of a combination for your sleep schedule.
So yeah, it was very bad for my mental health too. I ended up in
Mm.
order to deal with a bit of event, but in order to deal with depression, I would order Uber Eats.
Oh no.
My
Oh,
favorite thing to order would be a Jack in the Box munchie meal.
I don't know. That's their combo meal, right?
Yes.
Oh boy. I mean, you already know. I don't have to say anything. You already know that isn't great for you, though.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, fast food, especially for people with ADHD, is like medication. And medication, and a lot of the medication people like me have to take is already pretty crap for you. Um, but yeah, but now I have this new job, and suddenly I'm able to stay awake in the day and sleep at night and build a routine. And yeah, I'm already able to eat healthier. I'm able to exercise. Um, Sleep is good sleep is one of the most important things you can have.
Yes. Now, can I ask you something real quick? So something you actually just mentioned that fast food for people with you said ADHD is like medicine? I don't
Yes.
have ADHD, so I'm afraid I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
People with ADHD often struggle with dopamine deficiencies, meaning that um, quite often they feel like just, I don't know, low and low. That's essentially what depression is. You have a low of dopamine and a low of brain chemicals to the point that you see everything in a more negative light.
Okay. For anyone that doesn't know what that is, dopamine is a reward chemical. It's pretty much the reward chemical. Whenever you do something that your body is incentivized to reward you for, you get a hit of dopamine. It's released in your brain and picked up by receptors that that pick them up. And it gives you good feeling. And this happens on everything from, you know, making having food to other pleasurable activities to even something like gambling. And of course, certain medicines will mimic the effect of dopamine, which can make them especially addictive. I mean, I know
Exactly.
you know that, but I say that for the audience.
Yes.
Sorry.
So um It's very easy for autistic people. No, I have ADHD, and it's a deadly combo.
Oh, autism and ADHD. Oh,
Yes,
that's an interesting combination. Behaviorally, sometimes those pull in opposite directions.
yes, they do. So I have special interests, but I find it very difficult to focus on them. Because of
Well,
that, there are not that many things that can give me a sustained like high of dopamine.
hmm.
One of the easiest things historically for me was gambling, and by gambling I mean
Mm.
gambling on emotions, and by gambling on
Oh.
emotions I mean League of Legends.
Yeah. I had to mute the mic for that one. That was she's looking at me so strangely. I don't blame her. Uh, okay.
Keep your
I
child
did
away from League of Legends.
not even once. Not even once.
But yeah, in the absence of a major like addiction, um, unfortunately, fast food was the way I medicated myself. I
Hmm.
like that. I'm a bit more hopeful now because of my new routine,
Good, good. Man, though.
and
Yeah?
yeah, but I would seriously recommend to anyone who wants to get good sleep, don't once again disconnect from tech, especially before
Yes.
you sleep. Read in bed.
Yes. This is a PSA that I've given on a different stream before. I am an actual insomniac, as in like a diagnosed insomniac. I am. This is very much do as I say, not as I do. If your doctor prescribes you medicine, you should probably take it. I am not, because there is no. The medicine that we have doesn't cure insomnia, it just treats it. And theoretically, you could be on that for the rest of your life. So I am trying as best I can to work on it behaviorally. And of course, part of that is making sure technology is off at night. Now, I don't always succeed at that. I often do not succeed at that, but that's at least the goal. Um, and making sure the lights are off, just get myself something, switch to decaf at a certain point in the day, that sort of thing. The kinds of things that you are supposed to do to make it. When you're an insomniac, what's happening is that you have a chemical imbalance that makes it difficult for you to go to sleep. And so you have to do as much as you can to not exacerbate that. Functionally, what's happening is it's it's obviously not entirely behavioral. It's like ADHD. There's something chemical going on. It manifests in behaviors, but the source of it is chemical. So the medicine is supposed to help with that, but it doesn't cure it. It just treats it. And I still probably should be on medicine though. And the reason is because, if I don't get enough sleep, I am still going to suffer complications like heart issues, for example, or, anything that happens normally from not getting enough sleep. I don't want to be in a car accident because I didn't get enough sleep the night before.
Oh yeah, I believe MythBusters did an episode on that being driving while sleepy is more dangerous than driving while being drunk.
More dangerous is when they
Yes,
said, I'm sure that depends on how little sleep versus how much alcohol. Because I would imagine that alcohol probably escalates more quickly. I would
that is
think.
true.
Hmm. I don't know though. Um, Neither one is safe. Neither one. Do not test this yourselves, please. Oh wait,
But
I've heard of.
yeah,
Oh,
I
sorry.
would
Go on.
recommend people read paperback books for that sake and the sake of focus also to get away from
Yes.
that blue light. Um, Not just that, to preserve media. Like I actually bought recently a ordered a volume of this manga called Claymore.
Oh, I know Claymore. Oh, you were in for a time.
I know it's like The Witcher, but with women.
That's a heck of a way of putting it. He's not wrong though. He's not wrong, folks. There's your recommendation to go read. I was about to say watch to read Claymore. I don't even know if you
So yeah,
can. Oh, sorry.
so yeah. Did you know that there's no? Oh, I might have checked this. No, I don't believe there is actually any. I don't believe there's as far there's no clear place to legally watch Claymore in the West because it was removed from Crunchyroll.
Oh, see, I was actually doubting myself as to whether there even was an anime adaptation or not. There may very
Yes,
well
there
not be
is.
then. If it's not on
Yes, there
Crunchyroll,
is.
if it hasn't
There
been.
are actually there are actually quite a few series that actually cannot be streamed in legally streamed in the West because the licensing rights aren't there. Like for example, the entire Higurashi original Higurashi series
Oh,
used to be streamable on High Dive, but it just disappeared. It's not it can't be
hmm.
streamed in America at least. I think it can be streamed in like some parts of Southeast Asia, like in the Indonesia.
Oh my. That is a tear-jerking series. For anyone that doesn't know, that has it was a game, it was a light novel first. The TV show is I haven't read if there's a manga for it, I haven't read it. And I only have part of the light novel because it comes in installments. It comes in chapters, and I don't have all the chapters.
Wait, are you talking about
But
light novel or visual novel?
oh, sorry, visual novel. My apologies, visual novel. It's on Steam. It exists on
Oh yeah,
Steam. Yeah.
so Stephen King books. I've actually read only one Stephen King book, which is what is it? The girl who loved Tom Gordon.
Oh, if you're going to have just one, well, what'd you think about it? Because I haven't read that one yet.
Um, it's a no, it's a novel by about a girl who gets lost in the woods and hallucinates that she's being accompanied by Tom Gordon, a baseball player.
Hmm. The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon. Okay. Should I add, would you recommend it? I guess is.
I mean, if I can read through the whole thing with my attention span, then yes, I would recommend it.
Oh, that is when you put it that way, that is a uh, resoundingly good review. Let's see.
Yeah, otherwise, right now I'm catching up on Japanese light novels. I'm currently reading through the Monogatari series.
Oh, okay. Oh, and Dragon Lord, I am sorry, I missed a bunch of stuff. Workout before taking a shower because I do have to keep myself active because blood pressure. Well, it's a good thing you're doing that then. That is what I've taken to doing, working out before a shower. So I'm glad that you are as well. Uh, I hope that you and I spoke. Um, Dragon Lord is from the Dominican Republic, and it's not the richest country in the world. You won't have the same availability of healthy foods that we have in the US, for example. And I understand the cost of living is relatively more expensive. What do you call it? The ratio of the cost of living to the standard of living? Yeah.
Is that how? Is that what it is? I mean,
So,
the thing is, food in um, America has uniquely unhealthy food.
yes.
It's not that the food. It's not that healthy food isn't available. It's just that unhealthy food is so available.
Yes. We subsidize our unhealthy foods. We subsidize, part of the reason we have so much high fructose corn syrup is because we subsidize the production of corn and other crops, but corn is a big one. We subsidize beet production as well, fun fact.
I mean, I
W-
live in California,
Yeah,
so I
that's
can.
true.
So yeah, we grow California, which famously grows rice, almonds, and raises beef in the desert.
Yeah, it is a modern miracle. I was reminded by a friend of mine. We were having a conversation about South Africa. Well, in the U.S., when colonists, our settlers came over, sometimes we would try to coexist with the natives, but where we didn't, we were basically taking land that was occupied by the Native Americans that existed here. Where I live, that would be the Creek, the Cherokee, etc. Well, in South Africa, for a lot of that land, it was unoccupied by anyone until the settlers came over because the land was uninhabitable without modern technology. For example, if you didn't get enough water to an area, you couldn't grow crops, you couldn't even drink. And so you would need modern well drilling, you would need modern irrigation in order to be able to live there at all. It was a different kind of um,
Yeah,
yeah,
and
and
who
as a
better to
result,
reclaim that and who better to reclaim that land than the Dutch?
yeah, you are that that is very true. The when so much of your country is below sea level, it's also sort of a breadbasket for Europe. That is, I didn't put two and two together on that. You made my day, man. You made my day with that, Zoss.
But reminder to everyone that Europeans in California did much worse to the
Ooh,
natives.
ooh.
So basically, the first people to come to Europeans to come to California were the Spanish, and the Spanish were of course coming to convert the natives.
Oh, of course.
However, the I don't know, the front runner of the conversion effort was this man named Junipero Serra, who was declared a saint recently, in
Oh,
2015, I believe. So what he did was he believed that the natives were like children,
uh,
no, were like children, and they needed to be, I don't know, raised like by the Franciscans like their like parents, and like parents give them corporal punishment. The
oh
result was
no.
basically if you were a native and you converted, you were taken into one of the missions and you were not allowed to leave.
And if you didn't, you were
Uh,
killed, right?
if you did, you'd be beaten and brought back and dragged back.
Oh, I mean, if you didn't convert, you were executed, I imagine.
Quite well. I mean, quite often a lot of natives were converted without knowing that they would be interned in the missions. Others
Oh,
were others had to enter the missions because a lot of their land was overgrazed.
so they were
Is
suddenly reliant
and their
on the
forests
Europeans.
and their forests were cut down. So basically, it wasn't as bad as it was for the what is it, African slaves in on the East Coast. For instance, they worked 36 hours a week, 6 hours a day for 6 days of the week. But if they refused to work, they were beaten.
Mm, okay. I see a bit of a theme here.
And of course, there was the disease. Of course,
Of
the
course.
no, because So yeah, by the time like a large percentage of the natives, no, the natives such as the Ohlone tribe near my area are died out to the point that the Ohlone tribe isn't even considered a scheduled tribe because there's so few of them left.
Oh, man, that's sad. On an existential, almost primal level, that's sad. Hmm. I wonder
But
how much we still have preserved, say, of their language, for example, or their culture. I wonder how much of that was able to be preserved and how much is just lost to time.
I mean, remember that these people were interned in the missions
Yeah.
and were probably discouraged from speaking their original language.
Oh, I'm sure that you're right. That's a, a story that we see in our northern neighbor as well. I didn't actually know that that was done in California, though. Mm.
So yeah, the California missions
Ooh,
was
ooh, ooh.
a
You're good. You're good. That's wet. That's wet paint still. Do these first, please. You didn't know. You're fine. Okay, sorry. You can go on. Sorry, I was talking to Kiddo real quick.
anyways, I think anyways, like I said, the goal was initially the goal was initially to convert the natives, and eventually it became something else.
Yeah, I I get that impression, unfortunately. Mm, man. Oh, so we were. I'm trying to change the topic to something a little bit less dark. Uh, was there anything else that you wanted to go over about health? We were talking about improving one's diet, improving the amount by which one exercises.
What I would recommend is what I would recommend is I know a lot of people are picky eaters. So as an autistic person, maybe this is maybe this is a little stereotypical, but eat one thing regularly
Yep.
if you want to stay healthy. Um, One thing I often do is as a comfort food is basically just have a bowl of raisins and nuts. Like I like pecans and salt them.
Okay.
Um, Another thing I'll have is just refried beans. I don't even
Oh,
have them when they carbs. I just have the beans,
yeah, I
bean
do that too
paste.
sometimes. Do not be like me. Do not be the kind of person, if you have a hard time, if you're a picky eater, do not cold turkey anything that has taste and just have uncooked food and one food for the rest of your life. Not everyone can do that. I can
Oh,
do that
definitely
because
not.
I have I, I, I don't, I don't know. I guess I just don't have that much of a preference for. I am willing to put taste aside for the sake of nutrition. Most people are not like that. I guess what I'm saying is that I basically don't care. It isn't a hardship for me. For most people that are used to having that variety in food and are used to a greater level of sweetness, that will be a hardship to just make yourself drop it all together like that. So don't be like me.
It requires you to ultimately be able to find comfort somewhere else other than food.
Right. That's a good way of putting it. And that is something that we probably should be doing more anyway. We were talking about reading earlier. Reading is an intellectually stimulating pleasure that does genuinely improve the what would you say, the lifespan of your cognitive health. Oh, Dragon, I have missed so many of your messages. My apologies. So you were saying healthy food we import from the U.S. and Spain. Since it's imported, it's more expensive. Oh, okay, that's fair enough. I guess that's what I should have said. It exists, but it's more expensive. We were talking about the cost of living relative to the standard of living being higher. Things like eggs, that sort of thing you can produce locally, it's cheap. Cheese is expensive because taxes. The government taxes cheese. Oh,
Oh,
that's all kinds of fun.
the opposite of America.
Right. Oh dear. Oh dear. Taxing cheese. Now, imported cheese or just cheese in general? Why? I I I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm about to get a lesson in Dominican economics here in just a quick moment. The ones we
So
had
the
here.
kind
Oh, sorry.
I know we're not we shouldn't be talking about more dark stuff, but the Tinos uh, look into that and you'll eventually see why we eventually replaced Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day.
Oh, believe it or not, oh wait, you mean nationally? I was about to say I think where I live we still celebrate Columbus Day, but maybe on a federal level maybe it was changed and I just missed the memo
Well,
on it.
I know a number of states did, but yeah, remember
Ah,
Columbus was such a maniac.
yep,
Even his own contemporaries were horrified.
yep, yep. That's unfortunately that is true. Hmm. Now I will say we have. Oh yes, one sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to mute the mic for just a quick sec. All right.
Because those taxes were meant for beer, but the lobby managed to convince the government to put the tax on milk products. My feeling when I'm so drunk, when I'm so drunk, I put a tax on the wrong good.
Oh dear. Oh no. Jeez. Oh my goodness. I don't know, something like that. That sounds like a Simpsons episode. Watch it actually be a Simpsons episode. Oh, Duff. Let's see. I'm back. I had a quick little conversation with Kiddo about one of the kids in the neighborhood being over and having a question. She is going to be. I didn't give her the answer. I didn't tell her what to do. I'm letting her decide what she thinks is best in this case. Try to give her more independence. She's going to be in a spot where she'll need it regardless, so better to give her little bits of it in a controlled environment like this, where the stakes are fairly low. It's talking about what to do with a gift, so very low stakes.
I see. Dragonlord says we have a statue of Queen Elizabeth. Interesting. Queen Elizabeth is one of the biggest what is it? One of the biggest defenders of Protestantism. Like, remember, she defeated the under her Sir Francis Drake defeated the Spanish Armada.
Oh, go figure
I,
then. Oh,
I remember seeing what is it? An old movie about Elizabeth. Um, I remember when her sister Mary Tudor is dying. She says, "Please, please, you must promise me. You must do whatever it takes to defend." Oh, different Elizabeth.
wait, not the, oh, so when you said Queen Elizabeth, I thought you meant the first. Is this the uh more recent Queen Elizabeth?
It's probably a different, not. It's not a different, and it's probably not the first Elizabeth because again, the first Elizabeth defended the Anglican Protestantism against Catholicism.
I so
So
this would
probably a
be
different Elizabeth.
yeah. Well, I mean we did that was the name of
Wait,
the late
was
queen,
there?
right? Elizabeth II was the late queen that just passed away in
Oh, in that
22, I
case,
think.
oh, the Elizabeth of Spain.
Um, Queen of Spain. I don't remember it, Elizabeth of Spain. I You might have better knowledge on that than
Well,
I.
oh, I just looked her up. She also has a Elizabethan collar.
Oh, huh. I was about to say it's a small world after all. Elizabethan collar.
Wait, the one who gave the ships to Columbus. Oh, you're that. We don't call her
Oh,
Elizabeth. We call her Isabella.
that's right. Yeah, that's how I only learned. That's how I learned it at least. Hmm. Okay. Well, today I learned something new. Well, a few things new.
Yeah, I
To
mean,
the conversation about.
was
Oh, yep. You first.
I was talking about the Elizabeth movie where her sister Mary Tudor says, "Promise me you will defend the Catholic faith, defend the legacy of the Virgin Mary." And um, Elizabeth says, "I promise to follow my conscience."
Ah. Okay, that does sound
And
like a movie quote.
later on, she says another movie quote at the end where she says, "I declare I am married to England."
Yeah, the Virgin Queen for a reason. She's married to. So Dragonlord says that's how you say it in Spanish? That's interesting because at least maybe this is just American English, but at least I think in English we treat Elizabeth and Isabella as two different names. Etymologically, I think most people don't know that they're related to one another.
I didn't.
Hmm.
I mean, I knew some strange things about unusual things about um God what was it Spanish names, and like for example Rodrigo and and Ricardo probably were brought to the Spain by the Visigoths. The names Roderick and Recared.
Okay.
Also,
Yeah.
one of
It,
the archaic version of Richard.
I'm sorry, your mic cut out for just a moment. You said also, and then it went out for a couple seconds.
Recared is the archaic version of Richard.
Archaic. Okay. Oh, okay. Translate the monarchical
Yeah,
names for some reason. Oh, huh.
yeah. A lot of modern European names can be translated can originate from either Germanic or Latin. For example, Charlemagne is a shortening of Carolus Magnus.
Careless Wow. I
Yeah,
mean, both sound pretty epic, but
Charles comes from the Latin Carolus.
do you know what that means by chance? I used to.
No, I don't. I don't know the explicit meanings of Latin names. I know Claudius means crippled.
Hmm. What a imagine giving that name to your child. You'd better have a really dang good reason, or they're putting you in the nursing home. I mean, no. Oh,
Well, it could also mean scarred.
huh. Oh, okay. At least that one could have a more noble meaning to it, I suppose. I don't know. That's the modern conception of naming kids. You wouldn't have necessarily cared in the same way back then, I suppose. Not necessarily. I don't know if I ever told you, but sorry, little side note. When we were naming my kid, who is sitting next to me and is about to blush, uh, her mom wanted a name that was short and fun and cute and bouncy. And I wanted something long and formal and beautiful, because of course I did. So we ended up going with a long, formal, beautiful name that can be shortened to something short, fun, cute, and bouncy. Tried to compromise where both of us would get our way. And so even
Your
back when
wife
her
call
mom and
her?
I, what's up?
Does your wife call her Eva?
Yes, she does. I was about to say, even back when she and I were together, she would still call her Eva, and I would say Evangeline. So that one isn't a matter of, divorce or not divorce. Even back when we were together, she called her by the name that she preferred, and I called her by the name that I preferred. Of course, at that time, she was too young to even understand, but, it's a neat little bit of T1 Glistener lore over here.
I don't know what the I don't know what the short form of Zosimus is. I mean, supposedly a nickname for anyone with the name and whose name ends with us is just removing the us. Like Brutus becomes Brute.
Et tu, Brute?
That's why it's funny. There's an emperor named Didius Julianus. So Didius's nickname would indeed have been Diddy.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Did he? No. No, did he happen to go to an island by chance? Even my kid recognizes that name. Oh no, it's
No,
Jover.
no, he was so rich, he actually bought the title of Roman emperor. Basically, the previous emperor was killed by the Praetorian Guard, who proceeded
Uh,
to sell the title of emperor to him.
oh my goodness. Man, I'm not entirely sure that I would be keen on joining a government where the guard just murdered its previous ruler. I'm not so sure that I would feel all that safe. There might be a sword of Damocles or 20 hanging over me. Maybe. Oh dear goodness. And before Tybros spawns in a chat to talk about the similarities between the Praetorian Guard and the Custodians from 40K.
The custodians have never killed their emperor and sold the
No,
Golden Throne, though.
no, they have not. I know I can hear it coming from a mile away. Do you happen to play or, I don't know, have gotten deep into the lore for 40K by chance?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I
I used to collect and play Space Wolves.
Oh, Space Wolves. Okay, that's pretty awesome. The manliest faction of all. And yet, I say that Evangeline actually likes them as well. Maybe not quite for that same reason, but uh, let's see. It's probably for the dogs. If I had to guess, it's probably for the dogs. Uh,
Yeah, at one point they had these weapons called when they got their, I believe, seventh edition codex. They got these weapons called, I believe, like frostbite weapons. That could potentially insta kill. That could potentially insta kill enemies by freezing them to absolute zero.
Dang. Okay, so they turn into Mr. Freeze. I like. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just be all disenchanting like that. They turn them into Mr. Freeze. I
They
have.
got
Yeah,
yeah, and of course we can't forget about Murderfang.
that's an actual name of a character.
Yep,
Murderfang.
Murderfang. He is a Wolfen dreadnought.
That is the most Space Wolf name that anyone could possibly come up with, and I love it. Space
Dragonlord
Wolf
says,
is
I
a.
prefer salamanders for no reason whatsoever. I mean, salamanders are like the nicest space marine in
Yeah,
Legion.
they are. They're the humanity still comes first faction, I suppose.
Right. Well, space wolves are a close second.
Yes. The reason I bring 40k up is that I actually have custodians. They're not built enough to where I could actually field them just yet. As you can tell from all the tower painting, we have different priorities right now. But that's I at least have them. It is. uh, I they don't have as much lore as you might imagine for a faction that's been around since the 30k era or before that. Only T1 knows the reason. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the whole and then they burned the Eldar? Uh, No. No. Or is it the Sakon because Sakon D's there's a salamander from one of the Warhammer web series. His name is Sakon, so he gets to be the all the Ligma jokes go to him.
Mm.
You know. Ha
Yeah, it's a
ha.
nice name, kind of like Honored Solaka.
I'm not
Nice name
sick, I
for a not so
promise.
nice. You know who the you know who I'm referring to, right?
Honors Salaka. I do not. I just
The
I
honored, okay, so Honored Solaka is a name, is the full name, I believe, of or at least the basis of the name of this character named Hanso, an Iron Warrior named Hanso.
okay. Oh.
He okay, you know what? You can look up what exactly he did later, later
Oh.
in the Ultramarines omnibus.
Oh
He
dear.
is the reason why having a series of children's books in 40k make
Uh
absolutely no sense.
yeah, no oh, that sounds like a terrible idea. That sounds like an awful idea. What's up, Toro? Loves Animal Crossing. Bob and Punchy. I know Bob from Animal Crossing. I don't remember Punchy, but Bob was my favorite neighbor from the GameCube, the N64 one. So you're in good company over here. Good to see you. And Dragon Lore's right. Something something dragons. They do have a dragon naming theme, so yeah, fair enough. Dragon Lord is naturally going to be keen on the faction with dragons in it.
Not the Chaos Space Marines, because everyone was going nuts when the Helldrakes first came out. Like they were, because when Flyers first came out, nobody really knew how to deal with them
Mm.
because not enough people had anti-air weapons. And Space Wolves didn't even, not only didn't have anti-air flyers, they didn't have flak missiles. Their missile launchers initially didn't get flak missiles.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, dang. So what's the adaptation? Just it's 7th edition, so you bring detachments to help you out?
I guess, yeah.
Hmm. Fair enough.
Sixth and seventh edition were fuck.
Uh, it's fine. It's fine. You're good. You're
Sixth and
good.
seventh edition were memes.
Yes, but unironically, yes. Oh dear goodness. 8th edition is when I got started, and of course I didn't have anything but Tau back then. Did you hear the clip from Tushan and the Marine Malevolent? Oh, did you send it over to me? I did not. I'm sorry. I'd pick the Alpha Legion if I had to play Chaos, but they don't have a codex. So it would be a general Chaos Marine list then I suppose. There's a guy over at my local game store that runs just Chaos Demons generally, not any particular chapter for them, Death Guard or whatnot. Just demons as a whole. I didn't actually know that that was a separate faction that you could run. I learned something new. Hmm, We are we are booking it. Uh, Kiddo, I'm hurrying, but I'm not sure we're going to be. I don't know if we're going to get all of these done in time. Yeah, she's already yawning.
I will let you speed up. I need to go have my meal of raw vegetables
Oh yeah, well,
because I'm
best do.
dieting.
Oh, what is it if you don't mind? I mean, raw vegetables, but more specifically than that, what do you have?
Cucumbers and bell peppers.
Oh, okay, that sounds good. It sounds like a snack, but that sounds good.
Well, yeah, I'm dieting. I'm trying to go without calories for a while.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. That make you just said that. All right. I'm sorry. I think I must have misheard it as dying and, like dying from hunger. I need to go eat. I don't know how my brain stretched
Anyways,
that.
I will see you later. Thank you so much for having me.
You are welcome anytime, my friend. Feel free to come on over, and I do actually enjoy, if you couldn't tell from the digressions and the side notes, I do enjoy having you over and getting to talk with you about stuff like
Of
this all
course,
over the
I
place.
I, I enjoy being here too. You know a lot more than I thought.
I try. I do. I am a nerd as well. I like to think of myself as the most extroverted nerd in our group. Let me go and plug your well, it's either me or it's Kara. It's funny how different we are from each other. Here, I'm going to go plug your channel really quickly. If you would, I'm going to pin this in the chat. So it's let me not. All right, here we go. Zos's. I'm just going to say Zosimus. There we go. Channel. Please go sub. There we go. So it's over in our handy dandy little chat. You should absolutely go sub to Zos if you haven't already, please. When he gets enough subscribers, he can start getting super chats and he can start redirecting people.
Yeah, that's a dream, but and stranger things have happened.
Oh, fair enough. I wish I could redirect into you more, but our hours often don't line up with one another.
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyways, I'll see you later.
hey, take care. You the man. I'll see you next time.
See you.
Ooh. Oh, Kiddo says bye. Ooh. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. There we go. I'm not sure that he quite heard that. Oop, there we are. He's a cool dude. Zos is a cool dude. If you weren't already subscribed to him, I would really appreciate it if you would just click over on the link and just click the subscribe button. Even if you never watch a single video from him, and you should, he's interesting. In case that conversation didn't make it clear, he's interesting. Just simply by virtue of having more subscribers, it'll give him some channel features that he would, I'm sure, appreciate. So if you would, I would really appreciate that. It would be doing me a favor too. Hey, now I am doing my dead level best. I'm trying to hurry. Right now, I am taking my own advice and only working on the antennae for these, so that, we actually can get them done in time. I also don't know what all is going to end up being white on these models. I will have to look over their colors again and figure it out. But for right now, I don't know, as the headset keeps falling down my face. That would be less than ideal. Ooh, I hear little Miss Yanni over there. Even despite the nap earlier, she got a 2.5 hour nap. It has nevertheless been a very tiring week for her. I mentioned the test she had earlier. She had them for 6 days out of the last 2 weeks, and remember, this week isn't even over yet. We're not even halfway through this week. So she has tuckered herself out. Understandably. Done? Oh, just watch out. That one needs to dry first. Just be careful. Oh, man. Honey, I hate to say it, but you might not be able to stay up to help out with all of these. Oh, you're sure you're good?
At least for 8 minutes.
Uh, she said at least for 8 minutes, which would put her to 9 o'clock. I did say she had a 2.5 hour nap, which you'd think would give her the time to be able to stay up longer and help, but one, sleep is important, we were talking about, and two, you were just yawning really, really loudly. Now she's making herself do it because she's silly. My kiddo is silly. I wonder where she got that from. Couldn't be. I have no idea, Dragon Lord. Could be anywhere. She could have gotten it from anywhere and anyone. Could be any. She's over here holding back a smile.
I don't know.
She says, "Huh? I don't know." Okay, she's about 20 octaves higher than I am, but you get the idea. Uh, it was fun. Hey, I'm glad. Hey, Zoss, you got someone that agrees. Also, I'd pick Alpha Legion something something Hydra Serpent, but something something draconic enough. Dang. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. More than fair. So, do they not have a codex for current edition, or just period? In other words, have they ever had a codex? I don't know anything about the Alpha Legion from a gameplay standpoint. So, you know, you, what you got? I was going to make a terrible, terrible financial decision, by the way. I elected not to. So I am not monetarily supporting Games Workshop right now. I mentioned earlier that Warsenal is not buying any more Warhammer stuff. So if I get something from them, it's not going to contribute to further sales for Games Workshop. Cool, well and good. They have some Eldar stuff. I currently own a grand total of 0 Eldar models. It is not enough for me to make an army. I need to not buy that. And yet, and yet,
Uh-oh.
and she says, uh-oh. In all seriousness, I'm not going to do it. The concern is that if I don't get it, someone else will get it first, and it's limited, so, you know. But, I could just not get it and then not have to worry about it. When someone else buys it, that takes care of the issue itself. Yay! Unfortunately, she is exactly on pace with me, which is to say, every model that I finish, she can work on immediately.
Hee hee.
Yeah, she's so cute. But she has contributed quite a bit over here, in case it weren't abundantly clear.
Yay.
Oh, oh, you do. You have the lid on. Hey, she read my mind. Sorry?
Can I show them the tray?
Oh, she said, can I show them the tray? Let me finish this, please, if you would. I am lean forward. It's actually not as uncomfortable of a position to be in long term as I thought. My neck is fairly straight, which is good because I've previously done this in such a way that my neck decided it wanted to turn into a pretzel. I'm making her laugh again.
How?
How?
How does your neck turn into a pretzel?
Like this. You can imagine, kiddo, how this would be uncomfortable after a while.
Yes, but it's also easier to do your models with.
It is. Yeah, she said it's easier to do your models with. Yes, but it's not sustainable. And it also just literal neck pain. Literal pain in the neck. My back! Also probably pain in the back. Why is everyone stabbing me in the back? Because it's easy and does a lot of damage. You couldn't hear, but she was saying that right along with me. I have raised my kid well. She knows happy souls. Perfect. Perfect. As far as I know, they don't have just homebrew stuff. You know about some genes called the T1 gene stinner increases the stat of dorkiness. No, yes. Yes, totally. Okay. No, there we are. Let me show off the tray really quickly. These are not all of the ones that she has done, because some of them are on the metal tray behind me. Nothing, everything's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where is... We're missing... there's the last Crisis suit. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Yeah, this is a good... a good bit. This is a decent chunk of change. I am going to. We should probably finish the stealth suits and then start counting. Uh, probably. Ooh, she is having a time of it over here. Money, money, monies. Here's the Michael Jackson one. That's leaning way forward. Yes, this is the actual. She went over there. Can you hear a bit of her voice coming through the mic? Yes, perfect, excellent. Oh, he can hear that you're speaking. That I don't know that that means that he can hear what you're saying. She's doing it again. She's doing it again. Mom, she's doing it again. She just quoted Phineas and Ferb. Oh my goodness. What am I going to do with you, kiddo? What am I going to do with you? Love you forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. She's staring at me. And ever. Alright. You love me. She said, yes, I do. 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. Oh my. There's a YouTube channel called Kurzgesagt in a nutshell, and it is a I don't know an educational channel featuring high quality animations and a very British narrator, who because it has to do with science, you'll often get silly little bits where they're saying, you know, this number is extremely small, 0.0000001. So looking at our galaxy's extent of the observable universe, it's 0.000. Anyway, someone made a compilation of all the times that they say zero across their videos. Yeah, it's a lot. It goes on for I want to say 3 minutes of just the letter zero. Or not letter, just the word zero, the number zero. I had word or number would have worked, and I said letter. Oh dear. Hope if I ever have a daughter, she likes game stuff. I I hope you rub off onto her. In all likelihood, right? Be fun to paint minis, play video games, do a bit of programming with. She does two of those. I know that she and I have talked about getting her into coding classes. One of our neighbors does. She said she's over here giving me the no, 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 no. It would be good. It would be good to have that skill. It's certainly something, kiddo, that I wish that I had. I certainly wish that I had gone through it. Why don't I take classes? I mean, I would like to as well. Once I get around to uh, stuff I'm not going to say on camera, once I get around to stuff I'm not going to say on camera, then I probably, well, okay, the higher priority needs to be getting better than intermediately fluent in Spanish. So that has to be just by virtue of where we live, you know, there's a lot of Spanish speakers. I really need to get better at that first. Maybe she can make her own Discord bot. Please, anything is better than what we have. Stream Elements, I'm sorry, you're cool. Nah, Stream Elements is cool. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, learn how to code to help me have a better Discord bot. No. No. Something slightly less selfish than that. Like roll dice. It's fun to make commands and ask the. Oh, that's true. That's true. I have seen fun little games you can play with the bot commands like rock, paper, scissors. That's always fun. That's always neat. Neat! She just quoted Marge Simpson over there. I love her.
So did you.
I did. I did in fact quote. She said, "So did you." Yes, you know what? She's definitely right. She's definitely right, and she's not wrong. Oh my. Done, done, and Dunmer. Domer. I was saying Dunmer like the Elder Scrolls race, and she said Domer like Lisa Simpson, baby Lisa Simpson trying to pronounce Homer's name. Uh, can you tell we might have watched a lot of that? In fact, just this week we've seen 4 episodes of The Simpsons.
Really? Four?
Yeah, three and then one. Hmm. Obviously, we couldn't watch too much during testing week because testing. Oh, you be careful, love. I just next time you do that, it might be a good idea to move that on the other side first, just to be on the safe side. One thing that you oh, what are we doing?
I moved it.
Oh, I mean, what are you doing? Oh, you can't see, but she's hugging me. Honey, I appreciate that very much, but pushing down on my back while I'm painting could make me get into an area I'm not supposed to. So I appreciate it, but not right this moment. What you can do if you like, you saw how I moved the crisis suits here? If you can put the breakers into this line right here, that would be helpful. The ones running around with the shotguns on the tray over there, love. Careful, don't. Oh, honey, I'd rather you walk over there and not risk getting on the models. All right, the ones with the shotguns. Yeah, those. That's correct. The one that looks like their leader goes on the side facing you, the right side. The leader is good. The leader is great. There we go. Even hearing half the conversation, you can probably tell we're having a good old time. Oh, I wasn't talking to you, kiddo. You probably too. Well, I guess you're hearing the whole conversation. You'll go far. Hmm. Server to play the TRPG kind of. Oh, did a bot once based on Guild Girl from Goblin Slayer. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. I we might want to limit how much we talk about Goblin Slayer here, though. I will say that's probably a good idea not to, if you would, if you're all right with that. But Guild Girl's pretty cool. All I'll say for right now, kiddo, is that that's one of those shows where no one actually goes by their name. Everyone goes by their title. So your title is priestess or sorceress or paladin or guild girl, or one of them is just called cowgirl because she's a rancher girl. Ha, I guess. I mean, she likes him. She likes the main character. She likes him a lot. Does he like her back? Yes, but he doesn't show it. He's a man on a mission, and he wants to do his mission first. Yes, really. I mean, the show is called Goblin Slayer. If you know nothing else about the show, you can probably guess what his mission is. To slay all the goblins. Yep. Yeah, that was in fact pretty easy. Don't you wish that were one of the questions on your test?
Yes. Yes.
What is the core motivation of the main character of guy who wants to find his way out? Uh, no, don't worry about those just yet. We'll keep those out. I'll put those up. All right, love. As much as I have appreciated your help, I do not wish for you to stay up any longer than would be healthy for you. So it is 9 o'clock. If you need to, you should go to bed. Unfortunately, you are limited by how many models I have painted, and you have caught up with me. So you can only do one at a time and then wait for a bit. One at a time, wait for a bit. You know what I wish we could do? I wish we could keep you out of school tomorrow, finish this up, and then just have a day to ourselves. You've earned it. Except for we can't do that. That's right. Uh, Unfortunately, that is right. Oh, thank you. they're lined up by what type of unit they are. She said these are really cool positions to put your T'au in. On my tray, they are actually lined up based on which kind they are. So the strikers are next to each other, the breakers are next to each strikers and breakers are strike team and break team. Or breachers rather, not breakers, breachers. They're Doom guy with 1 HP. They're basically running around with double barrel shotguns with 1 HP because they're T'au. They're squishy. But, if they get to hit you first, then all's well. They do a pretty good job of that. I think, anyway, they do a pretty good job of that. I've never actually wiped a squad with them in one turn, but I guess the most that they've done is dealt with a pretty good portion of a Space Marine unit, and then um, tied up the unit. That was neat. Tied up the unit for a little while. Usually all the commands had a reaction image from Guild Girl. Couldn't find many online. Probably make the ones I'm missing now. Oh, okay. Plain just divulge that information about it? Oh, okay. Totally. Motivation for the character named Pizza Eater. Hey, guess what that motivation is, kiddo? The motivation for the character named Pizza Eater. Eat pizza. That's Peppino's name from Pizza Tower, I'm sure. No, it's not. It's not. Peppino? That's his name, I think, right? Oh, but you know what the main motivation of the main character in Snake Eater is? It's not eating snakes. Oh dear goodness. Kojima is a genius. Or something. Or something. Here, I know that you're done with that for. Holy crap! That's how. Okay, remember I said earlier that part of this was already used. We still have half of it left. That did not use very much. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, if you want to, I have 3 more stealth suits here.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
No, 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 no. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, usually I just reach in with a handful and then let that be. Does that make sense? Don't just pour it out though, please. As best we can, let's try to keep as much of it in the bag as possible. Heard a gasp. You sure did. You sure did, Dragon Lord. You're good. Nothing bad happened though. Oh my. Oh my. There is quite a bit left in that. There. This is the music that I swear is from a fighting game, or at least was used in a Core Gaming video. Although maybe it isn't related to fighting games, it's just Core Gaming really likes this song and happened to find it from the same source. I guess one of these days I'll remember to actually put it in the fighting games channel on the Discord server. One of these years. Well, I have to actually go and find the video too. Oh, I want to say that it was the controller video, but I don't know. Core Gaming is a fighting game YouTube channel and goes over all sorts of fighting games. Everything from traditional 2D fighters to 3D fighters to platform fighters to whatever the heck Dive Kick is. Dive Kick is the greatest game ever made. I mean, it's a fighting game that consists of 2 buttons and no joystick or D-pad or you move by jumping and kicking. Yeah, it's great. It's so simple that I could just give it to my kiddo, explain that, and she could immediately play and actually beat me sometimes. It was kind of cool, I think. As in, for the baby's first fighting game. Not that it's not skill-based, it's just easy to teach. Enough dirt for later figures. You are not kidding. Goodness. I mean, we'll still need a good bit for the rest of the battle suits and whatnot. Did YouTube freeze on me? Did my dashboard freeze? I hope it did not. Well, actually, I need to just keep on trucking. Because she is catching up. Yep. She said exactly what I was saying.
We share a brain cell.
We share a brain cell. Well, I think we might share a little bit more than that. Okay, no, OBS is fine at least. She said we share a brain cell. If she starts learning Spanish, recommend the book Nacho. The book 95% of the country learned Spanish from. I am hoping. So where we live in the United States, and in most of the U.S., another language aside from English is not required at any point during elementary school. You know, when you're most uh, able to learn a second language, when your brain is most uh, flexible in that regard. Now, where I live, you are required to take, I think it's only a year of another language if you are on what's called a college prep. Oh, no, wait, they got rid of that, didn't they? She will have to take only a year of another language. See, in the US, for most of the US, it's primarily English speaking, but then what the second language is it varies heavily from region to region. So, if even in my own state, Georgia, a lot of people speak Spanish, but there's a sizable Vietnamese population around here. There's a sizable Korean population. There's still a German-speaking population. There's probably more that I'm forgetting. And native languages as well, of course, but uh, what's up, love? Oh yes, when I say Vietnamese, I think specifically that's Hmong is the language, I believe.
Did you know it's actually spelled differently than it said?
She says, "Did I know that it's spelled differently than it's spoken?" And I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised because the food, which is pronounced pho, is spelled Pho. So I'm not surprised.
It's spelled Hmong and it's pronounced Mong.
So she says that it has a silent H at the start of the word. Okay.
I found that out the hard way.
Hey. It is, as a result, there's little incentive to make students learn a given language because whatever language they learn is going to be, is only going to help them speak with a portion of the state, whatever state you happen to live in. Also, I guess it should be said, there is a growing, or it feels like it's growing, there's a certain portion of the population that doesn't want anyone to learn anything except for English. One moment. So you said, JDArrLove said we had to take English and French in school. English because America, and French because something something zombies. Oh, they speak Creole French. You're right. So Louisiana is a state wherein you may be required to learn French because Louisiana is the only state in the United States that has an official language. Oh, this entire time, have you been able to hear the music, or is it just me? Do I have the music muted? I'm looking at my screen and it sounds like it looks like the speaker has an X over it. Dragon Lord, is there any music coming out? You should be hearing some piano jazz. Oh. And hopefully that fixes it. Nope. Oh my goodness. So this whole time I've been hearing music that actually probably... Wait a minute, I think it... Oops. Oops. It was probably a good thing though, because if the music were going to exhaust might have been harder to hear. I like to have this on because it gives a good atmosphere for the streams. I think it does anyway. Instead of just listening to the sound of silence, you have it helps to fill the dead air. It's just nice calm music that fits the feeling, what as the youngins would say, the vibe of the stream. The vibe.
Yes.
The youngins. Young whippersnappers. She says, "Hey, I'm not that young." Well, okay. By youngin, I guess I mean I was about to say younger Gen Z, but maybe just Gen Z period. Maybe. The vibe. It's giving, and then they say whatever it is rather than giving the impression of, or giving a feeling of, or giving, goodness. It's giving Gen Alpha in the most Valley Girl accent that I can half-heartedly muster. I am making her cringe so hard. I like to think that that means I've raised her well.
No, that's just everyone at this point, but yes, you have.
Dear.
I think everyone cringes at Gen Alpha words at this point.
She says she thinks that everyone cringes at Gen Alpha words at this point. A lot of slang, kiddo, has the tendency to become outdated quite quickly. It becomes overused, and then it's no longer cool. As much as... Do you remember when your teachers started using the term Riz? How it instantly became uncool? Yeah, that. Oh dear, no music. Now it works. Some portion of our government was to make Creole classes mandatory. I mean, given your neighbor, maybe it makes sense. I mean, I don't know. Population of Haitians in the country, which... Okay, fair enough. That's fair. Yeah, I would imagine there are quite a few refugees. I get the distinct impression that there might be a reason for that. Something tells me. Possibly. Quite possibly. Most definitely. She has done a fantastic job with D's. You're welcome. She also doesn't know where it was meaning for that, but hey, here we go. What? Hold on, a little bit more on here. Captain D's, the restaurant.
I don't trust you.
You don't trust me. Smart kid.
I don't trust you.
So, I did not teach her that. That means that her fellow students have taught her that, which means I need to be more careful around her with what I say. I did not teach her that, though. It is your fellow students that taught you that, right? Okay, fair. Yeah, so she knows. Mind you, she's 11. She shouldn't know, but sometimes you can't help what your fellow students talk about. That's just how it is. You pick it up, you absorb it through osmosis. Zosmosis. Hey, Zosimus, you can have that one for free. Zosmosis. There's a new segment. We're calling his shorts now Zosmosis. Oh my goodness.
Sounded like us.
And it sure does. It sure does. Osmosis is osmosis. Man, oh man. Osmosis is the property of cells to be able to absorb water freely, so they don't have to they don't have to do anything special to get it across the barrier. It just goes across on its own, basically. Also, she is apologizing to Zos. She should not. That was funny. Okay.
Funny is good.
Yes. She says no. I'm learning. Okay, it is 9:22. I have 40 more of these to do. It won't take you anywhere near that much time to get them done. So what we're going to do is you are going to go to bed. I I'm going to stay up and finish at least painting them. And then depending on how long it takes, I can either do the basing myself or... Oh my goodness, you couldn't hear that, but my headset just screamed at me. It just sounded like imagine listening to the sound of a hurricane for 1/10 of a second. That's what it sounded like. I don't think it came across on stream either. Depending on how long it takes, I'll either finish basing them myself, or you and I can do it very quickly tomorrow, first thing before we leave. Because it's faster for us to come by here anyway. It's basically on the direct route. So we could do that. What's up? Oh yes, catching up on chat. Let's see, Dominican population. Yeah, how the Dominican population is taking it. The big countries like US, Canada, France, and Spain are pushing hardest to dissolve the country. You know, that's not something that I've heard from the US. Maybe I'm just not plugged in enough, but at least from the US, I don't think I remember having heard that. Unfixable without drastic measures, yes. What I would be concerned about is that it would drag down the other half of the island, though. I do not have any more currently done. That's why I was mentioning that earlier. You already finished this, and it needs to be cemented down. And I have these 10 form a bunch, these 10, these 10, these 10. Once those are all done, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 80 models just from that, just from the infantry. Now I can't even field all 80 because 40 of them are Pathfinders, and you can only have up to 30 Pathfinders. You can thank the Combat Patrol box for that, yay! Also, my brilliant foresight. But this is 80, plus the Stealth Battlesuits, of which there are 18. Again, I can only field 15 because they changed how Stealth Battlesuits unit formation works, yay! But we'll still count them. That's 98. We only need 2 more. Hey, conveniently, you did these already. You did the Crisis suits.
So you have enough to play battle?
Come again?
So you will have enough to play battle?
This is 107 models, Evangeline, when everything is done. I mean, do I have enough to play a battle without... She's asking me if I have enough to play a battle now, then. And the answer is, well, right now they're not done yet, anyway. But, let's see. So, if I did 150 times 3 is 450. Yes, I do have enough. I do, in fact, have enough. Now, I don't know exactly how many points it is, because... What are these? 110 a pop, I think? That's 330. 450 plus 330. I am having a brain fart right now. 780. And then... I mean, however much that the Pathfinders, I think, are still 90. So if we max those out, then we'd be looking at 207. Yes. Plus the rest of the infantry. Oh yeah. So she's telling me stream elements? Yes, stream elements pops up. That's my bot. Love. That is the automated message. It comes up automatically after a certain amount of time and after a certain number of messages have been sent. Once both of those conditions are met, it pops up a message saying something to the effect of, "Hey, listen!" Not really, but kind of. This one is, "If I don't read your message, please feel free to send it again. I may have just missed it accidentally." See, I am this little thing we call an idiot who sometimes who misses messages. So, speaking of Dragon Lord, if I miss a message of yours, feel free to send it again. Oh, please, please, please be careful. Okay. Now that I'm not painting, she's coming back behind me for a wave and a hug. Alright. They don't say in media, "It's pushing hard and sanctioning my country hard for deportation." Oh! I really have been unplugged then. Close the US Embassy here. Okay. Oh my goodness. I did not know that. My goodness. That's unfortunate. Attack. Oh dear goodness. I have a funny feeling I know how that would end up though. Oh, okay. Here, Dragon Lord, a wonderful little joy over here. My kiddo is hugging me from behind and is about to fall asleep on my back. She says no, but her voice says yes. Okay, she's not. She's not. Totally. I'm not leaving. But what will probably happen here, Dragon Lord, in just a moment is that I will take a break, 5 minutes or so, to get her to bed. And I will come back and at least finish the painting, if not the basing as well. It does mean that this is going to be, for me, a pretty late stream. So you are more than welcome to stay and hang out. So I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. LEAVIN apostrophe. Oh, that's the one that got it. You made that. How did you? She jumped over the plate and her toe got one of the models, but because it has a magnet on the bottom, it instead of falling off, it popped in the air and hit the plate again, and it did basically a 360. That could have been very, very bad, though. I'm not going to let you fall, but you are in a kind of a bad spot, kiddo. Let me scooch this bit to the side. All right, there we go. The simple joys in life. Again, you can't see, but oh, she is squeezing me to death. All right, if I die, then I died a happy man. She says she's not that strong. Yet! Either you'll get stronger or I'll get more frail now. I hope not. This is the kid who wants to come up with a cure for death. She wants to be a scientist so she can fix people dying. So I like the idea of that. I very much like the idea of one day being able to, watch a supernova happen together. I don't know why, but that tickles that science fiction fancy I have. It would take more than several human lifetimes at our current level of technology to be able to make it over to even our nearest star that isn't the sun. Your children's 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 and so on and so forth would be able to make it there, but you yourself would not. Unless something like that happens. Or we figure out deep freezing, or just having the energy to go from one star to another is going to be all kinds of fun. She'll have to paint all the minis by herself if she hugs you to death. Yeah, hear that? Don't kill me, because then you'll have to do all of them. She says she can't. The next project that we have, by the way, after we get done with all of this tomorrow, is we're finishing that Lancer right up there that we've done 2 parts on already. But after that, she has a faction called the Ionith Deepkin for Age of Sigmar. Well, some friends of hers have gotten into it, or her grade mates and classmates have gotten into Age of Sigmar, specifically Age of Sigmar, not 40k. So we are going to have to get that put together so that you can play with them at some point, You can paint them, we'll prime them, and then they're yours. You should lead the paint project on those. Make them look the way that you would like. She already even has a way to base them picked out. We found some light blue sand at a hobby store, and that's what she would like for them to be based as, which, looks awesome. It fits them. Ionith Deepkin are basically mermaid elves. It's great. They have a lot of underwater animals that they tame with whom they fight. Everything from I was about to say squids. I'm not sure if they have squids. Octopodes, octopuses, to crabs, to giant turtles, to seahorse mutants. I don't know, whatever those things are. To sharks. Yeah, your spearheads have sharks that they ride. Yes, they ride sharks. It's crazy.
That
It's
seems
cool.
dangerous.
It does seem dangerous, but you know, I guess it works. Watch it. Okay, 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 okay. Whew. Sorry, we're good. She said they're underwater elves. They can contain them. I I imagine it's kind of like taming a tiger. Uh, the tiger may not eat you because you give it food, and it eventually it's smart enough to figure that fact out. But if you take it off even a little bit, or if it's even a little bit hungry, it will go for you. There's that infamous, or not infamous, famous video of a shark, not shark. Well, I'm still on sharks. Of a tiger in its um, not pen, in its area, and a little girl is on the other side of the glass looking away from the tiger. The tiger does not see the glass and pounces at the girl. Now, of course, there's glass, so it doesn't get her or anything, but it pounces at the girl from several meters away because tigers can really jump that far. And yes, had that glass not been there, that girl would be very dead. Yeah, tigers are scary. Tigers are amazing. Scary, though. Whereas I mean, lions are still dangerous, but lions are better able to understand humans feed, therefore humans not food. In captivity, at least. Although I think lions are one of those animals that behaves differently as the group of them gets bigger. Like hyenas famously are like that. I believe Alpha Centauri, yes, Alpha Centauri is the closest one, you're right. But even if you could travel at the speed of light, you'd be looking at more than 4 years to get there. At the speed of light, which we obviously are never going to be able to do. Yay, physics! Yay! Unless we find some exotic new physics that let us get around that, it appears to be precluded by our current understanding of the laws of physics. Not precluded, as in cannot be the case. Oh, okay, so now that I have this everything on there, save for one group of Pathfinders. Oh, you actually put some of them back up. Um, it's fine. It's fine. You didn't know. Well, this is fine for right now. Just for right now. I'll need to sort them later. But for right now, everything that you see here that has the dirt on the base is something that she and I did today. Literally all of them. So you'll see. Here we go. So, right. Okay. So up here, these are not done. These 2 rows are not done, and then there's a group over here on the side that you can see that is not done. That is 40. However, everything else. Sorry, let me beat her up really quickly. Let me beat her up. Actually, hold on. It is 9:36. If I give you the models to base, but they're not painted yet, and I paint them when you go to bed, do you have the energy for that? Be honest. No? Okay, fair enough. I appreciate the honesty, because I could tell that you were wanting to say yes. Yeah, she's nodding.
I would like to, but no.
Now we should know. It is 9:36 right now. How quickly do you think you can do? Yeah, we probably shouldn't.
About 10 minutes for this and a few others, maybe?
10 minutes? Okay, so that's about a minute per model. It would be 40 minutes to have them done. What if we work together? If we work together, no. Yeah,
Would go more slowly.
that's a pretty small container that we have. Unfortunately, we might get in each other's way.
And it would go slowly because of that glue.
Yeah, we would have to go back and forth with who has the glue. That's a lot of towel. It is a lot of towel. It is most definitely. For sure. Faux show. Faux show. Oh dear. Oh. She is. I wish that I had the camera up so that you could see, but she is hanging on me. Well, Dragon Lord, if you will stick around for just a bit. Hey, there we go. Oh, if you would, please. Oh. Oh. we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare that. Okay. If you will stick around for just a bit, she and I are going to. Would you get up, please?
Go to bed.
Go to bed. Yes. However, I will be back. It just may be a few minutes. If that's all right with you, then you'll see me again in just a bit. I'll send you off to an ad break, though, really quickly, if you don't mind. If you don't mind. Yeah, that's how you say it. Yeah. Alright. Well, alright. I will see you in just a few minutes. Get up, stretch, grab something to eat, all that jazz. I'll be right back. I am glad that I was muted because I just accidentally turned into another karaoke session. T1 Glistener Elf when he thinks that no one can hear him. Or something like that. Well, let's say things. Alright. Good times. Good times. Well, I off to painting Shamor. I guess I should get you melted down first. Oh, the Weather Channel music. I came back in on the Weather Channel music. My man, you had a big old break. Jeez. Jeez, what the heck, dude? Uh-huh. Well, okay, so the smart thing, I guess, is to paint the core while it's open. But I don't actually know how to get this guy's... I'll have to experiment and figure out how to get the gun back on properly. Basically, his hand broke. Which is, as you can imagine, a little bit less than ideal. Yes, it's quite adorable, dragon. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Man. In my entirely, thoroughly, outrageously biased opinion, yes, she is super adorable. Or, totes adorbs, I am to understand, is the correct way to say no. Oh, man. Tell me this doesn't sound like the Weather Channel. Oh wait, you might not have the Weather Channel where you are. Because I'm assuming the Dominican Republic does not rely on the American National Weather Service. I would imagine. I guess I don't know, but I would imagine anyway. I'm gonna do a trick that I tried previously that I thought gave a really cool effect. So, we'll do it again. And I'll do it again! Alright, so I'll save that for right now. Alright. You know the Weather Channel. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. The extent of American culture, internationally, I forget endlessly just how widely our culture has transmitted. And by culture, I mean everything from Hollywood to Silicon Valley to the National Weather Service. The Weather Channel gets its data from the National Weather Service, so even if it's not a government agency, it still is getting its information from there. Well, you probably already know this then. They have a lot of really good jazzy music that I'm a fan of. I like this kind of jazz anyway. I like. Not the, it sounds like it's just chaos incarnate jazz. Dear goodness. Oh, and then I guess once more for the antenna. In my army, all of the headsets are white because Farsight Enclaves color scheme is a direct inversion of the what's called Viola color scheme. The white and red tau. We're red and white instead of white and red. That's the gist of it. It is a breakaway faction from the general tau that eschew the religious caste that is the ethereals. So they don't have ethereals. Period. The unit does not exist in the army because in the lore, the Farsight Enclaves don't have ethereals. You know, as one does. Or I guess in this case, as one does not. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. I know what you're thinking. Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill? I'm sure that's the wrong inflection, but yeah, you get the idea. Well, since I'm not tied to her pace anymore, I can spend time working on the extra little bits, the doohickeys. Technical term, doohickeys. Doohickeys. Doodads. Go. Shoulder pad, antenna. Should we do the same thing on here? I'll save it for later, but probably should. That's probably a good idea. Hold on. Here you go. Off camera. Oh no. Oh no. Here we are. Pretty thick. Dang, boy, he thick. Man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. Leave a screenshot of the GoGirl bot. Oh, nice! 2 Sean stuff, the last short I posted. Dang it, I need to actually catch up. You've posted some stuff, and I've seen some of it. I'm sure you saw the reactions, but I am not as caught up as I would like to be. I do appreciate that. Feel free to keep posting in there, and I will get around to it. Hey. Whale, whale. Whale, whale, whale. Whale of a tail. Ooh. I have to try to sharpen the brush a little bit. But the process of sharpening it, it's not going as well as I would like. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. As long as we don't mess up and touch the gun accidentally. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Not a different 4-letter F word. Well, I guess it'd be 6 at that point. Ooh, like that. Caught it. Caught it in time. I don't know what the mood is for this, what this setting is I have in my mind when I listen to it, but I like it. I'm glad I can comment on the music and you actually hear something. A nice change from earlier, I'd imagine. We'll say it was a blessing in disguise, though, because we could actually hear Zos as a result. Or hear him better, at least. Alright. Alright. I have a bit of a hard time not being a perfectionist when it comes to stuff like, or at least striving to be a perfectionist, I should say. I'll make mistakes, but striving for perfection, which is why I couldn't just do the minimum needed earlier so that I could keep up with her. Unfortunately, I could not make myself. It just didn't feel right. Don't like leaving things partially done. And yet, for time's sake, I sort of have to. Alright. Go. Today in No One Cares If You Miss That Spot, no one is going to look. There we go. OBS just disconnected and then reconnected, as you do. I don't know why. Good times. Reacted, with 2 icons. Oh! Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh! Just talking to see what sort of. Hey! I see what you mean. Yes, that one. That one. You said found the stuff. That one. Look. It took me a bit. I may be very slightly distracted. Maybe. Actually, now that she's gone, I can lie down. Move the tray off to my right side, move that, and then I can lie down, stretch my legs, straighten out my back. If you saw what I look like right now, I look like I'm what if L from Death Note were crossbred with a turtle. Tortoise. In other words, my back will not appreciate this. Not at all. No siree. Here we go. There's thankfully more room now. Oh. I still can't do this for very long either, though, but for a different reason. It's going back and forth between multiple, somewhat uncomfortable poses. I think I can get in there. Ha ha ha. Hardy har har. Ooh. Also left the Spanish opening of Saint Seiya and Off Topic the other day. Changed to a Spanish version of Pegasus Fantasy. I don't think that's one of the ones I ended up watching. I might have seen it while I was at work. That does happen sometimes, unfortunately. Not that you posted it when I was at work, but first saw it then. If you send something immediately after stream, I might miss it because of getting ready for bed. So I might miss it at that moment. Get around to it later, but miss it at that moment. I am unfortunately but a... I'll say but a man. But an elf. I am but an elf. What is an elf? A miserable pile of secrets. This poor brush. And for the brush's sake, I might want to truncate it anyway. This thing needs to be hit with some boiling hot water. Get the dried paint off. I have done that before. I'm not aware of it being unhealthy for the brush, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is. But at the very least, I can clear dried paint off of it. It's the post just before the image of the... Oh, right! Female knights. The one that I put in that I think is AI. As far as I could tell, I was looking for obvious signs, and granted, I'm not that kind of artist, so maybe I just don't know what to look for, but I was looking for obvious signs, and I couldn't find any. Another friend of mine, who is not an artist, was able to pick out some artifacts that show that it was AI, but, well, not yet, a different picture, but that was about a year ago. As you can imagine, as everyone who knew anything about it was expecting, it did in fact get better over time. By quite a bit. Remember the good old days of making fun of AI for its hands? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I'm not sure I feel confident about trying to get more of that icon. It may not be a great idea. Let's go underneath for the remaining part. Just, you know, don't hit the hands. T1. I remember years ago, the general consensus amongst the circles in which I ran online was that, I mean, it's the same AI as slop, but there were plenty of people that were saying that AI will never get good enough, and that seemed like blatantly obviously wrong. Of course it would improve as time went on, and it did. Called Caballeros de Zodiaco in Latin, which means Knights of the Zodiac. Yeah, I remember that because of the movie Three Caballeros, which is a 1950s Disney movie with Donald Duck and his Mexican and Brazilian bird friends. It was great. It was great. Oh my goodness. Oh. Right. Man, oh man. Oh, in English. Caballeros. That's a fun word. That's a fun word to say. Alright. Hold up. I'm just waiting for it to wet for just a moment. If you don't mind. Goodness, one sec. I should get a drink while I have a moment. Yay. Good. And I cannot stress this enough. Times. Good times. Oh, didn't use AI at first because it looked terrible. After Nano Banana came out, people were doing the figurine image with the box art and stuff. decided to try and test some stuff. Okay, well, fair enough. I don't think have I ever used AI before? If I'm having to question it, then the answer is probably no. But I'm trying to remember if I have. I don't think so. I am one of those people. I have ScriptMonkey on every browser that I use, and I include a script that disables Google's AI auto prompt that shows up whenever you search for something. It just straight up removes that. No, thank you. Alright, might be good enough now. Alright. The one that Gemini uses. Okay. Nano Banana. That sounds like a Sega arcade. Well, that's Super Monkey Ball. It sounds like a Sega arcade game. I mean, no it doesn't, but that's the first thing I think of. I'm having a good old time. Can you tell? Ooh. Right. Starting to get chunkier. The paint that's left in the pot is starting to get chunkier. Made some toy figures of concept. Oh, dang it! Hold on, there's a reason. T1, you genius. Cutting a piece off before I start painting. BAAWA franchise that never made it to a final product. Okay, see that I can understand. I can understand something like that. That's fair. I guess the thing that I find the most egregious, personally, is I am not myself an artist, but it feels the most unfair when it's used to mimic the art of the actual artist, I suppose. It feels the most like theft, notwithstanding, you know, what's already in the public domain. That's the part that I find to be the most egregious. Just ethically. Technologically, it's cool that it can, but ethically, that's the part that I dislike the most. But for what you were using it for, yeah, that's cool. There we go. Which is funny because I have friends that are, let's say, really, really big into using AI pretty casually, and I like them, and I get it. It's just, and to be fair, I mean, they're streamer friends who use it for making things like thumbnails and channel icons and, you know, and whatnot. I can get it. That stuff can be expensive. It can be really expensive. So I have sympathy. Nicola is one of them. Actually, a decent bit of the Flavor crew. One moment. I'm just gonna call him out. Kara, if you're watching this, love you, bud, but Kara makes his own Rule 34 with it. Now that's an interesting use. You know. That feels... I mean, it's the same thing. Somehow it feels qualitatively different, and I don't know how to explain it. It's not. It's just... yeah. Kara is a good friend. He's an interesting feller. Let me lower it a bit. Earlier, because I was leaning forward into it, it was easier for me to keep it on camera. In my current position, where I'm up on my elbow, it's easier to pull it in towards myself. Just kidding. I mean, knee is neat. Knee is neat. I don't the actual AI process I don't necessarily dislike. It is an invention, and like any other, it can be used well or poorly. I just don't like the sourcing of actual art that people make. I don't. I just don't like that. Call it a me thing. Nee and I were actually talking about AI trained on entirely public domain and I think Creative Commons works, which I think is pretty neat. Nee mentioned a specific model that does work that way, and I can't remember what it was. I'm sure it wouldn't be too terribly hard to find with a quick little search, though, I would imagine. And some kinds of AI training don't use theft. So for example, whenever you do a CAPTCHA, hey, pick out all the streetlights, or pick out all the crosswalks, or buses, or da-da-da, you are training an AI when you do that. That feels very different. That feels a lot more acceptable than, you know, taking, I don't know, a Rebecca Gay painting and just using that in your model. Rebecca Gay being a very famous Magic the Gathering artist. Former Magic? I think she came back to... No, I know she came back, but I'm not sure if she's working on anything anymore. I could not tell you. Can't draw to save my life, so with AI I do a bit of stuff I was never been able to convey in paper when it came to character design. I mean, that's fair. Technically I'll say it's not you doing it, but you know what I mean. And I know what you mean. You're able to get an idea out of your head that would have otherwise just remained lodged in there. Ooh, crap. Too late, it's already dry. And even if it weren't in that position, I can't apply enough pressure. Ah, putain. Even with what French you know, I'm sure you know what that means. And then he goes immediately back to it. Here's a do as I say, not as I do. When you are painting, pull your hair up. Please, for the love of goodness, pull your hair up. Also, it is a tiny little white speck on the model that no one is going to notice except for me. I mean, I can always paint over it again anyway, it's fine. Character sheets are good to train lores if you break down with, in turn, also help generate further images. True. True. AI training, AI training, AI. I try to limit myself to do character sheets and key art. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It also feels more acceptable to do stuff like that for, say, your character's concept art. You're not making any money off of that. You're also doing it in such a private setting that you're not even getting social fame for it. It's just literally for the love of the game. That feels less unethical? I mean, I don't know. That feels fine. That feels fine. This is just going on vibes. This is just going on feels. But I think that there is something there. A little bit of dirt. me get paint all over myself. Kiddo is fast asleep. Fast. So, we have not all the time in the world. I do still have work in the morning. But, you know, we have a moment. Just check. When I get over to playing other games, I can't remember, Dragonlord, if you were there for any of the more recent other games that I've played. I think you were there for the Hades 2. You were there for the Hades 2 run, weren't you? The one that was featured in its own video recently on the channel? Or sometime during that day, I think. Man, oh man. I'd like to think of myself as a wee little bit of a gamer, just a tiny bit. And Hades 2 is one of those games where I can sort of unleash my mind on the game. As quickly as I can think, some of the weapons will let me actually act. I think that's pretty cool. Whew. Ooh, good song. I should open up the mic again. The friend who... Okay, one sec. Let me get this done first. Ooh, God. These models are breaking all over the place. I say that, and then immediately... Hey, give me just a quick sec. And the model says, no! Falls apart. Of course. Okay. Well... If it isn't one thing, it is another. You saw that? Oh, that's right. That's right. You were there. Man. All right, here. Let me do this. Friend who did the fan comic ages ago recommended to do a comic tell the story of my characters. Take quite some time to do. Not good at composing scenes for panels. If it's something you really want to do, the more you practice it, the better you'll get at it. I mean, you already know that, but that's just... Unfortunately, that's how all such artistic endeavors function. That's how they all operate. Ooh, that's too much. Too moist. There's everyone's favorite word, by the way, moist. I hope you stick around for a lot more, because with some of the collabs ending, and with this paint project ending, not ending, we'll be doing more, but not stream after stream after stream. I hope you'll stick around for some of the other stuff we're up to. Maybe, hopefully, totally, definitely. I'm roping you into it. Should have clarified comic done with AI. Yeah, I gotcha. Unfortunately, I had a feeling that's what you were meaning. But if you develop that kind of skill, it's something that you'll be able to be able to make without having to rely on an AI to prompt something that might not quite be your vision. The easiest way to get exactly what's in your head out is to have the skill as an artist to make whatever you want anyway. A prompt might not get you exactly what you were meaning, what you were looking for. It might come close. Not quite. In fact, whenever the game doesn't show Hades 2 or whatnot, and you see the screen underneath it, goodness, you are looking at some fan art that was made for me by a friend who I knew could get the exact, in her art style, vision that I was looking for in it. I think that's pretty cool. Alright, well, I utterly goofed that up. Which is funny because this one was a lot easier, should have been a lot easier than the previous one. Lo and behold, alas. Any place I mess up, I can go back over it with red, but I have to be very careful. Ideally, I just don't make any mistakes, but, you know, to err is human. To forgive, divine. Oh, for crying out loud. Well, that's easier to go over at least. Yay. If it isn't one thing, right? Alright, let me finish these and then coffee break. No, coffee break sooner, I think. Should be a coffee break sooner. My throat would appreciate that. Oh! Ooh! Hello. Hello. I have been really digging this s'more flavored coffee. That's what I ended up taking again. Oh my goodness. It's good, alright. It is most definitely good. Alright. While I'm waiting on that, I guess let's get these two redone. Nailed it. Now whatever. Oh, right, that makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna fix something about the gun very, very quickly. Not just the tiniest little little bit moisture in. The teeniest, tiniest little bit. I know you probably can't. Yeah, you definitely can't see this. Sorry. Just a quick moment. Noish. Noish. Alright. Let that dry. And then we'll try to attach it again. Okay, never mind. I guess we're going to do these first. So what's your favorite thing about your country, Dragon Lord? I know what my favorite would be about mine, and I imagine that most people don't. They might have enough things that they like that are on about the same tier that it's hard to pick out exactly one thing. If I had to say, though, that isn't abundantly obvious, like because that's where I live or whatnot. I like. My country is huge, so big that we often don't even have to leave the country to still have a very wide variety of vacations, vacation destinations. Like the food? Oh, fair enough. You know, that's probably a lot of people's answer. I don't mean that as a that sounded weird. What I mean is that food is a very salient part of people's culture. And so that probably is something that springs to mind for a lot of folks. Salient means it's something that you think about quite a lot. So for example, I am a quarter Irish. I'm Irish American, but I'm a quarter Irish. But because I didn't really grow up in we're not, say, like Irish Catholic, I didn't grow up in an Irish community, it's not very salient to my identity. It's a neat little fact about me, but it's not, it doesn't feel like me, if that makes sense. I certainly wouldn't go to Ireland and say, oh, I'm Irish. I could say I'm Irish American, but I mean, what does that even mean? There is an actual definition, I'm sure, but there are more people living in the United States that are of Irish ancestry than the number of people living in Ireland right now. Now, part of that is because of just how badly the country was ravaged by the potato famine. It shot the population so much that the people that moved over here, that were able to move over here, still constitute about as large a population. It's kind of wild to think about. Yeah, they experienced one of the biggest famines in world history. Certainly not the biggest, but one of the biggest. Climate, but only in the mountains. Whereas the country's a frying pan in the summer. Ooh, I feel you there. It certainly doesn't get as hot here. The humidity is hot in both places, but it's definitely worse for you. Not worse, but you know what I mean. Hotter for you. It can feel, well, I mean, without giving too much about where I live in Georgia, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It certainly could be hotter than where I live. I mean, I've said this enough times. People know I live in Georgia. I've mentioned, I went to the University of Georgia, go Dogs, and that was a pretty. If you watch the channel from the Magic the Gathering days, You definitely know that. So it's not telling people anything that they wouldn't be able to find just with a teeny tiny little bit of digging. I mean, for reference sake, my name is already out there, so I don't necessarily feel, at least for my first name, don't feel uncomfortable saying my name. Yeah, no, stuff like that. Kiddo's name is already out there, even though I'm trying to get into the habit of not saying it as much because, you know, it's unfortunately it doesn't really protect her all that much anymore because her name is already out there, but still probably a good habit to get into because not everyone will go digging through the archives. Hey, you know. Yeah, so her name has been out there since before, since the Magic the Gathering days, since before she could talk. You know, just proud parent videos and all. It's, here we go. Good times, good times. Very good. Alright. Sometimes I wonder what life would be like if I had stuck with Magic the Gathering as my primary, for lack of, I don't like the word, but content type. I've told the story before, but when I moved, I no longer had a local game store that was near enough to me. I mean, there were some nearby, but not. I miss Tapstart. To this day, I still miss Tapstart. And, you know, just, I tried Magic Arena, and it doesn't feel like Magic. It doesn't feel like Magic the Gathering. I laugh because the stupid dad joke that I came up with is the magic is gone. Ha, ha, ha. But it doesn't feel the same. I actually did not stop playing Magic as a matter of the state of the game right now. That happened afterwards. I will admit it has been months since I've even played a game of Commander. It has been a while. I used to go over to my local game store and just play with some of the folks that were there. No, it's been a bit since I've even done that. Okay, hold on just a moment and then I will read your message. Oh, good lord. I need to stop trying to go into tight spaces like that with the paintbrush. It's done, it's done. We don't really see ourselves by race, ancestors, ethnicity. Maybe if it's first generation. Race is very salient here in the US. I understand that in a lot of cultures it's not, and I am envious of you. But here in the US, it is something that you always see in yourself. If that makes sense. It's something that people bring up about you enough that no matter what, it will be salient to you. Maybe less so your nationality or your ethnicity, but definitely your race. You know, it is something, just white, black, whatever your race is, it is something that people will bring up and treat you differently as a result. In the US. It's just how it is. It's a little disenchanting, but it doesn't change that that's how it is. Well, that stems from our history. I don't feel like playing with fire. Let's not keep trying to go and... I'll do a little bit more. There we go. A little bit more. But only with the brush hook that we've created. And I still have to go somewhat quickly so that part of the paint doesn't dry, and then I immediately hit the hand. I am having a good time. I am having the best of times. Oh dear goodness. Dominican American, but for the most part it's just plain Dominican. Good. Fraction of the population that are trying really hard to push U.S. racial ethnical divisions in the country, mainly by people I mentioned. Yep. Not a way that Americanization spreading is a good thing, for sure. Haitians are black, Dominicans are white, therefore they're also... Oh goodness. Oh my goodness. I would say just ignore it, but unfortunately it's trying to influence public policy, so there's only so much that you can. And what's funny is that there are some countries that are even more, for which race is even more salient in its culture and its discourse than the US. I guess a good way of saying the way that we tend to think of it in the US is that it's flattened. You know, there are some places where you might have a whole lot of terms for what we think of as race or ethnicity, even if they don't correspond to social status like they might here in the US. They still have a lot of terms for it. For example, there are some antiquated terms that you could use in the US for different kinds of mixed race people, but they're generally seen as antiquated. That might be perfectly normal, perfectly fine in other cultures. That's just a little difference for us. We also tend to round people away from white. So if, you know, the most famous example probably in the world is that former President Barack Obama had one black parent and one white parent. You'd think, and in some cultures he might, have an equal claim to being white as black, or there'd be some mixed race term that would apply to him. But in the US he's just black. And if he said, hey, I'm white, even though theoretically you'd think he would have as much of a claim as saying he's black, people wouldn't treat him like he's white. They'd still treat him like he's black. You know, you can say what you want, but, you know, people are still going to call you black. It's sort of like that in the US. You tend to get rounded away from white. That's what I mean when I say rounded away from white. There's no objective reason why it has to be that way. It's just how we do it. Yep, there we are. I like it. Have to fix that. Happens when they're in power. Don't like it very much. Torn, I'm surprised that you know as much about... I shouldn't be. I am still ever surprised that people outside of the US not only know about political US culture, but can even... I can't name the parties in most countries, but you can name them in the US. And I know US, big market force, largest military in the world, Hollywood, yada yada yada. I get that, but it still surprises me. His wife would qualify. Hold on. Yes, his wife would. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. It does get a little bit tiring. It's not even necessarily it's not how it's always been necessarily. We used to have, not even that long ago, within my lifetime, the general cultural consensus, not everyone, you know, but the general cultural consensus was something called colorblindness. Treat people as individuals regardless of their skin color and all. Which is the way it should be. And there's still people that treat that as the modus operandi. It's not as many as I wish, but that's a good cultural standard to have. I guess what I mean to say is that was the zeitgeist. That was the main cultural impression that people had for a while. Maybe we'll get back to that at some point, but it seems like it's gone so far in the opposite direction that it'll take a while for that to happen again. It is tiring, though. It's not something that I think almost anybody wants to have to think about. You have to think about it, though, because people treat you differently regardless of whether you think about it or not. Whether you want to think about it or not. Alright, that's 9, and then while this is freshening, me start cementing these back. Alright, that was pretty easy. Ay, 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 ay. Uh-oh. I probably should have let this one stay down. Now granted, I'm doing more than I had been earlier, but it's taken me this long to do 10 out of 40 models. 40 since she left. It will be 40 from when she left until I'm done. I am doing more, and that's the reason why it's taking longer, but probably need to pick up the pace just a wee little bit. Just a tiny little bit. Would you kindly, T1? Let's see if I can... Yep, there we go. Alright, very good. I might actually even want to put some super glue on it because the paint is going to keep the liquid cement from doing as much work as it would normally. I really don't want to super glue the model though. And yet, that might very well be the smart thing to do. Dadgummit. Dang it, Bobby. Didn't have to worry too much on the US politics since Baby Doc? Oh, okay, I gotcha. That took me a moment. Interested in us dealing with Haiti. Yeah, unfortunately I believe it. You get to see American politics from a Haitian perspective. When we're looking at US foreign policy, we're looking at the US dealing with this country and that country and the other country, you know, having a different, because we're the common denominator in all those. What am I doing to keep track of all of those? Or that's what it feels like anyway. So I don't know very much about any given country, unfortunately, like I wish I did. Or at least not like I wish I did. Let me hold this in place for a while. Hello, can you please? Alright, there we go. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's a little bit off, but whatever, it's close enough. With the USA, I mean, when Democrats in power, opposed to power, they don't pass just that. So it's funny because I was about to say recent, that's a shift that's happened over a few decades. We had So the current, I guess, general policy that Republicans will tend to have is what we in the US call isolationism. The US not generally, it's funny to say now in the wake of the Iran war because look, Trump is different. I don't know. It's kind of hard to categorize the guy. Generally speaking, though, the trend under him is that the US is less of an interventionist country than it used to be. Under former Republican presidents like Bush, though, both Bushes and Reagan, we were generally more of an interventionist country. We would impose ourselves on other countries. I mean, Reagan's kind of part of the reason why we had that shift for a while. Not necessarily a good or a bad thing, it depends on how it's used, but it's just funny to me that the US not getting involved is in the scale of American history, a sort of recent phenomenon. Do 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 do. Alright. Ay. Man, oh man. Alright, I don't trust you. I'm going to say that you still need some more time. I am definitely not working on your icon. Alright, so those 10 are done. They're done. I'll still need to base them, but they're done for now anyway. Alright. The only ones that are left are Pathfinders. This is going to go great. This is definitely going to go great. These are breakers. I'll need to get them done. Voiced. Ooh, nailed it. You all couldn't see, but the guy chucking a grenade landed on the Crisis Battlesuit. Good times, buddy. Don't die on me, would you? Whatever you do, don't die on me. You're not allowed to die. You ain't got time to bleed. I ain't got time to bleed. Uh-huh. Oh my goodness. Which one is supposed to be the leader again? Because it's sure as heck not you. You kind of look like you could be. It's not the drone pilot. Let's go with... That's a medic. It's the kill team. The kill team is... let's go with the guy that has that extra little module. Yep, that's it. Perfect. Neat! I just think there... And so on. Alright. Isn't that negative in the... it's about half and half. Republicans and Democrats are not that far from one another in terms of public polling, such that there can easily be a pendulum shift from election to election. It's not like one of those countries where one is significantly more popular than the other and it just consistently wins over. You know, currently Republican president, before that Democratic president, before that Republican president, before that Democratic president for 2 terms. Yeah, you get the idea. Let's see. At least when it came to Latin America, I didn't seem to be too interested in screwing stuff up for the most part. Not recently anyway. I regret to inform you that Iran-Contra. No, but I know what you mean. Recently anyway. Iran-Contra was in the 80s after all. General consensus around these parts is that USA is trying to cripple China. Well, one of the reasons that the US was such an interventionist country is that it gave us cultural and economic priority over, communist nations, over China nowadays and previously the Soviet Union. If we say, this is going to sound really disenchanting, but this is what happens. here's a bag of money. If you want this bag of money, you have to enact XYZ policy proposals. We used to do that. China does that now, so on and so forth. If you want this money, this is what you have to do. Well, I mean, the advantage is that you tend to get your way on the global stage, because if they don't do it, then they don't get the money. And that money might be really helpful. Foreign aid, referring to foreign aid. I'm just going to get all of these off of the sheet right now. Just get them all out of the way. Here and now. We'll say it's fine. I probably should be doing the paint on the knighted ones. The ones with knight helms. Probably should do those voice. It is almost 11 o'clock over here. Oh man. Oh man. I need to speed things up a bit. Yep. I'm going to have to go back to just working on the antenna, I suppose. Antenna and maybe shoulder piece, but nothing. Shoulder pieces, they have 2. God bless your mom, they have 2. Why? Good times. I'm not going crazy over here. No way. Couldn't be me. Switch positions here so that I can better stay on camera. Dragonlord, I really do appreciate the company, by the way. It passes the time a lot more readily. I see several, it's what, 5 people right now on my dashboard? And nothing against lurkers. Lurkers are awesome. You are cool, and I appreciate it. It actually does help. But having someone active in chat, it really helps to pass the time more readily, more easily. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Woo! Woohoo! Yep. There's a 1. Another? I went a little too far though. Uh-oh. Can't draw outside the lines. Alright, I said I was going to work on the antenna. I promise I am. I just had some other stuff to get done first, I guess. This one's antenna is well designed. By well designed, I mean infuriating. This session of T1 Glistener Elf talks about politics, brought to you by boredom. Have you tried boredom? No? Good. No. If you can believe it, I did actually get a degree in political science. It is something that I quite enjoy talking about. Now, that is not my... When you go to school, I would not necessarily say it is a good thing to get an unemployable degree like that. What I will say is, if you do, make sure that you have another degree as well. Something that is employable. You know, the one you want and the one you need. You can do both. Bofa. You can do bofa. Oh my. Oh, by the way, now that she's gone, yeah, I did not know that T1 Stoneforge Mystic knows what a D's nuts joke is. Yeah, no, she definitely did not get that from me. She learned that from her fellow students. She even confirmed that. She learned it from her fellow students. she's not even at that age yet. She's in elementary school. But, you know, they will learn as they get older. They'll learn more from their peers than they do from us. So that's bound to happen. That's a little bit, not disconcerting. Yes, disconcerting, perhaps is the right word. Not that I have any say over that. She learns from her friends whatever she learns from her friends. I remember being that age myself. The famous example over here would be your kids learning that Santa isn't real from their fellow classmates. We were a bit of an actually, she was the kid telling her fellow classmates that Santa isn't real, because I told her Santa's not real. We didn't do Santa in my household. Employable degrees like fine arts. No, but I would say you could do fine arts and something employable, but fine arts degrees tend to take so many credit hours that they kind of have to be what you're doing. It used to be the case, though, that depending on what kind of fine arts you went into, that might be more employable than the average degree. Specifically anything that had to do with computers and graphic design. Now, no, not so much. Well, fine arts degrees often are, there's the degree and then the concentration is what matters more. Let me not quiz my friend about what that means. Let me not quiz Dragon Lord. Oh dear. I'm assuming that still exists in Creole French. I don't know, but I would assume, because it does here in the US. Louisianan Creole. Louisianan? Is that the demonym? Louisianan Creole French. Let's say it is and go with that. Putting my hands together so that when one shakes, the other shakes, and it makes it less likely that I will miss, that I'll make a mistake. And kiss a snake, how many doctors did it take? I never believed in Santa Claus. That's fair. You smart. Really didn't make much sense in the context of my country. Oh, that's fair. I was the kid that tried to prove Santa was real by getting a camera out. Now, obviously, it's my parents, so they just took the camera and turned it off. This was old enough, this was long enough ago that there was a VHS tape in it that we just left on all night. And of course, when we got up, there was no VHS tape in there anymore. Of course. You know, stuff like that. We were adorable, my siblings and I. And of course, I was the oldest, so if I believed, then they certainly did too. My parents appreciated the problem solving, though. Sort of brought out the best of us in that way. Yeah, I just didn't want to. I didn't want to lie to her, and I also don't think that it's necessarily healthy. I've heard people say that it's fine to tell your kids that Santa's real, for a while because it helps them to deal with grief or loss or whatever when they finally find out it's not, and that sort of serves as a safe trial for that kind of revelation in their life. And maybe there's some truth to that, but it seems like a stretch. It seems like a post hoc justification. T1, nobody but nobody is looking in there. Nobody but nobody. Man, I love violin, just string instruments in general. The music is, of course, what brought that on. First health signs we don't have chimney. You know what? That's more than fair. I imagine you wouldn't really need chimneys all that much if the idea of a chimney is being connected to a fireplace for which you heat your home. And where you live, you don't even have winter, right? You just have wet seasons and dry seasons, right? So it probably isn't all that necessary, I would imagine. In the US, with the exception of Hawaii, we have 4 seasons. Spring, summer, autumn or fall, and winter. But I understand that if you live between the tropics, you have 2 seasons, wet season and dry season. In fact, something that I learned in the last few months is that, so actually this one requires a little bit of a running start. In our cultures, probably yours and mine, and probably most cultures around the world, we tend to think of time as moving forward. Time is a thing that passes whether you like it or not, no matter what you're doing. It passes independently of you. And we think of time as moving forward because it progresses in this deterministic way. But there are some cultures that have a different conception of time, where time moves backwards, which is a weird way of putting it. But I saw a video, more precisely, I saw a response to a video, and later saw the actual video itself, of an African student who was talking about how a philosophy professor was describing the way that some cultures in Africa perceive of time as going backwards, where there's this long and vibrant past, there's a present, but the future doesn't really exist. But when an event happens, when something transpires, that event moves into the past. And that's the way in which, so basically time moves from the present, then an event happens, and that event moves into the past, and so in that sense time moves backwards, which is a starkly different conception of time from what we think of, and I think most cultures around the world think of. I guess I don't actually know. It's kind of, I'm trying to imagine how that could come about, the differences between those. It's a little bit fascinating to me, to be honest. Just the anthropologist in me wants to know how that, what leads to some cultures thinking of it one way and some another. It may just very simply be you know, there was a culture that had this as its mindset, and then, you know, it conquered or it split into different ones, and they just all kept the same conceptualization. Like how language spreads sometimes. Sometimes that happens. Maybe it's just as simple as that. Oh dear. Cold air from the US reach. Oh, I brought all of that. I'm sorry, I just remembered. The reason I brought that up is that she was describing it, to give an example. She used the example of a year passing. Where I live, a year is 12 months. We have a solar calendar. So it's when the idea is supposed to be when the sun reaches the same point that it was at a year ago, then a year has passed. The same point, like, relative to the orientation it has around the sun, then a year has passed. That just makes good sense, right? There are some cultures that use a lunar calendar. It's easier to count months using the moon, and so, you know, you might have a 13-month lunar calendar. Okay, I mean, it's maybe less useful, but it's arbitrary. It doesn't necessarily matter. But she was talking about how in some of these cultures, they measure a year based on 2 wet seasons and 2 dry seasons. So wet, dry, and that's a year. It's the actual seasons that cause time. So which means that if your seasons are a bit off, then your year effectively is longer or shorter. Which I just find, one, kind of, admittedly, I find it kind of silly. That's just me, though. But I also find it kind of fascinating. By silly, I mean it doesn't seem all that useful to think of seasons working that way. But, I mean, maybe it makes sense from an agricultural standpoint. Maybe that's why. Maybe that makes sense. If everything in your culture is tied to, say, a harvest or a planting season, then maybe it makes sense? I don't know. Alright. Okay. Let's see. You said, Dragonlord said, also houses have bars in it, so no entering from windows either. Leaving the doors open wasn't an option. Yeah, no kidding. I haven't even been there, and I believe that. Bit of winter, gets cold but not humid around December. Oh! Cold air from the US reaches here. Interesting. The current that comes down the Atlantic, right? That comes down along the Atlantic coast? What is... It's called the North Atlantic Current? North Atlantic... No, there's another name for it, I think. Yep, North Atlantic Current. Never mind. That's also known as North Atlantic Drift and North Atlantic Sea Movement. Okay. Neat. Alright. North Atlantic Deepwater. Okay, wait. That's the one. North Atlantic Deepwater. North Atlantic Current is something else. Neat. Okay. Mind you, we only have that bit of cold because the cold went from the north, and that half of the country is in the mountains fair. Which probably means that it shields the rest of the country, right? I would think. I mean, if it's coming from the north and being blocked by the mountains, I would imagine that probably shields a lot of the rest of the country from it. To some extent, anyway. I might actually have to take a break here in a bit to grab some grub. Need to not take too terribly much longer, though. Oh dear. Alright, if you will give me just a bit, Dragonlord, I will be back in a moment. I'm just getting something to eat. Just something nice and quick and easy to eat. Which means I'll be back in just a few minutes, not too terribly long. Be right back. Something made a loud racket, a loud noise. And I don't know what it was, but I don't see anything that broke. So that means I will find out much later. As, of course, that's how it works. Of course. Alright, south mostly we have 2 mountain ranges. Rangers, I like that. Oh, just crossing the country, through the country, which are a byproduct of the Plate of the Caribbean and the Milwaukee Deep. Good on you for spelling that way. Well, I guess you would know where you live. City is in the middle of both ranges. Ah, that's shielded against hurricanes. Prime real estate, I suppose, in a way. Sorry, let me get the notes real quick. Hey, Chalupa Butman. Hi, Twitch viewer. Assuming that you're not a bot, I'm T1 Glistener Elf. I'm about to start painting some models again here really quickly. One moment. I'm doing alright though. How are you? I'm sorry, I've been getting a lot of Twitch bots, so I'm hoping that I'm just wrong. I'm hoping anyway. Good, just waiting for me. Oh, okay, you are real. Nice. Okay, cool. There we go. Oh, there we go. Neat. Just waiting for my day off to start painting again. I hope that comes sooner than later. Man, oh man, I've been having a good old time working on this. I used to not like painting at all. And now, I would say that I generally have a positive opinion of it, and I'd better because look at how much I have to do. Working on Warhound Titan. Dang. Now, I know, it's not necessarily going to take as long as you might think given the size of the model, because of how flat many of the surfaces are. But even so, that's still a lot. I know that because my daughter plays Imperial Knights, and Yeah, we have to become intimately familiar with the phenomenon. We've already painted a Conus Rex, and everything else that's set to be... Everything else is primed, just not painted yet. Hey, hey. Man, I like this song. Oh wait, goodness, this is the last... That's right, this is the last song on the last album. Which means I'm about to loop. I can use that as an indicator for how long I've been streaming, you see. Oh goodness. Whale? Perks of typing fast is getting words wrong. Hey, no worries. I'm not actually getting on to you, I just find it funny, that's all. Let's see. Yeah, Warhound type. Very cool, thank you. Right. You are more than alright. You are... Also, I see what you did there, Dragon Lord. Perks of typing fast is getting words wrong. I see what you did there. I gotcha. I gotcha. Hey, I'm picking up what you're putting down. And so on and so forth. Man, oh man. Oh, Dragon Lord is not... That isn't actually a dragon, that's a Pinking. So it's a water ice type. Sorry. I didn't make the rule. I don't actually know how Stream Avatars figures out which one you get. How it decides which one you get. I haven't been able to get that to work with Twitch and YouTube, by the way, Chalupa. We're on YouTube as well, you see. But it does read the YouTube chat to figure that out. That's my primary platform, but obviously here on Twitch as well. Yeah, good to hang out, good to see you. Hope you have a good old time. Warhound Titan. Well, if you don't mind, if you're still there, tell me a little bit about... I mean that's obviously an Imperial faction, but you know, tell me a little more. What do you play? Space Marines, Guard, Knights. I know it's a Warhound Titan. It could just be just to have a Warhound Titan, and that's more than fair. I can't blame you. They are pretty cool. Expensive as all heck, unless you have a 3D printer. I do not. I'm not... I'll get one day, but I'm trying to save up until I can get a good one. You know, actual good enough quality, I think. They'll generally get better over time, so the longer I wait, hopefully, the better I'll get one, and if not, the cheaper they should be, usually. And just don't... I mean, there are plenty of things that I would like to print, but not anything for which I would want to get my own just yet, you see. I can always just use my friends' 3D printers for the time being. Just for little projects here and there. I'm also not going to pirate, you know, say like Games Workshop products, for instance. I mean, I don't really have any love for Games Workshop, but I just don't think I'm going to do that. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yay. Whale, 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 whale. There it is. That's the song on which the stream started. One sec. Love Pink King's hat. Oh yeah, it's a pirate. I mean, it's a king, but it's a pirate. I think that's what it was. I mean, Pingalette has an alternate costume that is a pirate as well. You know, not the pirate captain, but just a pirate. So it seems like they leaned into it. Pink King is one of those pals that has another pal whose ability is tied to it that improves the power of the main pal. So Pingalette improves Pink King, Swee improves Sweepa, and B-Guard improves Eliza B. That sort of thing. You know, neat. Neat! I think, anyway. do need to probably hurry it up just a wee little bit more. Hides is several gigabytes of warhammer. It says behind the corner. You're fine. You're fine. I'm not going to judge you for it. I mentioned this in a previous stream. You might have even been here for. It's kind of like my relationship with Nintendo. I'm not a big fan of Nintendo, to the point where I don't even feel like pirating their games. Nintendo and I have not been on speaking terms for, oh god, it's a decade now. 2016 is when it's, god, it's a decade. Man, how time flies. I have bought exactly one Nintendo product since then, and it was a controller for my kid because it had Sonic the Hedgehog on it, back when she was really into her Sonic phase. Man, oh man, oh man. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. And the color blue. Blue is my favorite color. Fun fact, it is a plurality of people around the world have blue as their favorite color. Meaning, not a majority, but more than any other color. Man, oh man, oh man. Tempest Fugit? Tempus Fugit? What does that mean? Fugit. Oh, wait, is that a play on a certain English curse word, or is that an actual Latin word? Because it sounds like it'd be the former. It's generic enough, it could be that. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Fugit. Oh, it is Latin. Okay, time flies. Fugit is flies. Huh. Did not know that. Okay. Learned something new. It's been ages. It's been since high school that I took Latin. Yeah, I took Spanish and Latin in high school. And French in college. The only one of those that I would say that I had at one point known enough to be able to speak beyond an elementary level in was French, just simply by virtue of taking it more than the others and by being in an environment where I could be immersed in the language. But, you know, it turns out when you go almost 20 years without, 15 years, 15 years without using it, then you lose it. I'm reminded of an American captive of Al Qaeda that was imprisoned for years and could not speak English anymore because he wasn't allowed to speak English to his captors, and eventually he just forgot it, his native language. So naturally, of course, that can happen with a learned language too. Well, I mean, technically all languages are learned, but you know what I mean. Non-native language. Man, oh man. Yeah. I was very fortunate that at my school, the school itself paid for a subscription to a whole lot of newspapers in other languages. And I believe we had Le Monde. I believe. The World. It's The World. No, it's not a JoJo reference. Should be, though. Totally should be. And so I could even read it if I wanted to, which was especially cool, I found. Oh, thank goodness this one doesn't have as many shoulder pads. Only one instead of two. Like fugitive. Oh, fly related to escape. Ah, I like it. I like it. Just a sec. That makes good sense. Now, to be fair, I was never fluent in French either. It was more than an elementary level, but not fluent. I was also weird. It's weird to say, but it was almost entirely academic. I didn't even know any French curse words at the time, is what I'm saying. Genuinely, I did not know any French curse words. It wasn't something I was curious enough to look up, and in the context of the people that we were around trying to immerse ourselves, I'm sure you could imagine it would be frowned upon to just, putain de Bordeaux, you know, stuff like that. You just wouldn't randomly say or hear that in that context. Beautiful, 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 and so on and so forth. Entire first album, save for maybe the last song, is pretty good. Even the last song. I'll give the last song. Give it that. Alright. Seems more... Used to be able to speak French, but after school I never saw French again, so I forgot all... Yep, same. Same. Exactly what happened to me. Learning Latin and French, I choose Latin. Latin does seem more interesting, I suppose, and it's part of why I chose it in high school, but... I actually thought that I was going to use Latin, this is me in high school, if I went to be, say, a doctor or a lawyer, because you find a lot of Latin terms in both of those. Yeah, I have a few books about it, Lingua Latina. I like, oh, let me not knock over my paint like the genius that I am. Brilliant, brilliant. Alright. We are not even halfway done with the model since she left. Oh man. Could do less, but I'd rather not. The perfectionist in me would scream. I don't know. I find it really interesting that we know what Latin sounds like, even though, of course, while we have plenty of writing in Latin, we don't have any, it's a, what would you call it? I don't know what the technical term is, but a usurped language. The people that used to speak Latin, or the people that live in the area where they used to speak Latin, now speak Italian, a different language entirely. It usurped the language that was there, just by evolving over time. I just find that to be fascinating. As you can tell, I find a lot of things to be fascinating. I'm something of a nerd like that. You'd never guess. The guy painting Warhammer minis and talking about academics and history with Zos is a nerd? No. No, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Will I play? No, there's a different song going. Not supposed to sing while there is another song, an entirely different song going. One of these days, sea shanty stream. Instead of a karaoke stream, I just sea shanties. And if you could hear me off camera, fun little bit of T1 Glistener lore. Fact is that when I'm on an intermission, I'm often singing. It's a sea shanty most commonly. Un Via Tamia has been playing on loop in my head, and occasionally some classic rock song. Don't Stop Believin' by Journey, Lights by Journey. Okay, maybe there's a theme here. I don't know if I've done it on stream, but one time I was on a call with Batshark, Lylan Tiberos, and I did not mute the microphone, and they could hear. It's like, I'm glad that they don't judge. Not that they wouldn't mind. They wouldn't mind. They're cool like that. They're cool like that. There we go. I am too tired. I am way too tired right now. How about no? I'm good. Also, when you've been coughing for hours, probably not the best time to start singing. Even if it's nice and quiet like that. Probably not the best time. Désolé. Lo siento. Alright. It's just that there are no native speakers anymore. Functionally, you're right. There effectively, supposedly there actually are, but I actually, hold on, wait a sec. Latin native speakers. Latin has no native speakers like Ancient Greek or Old English. I could have sworn that I remember seeing somewhere that there was an extremely small, as in a 3-digit number, of native speakers. Although that might be extant, it might be contemporary, it might have been something that it died out and was brought back and has some native speakers as a result. No longer spoken as a native language, blah blah blah. Yes, Donkey Kong of all things. Danky Kang. Donkey Kong! Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe not. I'm just misremembering, I guess. Yeah. Thankfully, the Romans had left a lot of scripture on their grammar. Correct. Very thankfully. We actually still know a good bit about an ancient Sumerian language, as in Sumerian Mesopotamia, because they had cuneiform writing, and we found some instructional material. Unfortunately, they did not persist. There was a cultural decline in places like Babylon, such that those schools. You know the story of the Tower of Babel? I mean, there is a sense in which that is true, in that the ability to, I mean, the schools that taught how to read and write cuneiform, when they went away, people lost the ability to read and write cuneiform. Okay. I am just eventually going, hold on, get over here. Get over here! Just get as much of this out of the way as I can. Yeah, close enough, right? Hey, alright. I know that I need to speed up a bit. Speed up. Right. Whatever that is. Here we go. I have had a stream like this that actually made it all the way to the 12-hour mark. Spoiler, we will not be making it to the 12-hour mark on this one. Goodness. No way. If I do, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. One where the Emperor of Mankind tried to learn the power of the Unitia? Oh, Enuncia. I don't know. I saw a U where it wasn't. Oh my. Oh my. I totally know how to, dadgummit. Read. There's something you probably don't hear all that often. That's not even English, that's a Southernism. Dadgummit. Dadgummit. Dad darn tootin'. What was the name of the not Hardy Boys. The I can't even think of the name of the show. So I'm pretty sure they're the name of the show. Oh. The guys going around in the General Lee. Never mind. I know you have the power to look it up and I don't, but if you know that show and I don't, well, I mean, it just says how much American culture is spread. Good lord. Good grief, Charlie Brown. My goodness. Try not to touch the helmet, only the antenna. Dear. This is going swimmingly. And there is much rejoicing. Yay! There will be Monty Python references. The Monty Python references will continue until morale improves. And maybe even after that. Alright. Probably after that. There's a Dominican academic that's trying to reconstruct classical Taino using other Arawakan languages from the zone as base. Ah! Okay, that's really cool. I think that's really cool. I remember that Taino was... the Taino people were one of the first people that were largely wiped out as a result of Columbus coming over to the New World. Largely by disease. Mostly by disease, as I recall. A lot of the deaths that occurred when Europeans came over weren't even intentional. Sometimes they were, smallpox blankets, for instance, but, you know, a lot of them were just a matter of Europe was around livestock, and therefore the diseases of their livestock, animal diseases, so much that they had to develop a resistance. If you didn't, you died. Well, when you don't live around or in close proximity to livestock like that for such a long time, for many generations, you will be more susceptible when those come over. Mostly yes, since here was the first settlement, lots of illnesses were spread both ways. I believe you. Oh, I do. Oh, goodness. Europeans are not necessarily known, unless you're British, for your resistance to tropical diseases. Unless you're British. Then you just waltz into Africa and take everything over. In a country that used to exist called Rhodesia, there was a fighting force that famously, you see the picture of the white guys with no shirts, they're wearing shorts, and they were part of that military force. Brits, you just stick them in a jungle and they just thrive. Oh dear. I know I'm not being entirely serious, I'm being largely silly, but I just find that to be a fun little historical meme, I suppose. The British, tea and crumpets and biscuits and so on. Also the British waltzes into a jungle and immediately takes the entire thing over. Good lord. Alright, dry it off a bit. There we go. Hopefully that's fine. That's probably a bit too much. Ooh. Splitting headache. No. It's fine. I'll be fine. Everything's fine. And by splitting is too strong of a word. Very temporarily so. Friend was inviting me to play some Warcrow, the fantasy tabletop game by Corvus Belli, with him this coming Monday. So I might not stream on Monday. I expect that I won't stream on Monday, but instead I'll put up a short. Also promised that same friend that I would be joining a league for Warcrow. So that'll be exciting. I will get stomped, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll be alright. We'll be fine. We'll be alright. Everything, nothing bad will happen. Oh, hold on. It's funny that there's a comment that you left that isn't showing on my dashboard. What the heck? It isn't showing on my dashboard. It's weird. Oh, okay. Well, huh. Funny that. Not trying to be as ruthless since they wanted to have good commercial relations with the natives, but Spain didn't send their best. That's an ominous sentence. It's true, though. They're not sending their best. Let's not finish that sentence. Let's not finish that quote. Oh, no. Let's definitely not finish that quote. My goodness. Yeah, please, for the love of sweet juniper, do not finish that quote. I may be many things. An idiot is one of them. Well, no. I am going to get so little sleep tonight. It's great. Brilliant. Brilliant. Now this one is the leader. The leader is good. The leader is great. Okay. I think we might have made that reference already. Spain didn't send their best. How many figures do you have left? How many days do you have till the tournament? 20 or 21 figures, because I'm the slowest painter of all time, and till the tournament. So the tournament is different than the challenge that's tomorrow. Well, I mean, it doesn't end tomorrow, but that's the last day that I'll have to be able to show these off, which is just to have 100 of them. The tournament is Saturday, so that'll be exciting. That'll be exciting. Which is to say, if today is still Tuesday, albeit just barely Tuesday, but that means we'll say it's tomorrow. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So 3.5 days. Ish. Yeah, it'll be fine. And hey, a joy of doing this is that I will not have to worry about it again. Not for these models, anyway. And before Fire Warriors get sent to Legends or something stupid like that. No. I am a little bit peeved that some of the units from even just a couple editions ago are already in what's called Legends. I said I got started in 8th edition. 8th edition gave us what the community lovingly referred to as the Hateful Eight. There's an actual name. I think they are just called the 8, but they're 8 battlesuits, T'au battlesuits, that all have named characters inside of them, and you can run them basically as their own detachment. One sec. Oh. One sec. Good times. And already, with the exception of Commander Farsight, you can't run them in a Unless legends are explicitly allowed in a certain event, you can't run them. It's dumb. I hate it. I only have one day, and not even. Not even, my friend. Like I said, technically I have more time than that, but the last day that I will be able to bring these in is the day that starts in 5 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. So, but, you know, I think that I actually have until the 9th, technically, but I won't actually be able to be available on the 9th. And hey, we get a bunch of stuff for it. We get some stuff at 20, some stuff at 60, and some stuff at 100. Spoiler, we already have 60 done. Based included. So, you know, we're pretty dang close, I'd like to think. That's too much. That's still too much. T1, I swear to goodness. Alright, cool. Speaking of, nailed it. Nailed it. Alright. T1, I swear. No one puts baby in a corner. Well, alright, there we go. I am actually enjoying this. The deep sigh does not mean that I'm not enjoying it. It means I am tired. Good night. Okay. Maybe not. Oh, I don't have to stay directly in the center anymore. This one is not going out to the shorts feed. The shorts feed matters because it's a different aspect ratio and it only captures what happens in the very middle, basically. Instead of 16 by 9, it's 9 by 16. Woo. Who? There we go. Alright. Sorry I'm not talking as much. I'm trying to get you done a wee bit quickly. A wee bit. I am very much enjoying this though. This is what we in the business like to refer to as a good day. Because it's not Monday. Well. Oh dear. There we go. Ooh. Okay. second. Good times. Okay. Swiping the excess off now. Alright. Now I include you, dadgummit. There we are. Dadgummit. I can remember. Oh yay, that's right, these are Pathfinders. These are just for extra credit at this point. Oh man. What I mean by extra credit is that I can't actually field 4 Pathfinder teams. You just can't. Turns out there was actually a time, a long time ago, when there was not a limit on how many of a given model, notwithstanding epic heroes, what we now call epic heroes, you could field at once. You could have an entire army made up of just one unit type. And yes, it is 2nd edition. I don't know when they changed it, but it was the case in 2nd edition at least. Yes. Alright. It's a good thing I did as much as I did already previous days. Like yesterday. Imagine if I didn't. Imagine that. What a world. What a burger. Alright. Might switch hands. My hand is feeling kind of tired. Right thumb. Weirdly enough, the joint that connects the thumb to the hand. It means is that I'm gripping it tightly for too long. Alright, well. See if I can get a little bit further in there. Ha ha ha, that's what he said. Hardy har har. I crack myself up. Man, oh man. I'm sorry I'm not saying very much. I think that we're nearing the end of the... I say nearing the end of the stream. That still means another hour. It's me. Nearing the end means we have another hour to go. go. Right? That's good. Appreciate you people for still sticking around. That is... You don't have to, but I appreciate it. That is really cool. That is really cool. Now these ion cannon ones are the ones that will take the almost got it, least amount of time of the remaining Pathfinders. Well, the non-Shasui ones. Unfortunately. It's alright though. We're at about the 6-hour mark. I know this is the last song of the first album, so maybe we're getting near it. Scrape the bell off of it. There we go. I hope that paint was dry. Not sure I have any faith in that though. Yeah, we can always go back over it a bit. Easy fix. Switch back for just a moment. Alright, you all get to move back to where you were. Where's your leader? There's your leader. Or at least that's what I'm calling your leader. Take me to your leader. Cool. Uh-huh. This one, and then this one, and this has to be done eventually anyway, so might as well be now. My goodness. It's not one thing, it's 125,000 other things. sec. As a general rule, if I say just a sec, that means we cut the mic to cough. Alright, there we go. Right. Now the other side of the brush now. Good times. There we go. All right. Man, oh man. Just had a random thought pop into my head. Not something I can say on stream, it's just a memory. Had a random memory pop into my head. Don't you love when stuff like that happens in those moments of silence? A deafening sound of silence. Alright. Alright, let's see if I can get just a little bit on the tip. Oh, there we are. I forgot to thin this. Nah, it's okay. It's the antenna. It's not the end of the world. Well, I mean, I guess it's not. go. Oh, my knee is not going to appreciate this in the morning. Sitting like this for so long. I have a funny feeling. Make it at least a little bit easier. Oh my god, that's worse. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. There we go. So, to pass the time, I should tell a story. Tell something that happened. Today wasn't, at least today for the things that I can say on stream that wouldn't give away private information, wasn't too terribly interesting. Some years ago, I got into a car accident. It is true what they say, that when you feel like you're about to die, time appears to slow down. That does in fact happen. That is a real phenomenon, or at least it was for me. For me anyway, it was. I went off the road and was headed towards a tree line and thought in that moment, very long moment, I was about to die. My response was, I mean, I literally sighed. That was one of my friends that I told this story to just said, mood. That was, or said that's such a mood or something like that. I think he just said mood. Yeah, fair. Dear. Well, but I ended up being okay. I was moving more slowly than I suppose I thought, or I was able to slow down enough. No harm to me. I mean, the car was totaled, but I was fine. Very thankfully. Wear your seatbelt, kids. Well, since then, I haven't actually had a fear of, let's say, personal death. It is to say, worried about my dying. Thought doesn't scare me like it used to. Which is a sobering thought, I suppose. Alright, one moment. It's funny to watch me pop up on the camera. I cough. Alright. Maybe that can be the... that's fine. A bit more. There we go. Try not to hurt my neck, my back, or my knee. Seems like one of them is always getting it, though. One of them. One of these. Good. I'll come back to it in a sec. Be back in a moment. Hey, fair enough. Alright. Alright, let me shake this up again. Still too high. Alright. Man, oh man. Goodness. Simpson, eh? I'll remember the name. Spoiler, he will not remember the name. Right. I'm gonna sneak the brush underneath there. Whatever. Got it on my nail, but that's fine. Better on my nail than on the wrong place of the model. Obviously, I can just wash my finger. Oh, hello. Hello. You all can't see, I'm just trying to I can sneak that out really quickly. Yeah, that's fine. Boy. Beach episode. One comes after this. Yep. There we go. Perfect-ish. Perfect-ish. Okay, there we go. Nice. Balance that. Yeah, I'm not getting enough sleep tonight. I can already tell. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. It's fine. Everything's fine. Alright. go. What's funny is that I actually could be doing even more to these models for just this color, but heck no. I see that time. Ooh, okay. Go. That's fine. We're getting there. What's up? Streaming would have rated you if you could. Paint Extreme has turned into markings of your first ever 12-hour. It would not be my first, unfortunately. Or fortunately? It would not be my first. I believe it would only be my second, though. Don't worry, we're getting near. When I say near the end, I mean 45 minutes till. Maybe I am old. 45 minutes, that's close to the end. And when you're old and your time scale is wide like that. My goodness. Hey. Would have rated you. Yeah. Don't quite have the subscribers just yet. Don't have the subs for it. Kick to work though. It's surprise. Viewers, nice. Okay. Well, hey, good for you, man. Good for you. It's good to see that there are actually people on Kick, not just streamers, but actual viewers too. That is pretty cool. And I guess you did multi-streaming then, right? So YouTube and Kick. Oh, cool. Again, I say, one of these days, I will make the jump to multi-streaming on every platform possible once I actually have the time to set it up and take the time to do it. That specific combination. You know, as you do. Let's see. Let's do this first. Wet the toothpick. Stir, which adds just wetting the toothpick adds a little bit of moisture to it first. It will remove some of the actual paint, which of course gets stuck on the toothpick, but it is drying out. This seems to dry out quite quickly. Or, at least that's what it seems like. Hiya. Alright. Hold on. I'll read that in just a moment. Not my first 12-hour painting stream. Really? Yeah, you know me. Jesus. Yes? can't tell that I look like Jesus on this stream. I mean, you don't see the holes, so definitely not. New guy, hey, what's up? Speaking of, follower of Jesus Christ. Okay, if you, this is your first stream, I assume, with me. I have long hair and a beard and look like stereotypical white Jesus. That's the joke there. I'm not saying I'm actually Jesus, I promise. I promise. That was funny timing, follower. That was really, that was fortunate or unfortunate timing. Hey, solve the problem by sidestepping YouTube API issues, setting the stream link as the OBS default. Oh! Oh! Interesting. Nice, it actually works properly. Nice! Got my eye on you. I'm hearing that as the, I've got my eyes on you. I don't think those are actually the notes, but whatever, close enough. You'll... One of these days, which is to say, what, tomorrow? You'll actually see what I look like, and then you'll, I get it. Still. No. I'm just being a goofy goober. It is a long-running joke on the channel, and so on and so forth. Hey. But hey, good to see you. I am painting some T'au. Almost done. I say almost done. This and then 10 more. And then base them. And then I will be done. Yay! And there was much rejoicing. Yay! What are we painting? T'au T'au is a faction in the game Warhammer 40k. Space communist weebs. I mean, not really, but that's how I like to think of them. The Blue Man Group. The faction is the Blue Man Group. Not that you would know, because all of mine are wearing helmets and red outfits. They're more a fan of the Flash. More fans of the Flash. And not the awful Ezra Miller series. Alright, there we go. Let me just throw everybody under the bus this stream. Absolutely everybody. I dread to ask, I think, what he's done since The Flash, as far as his career is concerned. I dread to ask, but apparently I am anyway. Hope you're having a good one. If you would like to subscribe, fun fact, follower, it plays a little jingle. It plays a jingle and you get a little alert box message and all that jazz happens when you subscribe. Hold on a sec. What happens if I... There it goes. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. More negotiable Xenos in our universe. It's the more negotiable, yep. The ones that actually try diplomacy. I mean, to a fault, perhaps. Hey, let's try diplomacy with them. It doesn't work. Hey, let's try diplomacy with them. Same faction? Yep, doesn't work. Hey, let me guess, try diplomacy with them. Yep. Sheen, this is the 7th time you've brought this is the 7th week in a row that you've brought diplomacy. Do not ask me to do that teacher's voice. I know. That is not going anywhere. Oh, and we're listening to Touhou music. Touhou. The Bullet Hell series. Well, okay, covers of Touhou music, but I like it quite a lot. To the point where I have the albums memorized. Knowing what song is coming up next and being able to time my stream based on which song just most recently or is playing. Yeah. What's worse, them or the Tyranids? Tyranids are worse. I mean, the Tyranids are always worse, unless maybe it's chaos. Otherwise, the Tyranids are worse. They come in, they eat ya. That's it. You're done. Not even once. Man, oh man, oh man. And the T'au are on the side of the galaxy that has to deal with them and orcs. And humans, of course, they're everywhere. Oh, wait a minute, the Tyrannid lore is that now they're kind of all over because they cheated physics and yeeted their way across the galaxy. Alright, let's see. Did sucker two of my friends, not the mutuals, to chat with me in my YouTube chat. Oh, nice! Someone to bounce off. Nice! That makes it a lot easier. Follower says, I see Xenos, I kill Xenos. Aren't you supposed to love your... Never mind. Which is why we need to let the Necrons win. They actually deal with the Tyrannid well. Let's not get too hasty. No. Maybe no. Necrons are cool and all, but I'm not sure that there's really a faction that I'd be crazy about winning 40k. Okay, T'au I could live with. If they treat everything else the same way that they treat their current auxiliaries, you could do with a lot worse. And no, I'm not talking about the sterilization thing. That was one time, and it may or may not even be canon, because look, 40k lore is weird. I mean, obviously they don't sterilize every planet. You have multi-generational Guvessa. You don't get that if you sterilize them. That's not how that works. Guvessa is a human who is an auxiliary to the T'au, or human under the control of the T'au, basically. And yeah, when you have a 5th generation Guvessa, I wonder how they got there. I wonder how. It is funny to poke fun at it, though. I see you, Tybros. It is funny to poke at them. Tybros, master of very strong opinions. I will get full agreement from CJ on that. We were having a nice long conversation about story in Souls games with a guy who hasn't played them and doesn't like them for the most part. Except Bloodborne. Well, he said he didn't like Bloodborne, but he liked the setting. My dude, if he hadn't changed the way that he was doing collabs and... Long story short, I'd like to play Elden Ring with him. Co-op run. But that looks like it's not on the table now. Not anymore. Because of the way that his schedule changed. Schedule won't allow it. No, I don't know why the Jim Carrey Grinch randomly popped in my head in May. The word schedule, apparently. Alright, let's see. Dark Souls conversation. After stream for how aggressive I got. At least from what I saw, I didn't think that you got aggressive. And I take it that was his take as well. He probably said something to the effect of, no, it's fine, I didn't take it that way. Knowing him. Alright, this is the last group. Please, for the love of sweet goodness grief. Sweet Davy Jones. Sweet baby Davy Jones. Sweet baby, and then we play Mad Libs to see what the rest of that sentence is. He said, you're fine, lol. Yep. He seems like that kind of dude. Gotta go, stuff to do? Hey, well, fair enough. Take care. If you haven't already subscribed, feel free to subscribe and you can see me around again. Be cool to have you around. I think it'd be cool. We should hang out with this Shamor. Alright. He's going to make a joke. Okay, I'll make the joke. He is a master at baiting us into conversation. Ha. Ha. the biggest or second biggest laugh that I ever got out of them was Ty was talking about them trolling, and said that they were like, they were baiting us, and I said something like, or they were trying to get better at baiting, and I said, you don't need to master baiting when you have each other. And yes, the way that I said that, YouTube probably picked up in the auto captions something else. It probably didn't disentangle those words. I am a genius. My goodness. Ha. It was either that or the coffin of Tybros and his voice changer. Oh dear. Man, oh man, oh man. Here we go. Yeah, we could do with a bit more. You can see the undercoat. Oh no. I'm going to be good. Just doing the antennae on these. What's up, Dragon Lord? Never mind, Stealth 20 was nice. Hey. Well, hey, good to have you here. Woo. If you haven't already subscribed, there's a little jingle that plays. I may have already told you, but in case I didn't, there's a little jingle that plays, follower, when you subscribe while we're live on YouTube. Stream elements will sometimes remind us that there is one. Whale, a whale, a whale. Oh my. Might have gotten just a wee little bit too much on there. Just a teeny tiny little glob. Close. Enough. Enough. My ship sails in the morning. I wonder what's for dinner. Oh boy. Yes, for some stupid reason, I have Wand of Gamelon. Look, I don't pretend to understand either. Wand of... Man. Alright. 2... Getting there. Oh, 1 second, Dragon Lord. Next time I dip into the pot. Ooh. That's as much as we're getting off. Alright. Give me just a moment. Oh, this is a mess. Hey, I see an Emery. Imiri. Imiri the special. Okay, and so on. And before that flashback of when I was doing the voices for Persona 3, and one of them sounded like I don't know, like a super stereotypical white guy doing a Japanese voice. And then some random person comes in, as far as I know, the first time they chatted, to let me know how race car driver that voice was. Yeah, they didn't stick around. Oh dear. I don't know why that this is the third time. Look, I am tired and apparently have a short-term memory. Dory from Finding Nemo. By the way, did you know? Yeah, sorry, follower. Look. Uh-oh. Oh no. White rice. Even though I rarely eat white rice anymore, I have another use for it. Rice wine. You can do that with white rice? I never thought about that. Fun of fresh accounts. Get a notification I'm a mod, immediately followed by the first time messaging. Yes, that guidelines reminder. Yup. Uh-oh. Oh no. You're fine, dude. You're fine. Both of you are fine. Clearly. You're all good. You're all good. I've gotten my paint water to the consistency of milk. Do not drink it. Please. Hey. Whatever. Just do your thing. Screw it. Hey. You are A-okay. Use white rice with raisins. Ooh. When I think of raisins, of course, grapes, wine. Yeah, I could see that. I cannot, however... No, I guess I'd be turning the water into wine, so never mind, you're already there. You're already... No. Strong, sweet sake. Okay, that's selling it. Not selling. Would use this account more for viewing and chatting if I didn't need to watch 3 ads. That's fair. That is more than alright. 3? By the way? I mean, I know that YouTube does sometimes do 3 ads, but usually it's 1 or 2. No, usually 2. 3 is... that's a bold move, Cotton. To be fair, it's usually not that big of a deal because usually you can skip. At the absolute most, and I've never seen this before, but at the absolute most, the longest and unskippable ad can be on YouTube is 15 seconds, so you get 3 15-second ads for 45 seconds. I've never seen that though. The longest I've seen is 2 ads, 15 seconds each, so 30 seconds of unskippable ads. Which, I mean, I'm old enough, I grew up on cable, as probably most of us have. I'm fine. If 30 seconds is all I have to deal with, I'll live. It's an inconvenience, but I'll live. Say olive oil. Yes, I have a random Centuri-chan comic in my head now. Based. 30-second unskippables back in the day. I don't think I remember having come across those. Not even technically watching. Pause the first ad. Ah, okay. Huh. Oh no. Oh no. No, viewer duration is going down. No. You're fine. You're fine. 3. I remember when YouTube rolled out 2. How big of a deal that was. Much of an uproar, I mean to say. See, for the longest time, YouTube actually wasn't even profitable. It is now, but it used to not even be profitable. And little measures like that were inevitable. They were going to happen. As a way of recouping cost. What am I doing, by the way? This is actually an optional step. T1, what are you doing? You just said, whatever, it was here. Force of habit kicked in, I guess. Entire Lego movie as an ad. What? How? That means that instead of you paying to watch the Lego movie, what would that be? Is that Universal? Paid YouTube to have you watch it. Why? I don't know. I don't pretend to understand. The entire history, A Brief History of Poison, Part 1. As an ad. As an unskippable ad. A T1 video essayist, no. Please no. For the love of sweet goodness, no. Hey Emery, did you know that if you subscribe... Okay, fine. You probably already have. In fact, Stream Elements also reminds us about that too. Just to make it even funnier. Oh dear. Second Lego movie. Oh, it was basically like 5 seconds of, hey, go watch Lego movie 2. Oh, follow. That's okay, that's pretty funny. Sheen, this is the 7th week in a row you've reminded people. An entire stream made up of running jokes from earlier in the stream. Don't ask how you even get that started. Never mind. Reminds me of a speed run that I saw. Shoutouts to Bonesaw, but it was a Bonesaw is a speed runner that used to be big in the, let's call it, pre-corporate era of the speedrunning convention Games Done Quick. There's AGDQ, Awesome Games Done Quick, SGDQ, Summer Games Done Quick, collectively Games Done Quick. And he used to run games back in the T'au era, when they weren't being especially corporate about it. Especially non-problematic, I guess? Well, he does a run that of Jak and Daxter 2, I think, that sort of feels like one that you would have found in that old era, and it was the most entertaining thing for the entire week, and it was this, he got banned. Alright, now to be fair, I don't know this, I don't think anyone knows it, he might have been somewhat hammered while he was doing it, though. I mean, if I had that level of skill while being somewhat inebriated, I'm maybe showing it off too. No. But it also could have just been that he was letting go. You have an entire event that feels quite safe, and then this guy comes on and does a bunch of Owen Wilson references and talks crap about an airline that the convention apologized for. Yes, they seriously apologized for it. And on Twitter to, I want to say it was American Airlines. Oh, and every time he gets a certain power-up is his car keys, so he spends the whole run looking for his car keys. And it's great. I will forget when the stream ends to pull up that run and show it off. But man, it was glorious. sure I'm far enough down. It's going to be pretty spotty though. Might have to make another. Yeah, that's fine. Today in Stop T1, no one is going to see that. No one is going to check underneath there. Absolutely no one cares. Please, for the love of sweet goodness, don't do it. You have a wife and kid. No, actually you don't. You have a kid. Won't somebody think of the children? As I'm just full of all of the references today. 70% of which are coming from The Simpsons. The old stuff, the good stuff. Kiddo and I ended up watching an episode from the second most recent series of The Simpsons. It is terrible. Yeah. Yeah. It's unfortunate. But I'm sure that they keep it on because it still makes them money. I imagine they'd pull the plug if it didn't. A Starties Wii series? I have not, no. Better say screw the kids, go be a parent, like most companies should. Screw the kids, go be a parent? Oh, like go parent your kids. I think I got you now. I think I gotcha. If you're missing or go over the preset points for an army, if you're missing or go over as in you exceed the point value for an army, how do you deal with that? I always just build my list well ahead of time, so I get a chance to plan out what the points are going to be for it. I use an app called New Recruit that keeps track of points as you add models. So I don't know. I don't actually deal with that. If you mean even while I'm planning, that means I have to take something out to make room for it, and it's whatever I think is either the weakest unit still in there that doesn't create a significant point gap, preferably, or whatever can be taken out that keeps the rest of the list synergy with itself, if there is one. I think I know a faction that can maybe get the Tyrants a run for their money. The Swarm from Honkai Star Rail. You know, obviously, much more about that than I do. Hey, Stream Elements! Thank you! Stream Elements, the homie. Really, really wants follower to know. Thank you, bot. Thank you, Clanker. Another faction of bugs, except these ones can perform mitosis. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're the self-replicating bots from the day the Earth stood still, is what I'm to understand. Except they probably aren't nanomachines. Nanomachines, son! Or something like that. The ones that every time you shoot a missile at them, they grow bigger because they somehow absorb the actual missile or something like that. Whatever, they get bigger. Yay, fun. That's a horrible way to go, by the way. In case that weren't abundantly clear. Ay. Alright. Memes! The DNA of the soul! What an exquisite meme. Alright. What a great game. There will in fact be blood shed. The man in the mirror nods his head. I don't know why James Earl Jones shows up. Hold on just a sec. You do not need to get the inside of the headset. T1, you genius, what are you doing? A wise man once said, stab! Look. I can't help myself. It's too wet anyway. Well. Oh, that's not good. Switch hands because my right thumb was messing with me and I'm ambidextrous, so hey, why not? Nailed it. By the way, for the new people that are here, we have a Discord server, link down in the description. If you'd like to join it and hang out with us, I like to think that we're a pretty cool bunch. I like to think so. We have a channel where we post it's the tabletop games one, so we post, sure, minis, but anything tabletop related. So we've had people put their D&D characters, for example, or stuff to 3D print, you know, all kinds of stuff in there. Full bottom jeans, jack boots with the fur. Alright, for real this time. Hey, take care. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. I hope you have a good one. Woo! Alright. Let's see. We'll get to yours in just a sec. I assume then they can't go over the range. Doing a 10,000, well, just 1,000. 10,000 is big. Only do 1,000 or, yep. You can only do 1,000 or fewer. You can't go over it. That is a hard limit. That is correct. My goodness. What are we doing? Alright, we're going this way. Holding the pinkies together like that actually does help, even though it looks stupid. What's going on is if one hand moves, the other one moves with it. I mean, not with as much support as if I did my wrist, but this also kind of works. Oh, crap. No one's going to see that. It caused a universe-wide problem known as the Swarm Disaster, before one god eventually stepped in and sealed the god that was serving as the hive mind of the swarm in amber. 65 million years later... Okay, no. Honkai Star Rail is not, in fact, ripping off of Jurassic Park. We leave that to Seymour Skinner. and Apu to call him out. Trying to make a 500 point and 1,000 point army, but I was cut short by a few. The smaller the points, the harder it is, I find, to actually be able to meet it. You just seem to have less flexibility. It's been my experience anyway. Alright. Almost there. Dos más. 2 more. Alright, T1. Who needs sleep anyway, right? Oh, this poor brush. Alright, I have been staring at something too close to me for too long. My eyes are having a hard time focusing. There we go. Sharpen it again. Ooh. Right. Too late. It's already dried enough. Got some of it off, but oh well. Oh well. Well. As if it isn't the actions of my own wait a minute. And let me just do this same exact thing that got me into this mess. Here we go. There we go. Was that? They say fire can remove the paint from a plastic mini. It can also remove the mini from existence. So, maybe not. Maybe not quite. I know you all can't see. I have it close to myself. Instead of moving towards it, I moved it towards me for just a moment. Just a moment. Alright, T1. Nobody, but nobody, is going to notice that. Toothpick time. hair. Never could guess where that hair happened to come from. Could be from anyone. I mean anywhere. I mean anything. Also for the Space Marines, all units don't necessarily need to be led by a captain warlord besides the one that acts as the leader to be targeted. Correct. You get bonuses for having a, say, a captain or an apothecary or something like that with them, but they aren't required. So for example, these strikers, or I guess this is a breacher team. This breacher team over here can be led by an ethereal, but it doesn't have to be. It can also be led instead by a cadre fireblade, but again, it doesn't have to be. It's just an option that you have. If they are led, then the leader grants the unit something extra they wouldn't have otherwise. So, for example, ethereals grant strikers and breachers what's called a 5-up feel no pain. Basically, a third of wounds don't go through, which is pretty handy in a firefight especially. All of that work is about to pay off. He says. He hopes. Go. Oh, please, for the love of sweet goodness. Almost there. Almost there. Take it, Krunk. Oh, feel the power. Oh, I feel it. That's terrible. That's probably why. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. There's so much paint on here. It's covering up some of the details. That's not good. Maybe it'll be better as it dries, but that's not reassuring. Which is funny because I can still see the undercoat through it a bit. Did you hear the rumors all the Dark Souls games are getting remakes? Exciting and concerned, gonna be a Demon Souls remake. I had not heard it, and I would want to look for some more confirmation because I would be pretty surprised if that's actually what ends up happening. At least I would be surprised. Okay, thank goodness. Alright. Enough of that. Alright. Doing rounds, the news sites are picking it up, just leaks at this point, or just news at this point. Oh, news is the new to news, not leaks to news. I don't know. I don't know. I would be surprised. Imagine if Dark Souls... So, Dark Souls obviously was made by From Software. Dark Souls Remaster had two different studios. Which studio made it was dependent on the platform. And then we could have another one. Who knows? Who knows? Alright, I will be right back in just a second. Maybe just a wee bit. Alright. Be right back. DS3 doesn't really need it as it's held up really well all these years. I think DS3 needs to be finished before it can have a remake. Then we can talk. Originates from Scirocco though. I don't know who or what that is, unfortunately. Really look better is the lighting at this point, and finishing the LOD issue, or the pop-in issues, and some of the glitches that still exist. The more egregious ones, like the phantom backstabs in single player. DS1 and DS2 could use graphical remakes though. Yeah, having more than just look DS fixes now part of the base game would be pretty handy. That would be pretty nice. For sure. Oh my goodness, this thing has seen better days. How about I just use the opposite end of this one? That's probably fine. You know, you saying that, CJ, reminds me of, actually it was the Joseph Anderson Elden Ring review, where he brought up and showed a few parts of DS3 that going down the ladder in Profane Capital, was that what it's called? Mostly played the unpatched. No, that's even on the patch version, even on the PC version. When I was playing on Steam on the newest patch, that still exists. He was showing going down towards, I think it's called the Profane Capital, but I forget if that's right. The place where you fight Yorm, and where the other vessel is shooting fireballs at you. Oh yeah, I'm referring to the backstabs not landing too. I'm referring to that as well, in the PC version as well. I am referring to that. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. It's part of the reason I have a bit of a hard time going back and playing it. He was showing, basically, he was saying, it's amazing to me that this game, and I'm paraphrasing here, is as refined, I think is the word he used, as it is, given that Dark Souls 3, all these years later, still has issues with pop-in and something else he mentioned. Oh dear. There's actually so little basing glue left. Getting what's left in here. I may turn it upside down and let it drain a bit. Conversation before, if so bad, why do all my backstabs land 95% of the time? I'm not sure that they do. Maybe they do. Maybe it's because you get really, really, really close instead of doing it at the what should be the outside of the range. Basically, if there's an area that you... I'm going to make up something just for the sake of illustration. Let's say that the game would let you do a backstab if you are between 1 and 10 units from the enemy. You're behind them, and you are between 1 and 10 units away from them. Just making up some, just for the sake of illustration, right? And if you're 1 unit away each time, if you're touching their back, then they will have less time to move out of it before the fake backstab happens. But if you're 10 units away, the game, they're close enough that it puts you into the backstab animation. But unlike PvP in even DS3, well, okay, it's a weird example. You know those crazy backstabs that seem like magnetic backstabs people would do in DS1? Yeah, that looks stupid, but at least it means that when you start a backstab, the game actually recognizes it as a backstab. And unfortunately, it has the problem of forcing the other player into it. This is a really weird way of explaining it. I'm not doing a great job. How long am I in? 7.5 hours. Plus a work day. If you do the backstab animation, then it should also force the backstab, is basically what I'm saying. Especially in single player. Especially then. Fun fact, the CPU is not going to complain when you do cheesy stuff to them. That's basically the design philosophy behind every beat-em-up game. They do basically always land. I'm telling you, man, you've seen my streams. Or maybe you didn't see those. Huh. Maybe. Dark Souls over 800 hours ton can only actually recall hasn't landed 3 or 4 times. If you're the kind of person that tries to get the backstab at the earliest moment that you could, meaning from the furthest distance the game will allow, you'll have in my illustration, you'll have a problem with it. If you're someone who always waits until you're right up against them, and they can't move out because you're already so close that they have too much distance to cover, then you'll be fine. But maybe it's just a me thing trying to do it from as great a distance as possible to get as much of a frame advantage as I can. Maybe it's a difference in playstyle, is what I'm saying. That's the gist of it. Maybe it's a difference in playstyle. Okay, good. I thought I got some glue on the helmet here. No offense, generally rank personal experience over that of others. I mean, that's fair. It's your own experience. For me, I can do more than that because I actually have it on stream, the console and the PC version, so that's part of why I'm as confident as I am. But, I understand what you're saying. That probably does mean that you weren't there for those streams, though. which is fair. I don't expect you to be on every single stream. Dear God. I do remember that you were there for the last part of the DS3 All Achievement run on PC, because you were there when I used Cheat Engine to get 99 of some Covenant material at the very beginning of the run. Or the day, not the run, you know what I mean. I did not feel like farming again for 5 trillion hours for ears of a certain sloth or whatever. It's not what they were called, but I mean, they might as well be. Lightning only run to yeah, that probably was. The console run was one, oh, technically they were all VODs, but there was one that was public and then the rest was a playlist of unlisted videos. So you could watch them if you wanted to. Made the whole however many 100 hours optional, basically. And I think the only person that watched the whole thing was Rukalin. Shoutouts to Rukalin. And even then I'm not sure that she did. Maybe she had more to do with her life than just that. Maybe. Probably. Definitely. And then the other was the getting all achievements in DS3. Yeah. As far as normal runs are concerned. Even as weak as magic is in DS3, I think that's part of what moved me towards playing a more magical build. I mean, I did start as an assassin, so, you know, it's already part of the way done for me, I suppose. Also, Orbeck is just a great character. Orsurk from Pow World is just a great character. Stalking Joseph Anderson's review of DS3, the idea of one attack having multiple swings to it, yeah, he was doing an awfully early review too. To be fair, it didn't end up changing all that much, but, you know, he was doing an early review, hoping that some of those issues would get fixed. I don't know. It's my least favorite of the Souls games. I like all of them, but it's my least favorite. I said before that if I had to rate them, it would be Dark Souls 1 at a 9.5 out of 10, 2 at a 9, 3 at an 8.5. That's how I would tier them. Like a tier, you know what I mean. Oy. Poor form to complain about a boss you fundamentally didn't get. No? If you know you don't get the boss, then I would agree with you. But if you don't know that you don't get the boss, then I would disagree. That's a weird way of putting it, but I do think that there actually is something there. Hold on a moment while I sort my dudes. I should probably actually get the breachers done. Yeah, let's do that. That would be the smart thing to do. Get the breachers done next. Work back to front. Hold on. See, if you know that you aren't getting it, then at least you're aware of that fact. If you don't know that you're not getting it, congratulations, you are like most players. Most players that don't get something don't know that they don't get something. Oddly enough, that sort of makes it into a more, not a more accurate review, but, well, I mean, kind of. It's, a lot of people are not going to get it. He's giving the experience that a lot of players have. The joy of QA testing, but in the form of a review. I am absolutely certain, as are you, that a lot of people got to Pontiff and didn't understand how his attack chains work. Even come time for Elden Ring, a lot of people didn't understand, oh, if you move away from Margit, he will not do a combo all the way through, because now you're out of the proximity, you're out of range for him to keep spamming it. Instead, he will stop. If you stay close, he can do the whole thing. Uh-oh. Alright, so all the basing glue is way down in the bottom. Well, didn't get isn't really a term I'm looking for. Animation crunching is a lame excuse for saying a swing came out quickly, but every example presented was part of a combo. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It does make me wonder how many times he did the actual fight itself. I think that all of the footage that he gave in that segment was from one character, so presumably one build, so presumably one run. I think? Maybe? I mean, I have stream proof to show that I didn't even know you could parry Pontiff the first time. No, this is me going in completely blindly, and if I didn't already know, I would never have tried to parry Gwen on my first go either. You spend the entire game fighting unparryable bosses, and the final boss is parryable. Dark Souls is just magical like that. Go figure. Main one I watched was Lightning only, just not. Making sure I wasn't missing something. Let me set this. I'm trying to set it up in such a way that the glue will keep draining. But I want to set it. I would like to set it onto a surface that isn't my floor or my rug. So in other words, a plastic sheet. Oh well, this is fine. Yeah, what he called animation crunching is not actually accurate, but I can definitely see how someone would see what was going on, especially if it's the Pontiff fight. If you're like most players, you're not necessarily going to see that that's what's happening. I can see that. No pun intended. And if it was intended, that was terrible. I don't know. Yeah. Admittedly, the fandom backstab is probably my least favorite part of DS3. It's still a great game. Do not let me give you the impression, random viewer here, Dragon Lord, that DS3 is not a good game. It is my least favorite Souls game, which is my favorite game trilogy. It's great. If you get the chance, I would encourage you to play it too. Although I would encourage you to play DS1 and 2 more. You can't really go wrong, though. They're all great. There is more in here. Do I have something longer than that? Best lineup of bosses to this day? Best lineup of bosses. Maybe. I don't know that I agree, but I can see that. It's a little apples and oranges. DS3 is a faster game. You are faster too. It's a different kind of experience. I can see that. I'm not sure that I wouldn't... At least in terms of graphics, yes. In terms of presentation, lore notwithstanding, probably? I mean, there's... I don't know. It's not really fair to compare Gwen to... Oh, but even Soul of Cinder still has the... Soul of Cinder is made better by the fact that Gwen exists. If you know, you know. Ah, yeah. I can see that. Oh. Dang it, Bobby. Dang it, Bobby. I swear. Need to go since it's a tad bit late here. Fair enough. I should be going too. we'll finish watching tomorrow? Hey, well, very good. Pontiff, Dancer, Soul Sender, all the DLC bosses. Yeah, I mean, no argument here. Well, there's an almost contrarian in me. Almost. I do like some of the DS2 DLC fights. It's weird to say that I think that the DS1 DLC probably has the weakest lineup of bosses, but it, again, kind of apples and oranges. 4 to 9 to... There are 5 DLC bosses in... Wait, how many DLC bosses are there in DS3? 2 in Ashes. Is it... Demon Lord? Do we count Half-Light? Not Demon Prince, I mean to say. Demon Lord. Isekai. Generic Isekai. Do we count Half-Light? I think we do, right? I think Gale is amazing. I've soured on Midir a little bit. Gale is my favorite DS3 DLC fight. I'm not as big a fan of Midir as I used to be, I guess. Gale is pretty cool, though. I mean, Midir's pretty cool. You count Half-Light? Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair. Oh my goodness. Random DS3 lore, but not really DS3, but totally I'm counting it. There's an infamous gamer named Darkside Phil. Oh no, who was playing DS3, but he was actually playing a, what would you call it, the, not pre-release version, the early access, the version that was meant for journalists to review, that was notably easier. You could only get it through the Xbox store, if I remember correctly. And this is just from a YouTube comment in the Outsider video about it. Long story short, he played an easier version of DS3 for a good bit of the playthrough. And he still was terrible at it the entire time. It's great. Gale, Soul, Midir in that order. Wait, actually. Gale for sure on top. I mean, Dancer and Pontiff are somewhere in there. I'm actually not sure that I almost wish that I didn't know about Pontiff parry loops, because now that I know that, I wonder if that sort of diminishes the boss a bit to me. But that's true for more than just Pontiff. That's the thing with Gale as well, for instance. Oh, wrong side, T1, wrong side. Gale on top, probably Frida and Soul, then Midir. Frida is amazing too. Frida was... So when Kiddo and I did the 2-player 1 control... Oh right, 2-player 1 controller! We did that too. That was on... Cons? That was on console. That had to be on console. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that was on console. Don't quote me on that though. But when we did the every DLC boss except for Midir, she and I beat on the first try without leveling health. Yeah, that was a thing. That was pretty cool. And yeah, stream proof of that too. Well, I think those were VODs. I don't think they were actually... No, they weren't streamed. They were VODs, I think. I think. Ay. Frida also mastered degree. I regularly beat her at Solar for weapon level 7. Nice, dude. Yeah, Frida does get phase 1 especially, and aside from phase 3, I'm not sure that I have problems with it. Well, now I probably would. Just by virtue of how long it's been since I played. remind me and I will find that. Goodness, it always takes me forever to actually find the video. But there's a video on the Phantom backstabs. Holy crap, my headset just screamed at me. In such a way that I don't think any of you heard it. I think it was just on my end. I hope. Phase 2 is the one that chips you up. I mean, Phase 3 is the... Joseph Anderson just thinks that there's animation crunching. No. The long combos. I don't know. We did a lot of like backing up while she just attacked continuously. We did a lot of that. Then waltz in to punish with one hit and so on. It is kind of Phase 1 again, but it's also Phase 1 on crack. Phase 1 on crack. Hold on. God, what on earth was I just saying before that? I forgot. Before it yelled at me. Before the headset blew up on me. Oh, right. I don't remember us doing backstabs. Yeah, we definitely did backstabs during that. But because it was 2-player, 1 controller, aside from just enemies that were standing totally still, I hardly remember us doing that. It's the I did the movement, she did the attacking, so that gives you an idea of how it went. It means we didn't exactly get a lot of control over it. We did a lot of just head-to-head, lock on, and just keep schmoving combat. She was precious as can be. We did our last run of that before she even turned 7 years old. Oh dear. Between the long combo, 2 layers of jumping explosion, invisibility spell, just backstab fest. Well, admittedly, I don't actually do it all that much. I don't remember, obviously let's see, oh goodness, it's been a sec. Long combo. Oh yeah, so for long combo, you roll through the last attack, and then, since you use the distance that you covered to get behind her and backstab her, right? Two flavors of jumping explosion. I believe you, I just don't remember. God, it has been a while since I've fought her. It has been a hot second. This kind of makes me want to go back and play DS1 though. We're having a conversation about Dark Souls 3 and it makes me want to go back and play DS1. I still think it has my favorite. The best is relative. The best in what way? But my favorite parry system, which is that the parries could be active as soon as frame 1. I do not think that they needed to change it. But, ah well. Ah well. That's what mods are for. At least some of the games have mods that change it back to the way that you had it in DS1. So, at least there's that. That's cool. That's cool. If you, like me, are crazy, Dark Souls 3 has seamless. Everything but DS2 has seamless. And last I saw, I think they were working on seamless for DS2. So that's pretty cool. That would be pretty hype. Seamless DS2. I imagine that because it's such an old game, there isn't, and it wasn't especially popular, that there isn't a great deal of demand to do it. unfortunately that probably means that it's pretty low on people's priority list. But, you know, modders are crazy in the best possible way. Thank goodness we have modders, right? It's the only thing that makes Starfield playable. I mean, true though. We just randomly let Todd Howard catch some strays in the stream. Got Seamless before Elden Ring, just wasn't called Seamless. I mean, that shouldn't be too terribly surprising. It came out back in 2019. It had a lot more time to cook. That shouldn't be terribly surprising. It is pretty neat, though. I think it's pretty neat. Trying to get this on. I got too much glue out, so I'm trying to spread it on BAAWA before it's too late. Spread it on BAAWA. I'll call that good enough for right now. There's a co-op mod that worked through Steam matchmaking, sync boss kills, and had invasions. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Invasions, though, is kind of in Sekiro. That's kind of wicked. Sekiro invasions. Steam's, oh, I gotcha. Steam servers. Steamed hams. Steamed hams. So the reason that I have a hard time finding that Dark Souls 3 backstab video I keep talking about is because whenever I try to search it through the obvious terms, like DS3 backstab or something like that, it doesn't, other stuff comes up. So it's hard for me to actually find the danged thing each time, unfortunately. I'll see if I can find it. I wonder if I might have posted it in the server and I can just look it up that way. Maybe. Basically, someone made a, I don't know, what would you say, a developer style look at why the backstabbing desyncs as it does in DS3. It's old enough that I think that the video was from before Elden Ring came out. It's not Illusory Wall, but that would be kind of cool. I see that Illusory Wall, at least I saw a video on my recommended, so I assume he still makes stuff. That's cool. Zuli still makes stuff, but Zuli's also streaming now. I did see the announcement. Zuli is in fact a bat. Let's see why this is nice to have two people to do. Lila has competition? Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, bat, I get it, I get it now. Yeah. Zuli the Witch, for anyone who has no idea what I'm talking about, is a Dark Souls, or a Souls series YouTuber who would make videos that would break down, you know, neat little occurrences in the games from often a programming perspective, you know, a design perspective. Neat stuff. You know, why does this work the way that it does? And would always use text over the videos. No voiceover, no this is what I look like, not even an avatar, just text. And, you know, it's the internet. Immediately people speculated maybe, you know, we're talking about a Souls aficionado who is clearly a programmer of some kind, who is not showing their face. It's a trans player. Lo and behold, that was exactly what was right years later. And I really appreciate that it didn't, in this day and age, unfortunately, you sort of worry how people are going to react to that. As far as I saw, it was just, ah, cool, okay. Moving on. I guess maybe because it was fairly expected, or maybe because the people that would have gotten mad were already sort of filtered out, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. Not incentivized to stay prior to that point. Pleasantly surprised. Alright. Illusory Walls' last Dark Souls Dissected was 2 months ago. Then it was just YouTube recommending me an old video. That would do it. I hope everything's okay. It might just be a matter of big project. Some of those videos get pretty long, or real life gets in the way. You know, something like it may just be as simple as that. I hope everything's alright though. Here's to hoping. That's all we can do, right? Ay, ay, ay. Oh, right. Keep tilting this thing upside down. That's not going to be enough. Yep. I have it tilted upside down so that while I'm working, it can be draining. I am roping you into this. You now have a sense of ownership over my being late for sleep. Can't blame insomnia for this one. This is determination. Sheer, unbridled. Alright. And I'm intentionally going over it more times than is necessary to make absolutely sure that I get as much coverage as possible. Basically so that we don't have little patches of, well, open terrain. Shouldn't look like there are holes in it. Wait, what am I doing? There we go. Actually, now that I think about it, I think that I never actually do find that backstab video by searching for it on YouTube. Instead, I find it through something else like Reddit or whatever, and then direct link to it. What always happens, if I remember correctly, is that I will start searching for it the normal way, not be able to find it because results are crowded and I can't find the actual video, and then we'll start looking for it through Google searches about it, and then find the closest thing. Yeah, I think that's typically the pattern. Oh, maybe I favorited it though. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Oh, crap, I'm too high up for you all to see. Parts of it, anyway. Go. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Let me see if I can scooch in just a bit. That would be handy. All right. So it's almost 8 hours. ZJ, give me strength. Ah. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. You and the 4 other people. Wait, is 12 no, 12 hours is not the plan. Oh, so you may not have been here when I thought I said it, but I guess not. Oops. So once I get these models based, we're done. So, this group, and one off camera. So it was 40 troops. I had to get the white onto them, close enough to white onto them, and then get them based, and then I am done. Amen and hallelujah. Ooh. That's the hope anyway. Oh, 8 hours is not me saying I'm 2/3 of the way there. It's me saying, oh goodness, this has gone on for a while. I get to spend my day playing in the dirt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I can't complain. My elbow, however, will make me complain here pretty soon. What I'm saying is I'm getting old. You're only 8,999 once. A little bit out, and then just pull from the pile. Should have smacked the loose dirt off of it. Okay. Everything that's left is a Pathfinder. Rail, Ion. Alright, so that means that Rail is already down. Okay, cool then. Cool, Roy. 95 views. It's funny because this stream has, in raw view count, a lot of views, but it must be that people dip in for just a quick sec and then leave and then quit. Yeah, you get the idea. Wouldn't be surprised. Oh, we're getting towards Weather Channel music, aren't we? Not yet, but we're getting there. Wouldn't that be a nice place to end it? What am I doing? T1, what are you doing? Go. Doing this to myself. Love of the game, right? Love of the Game is my favorite Jabba the Hutt parody. Alright. I am exactly that tired. At least it's low enough that you can actually see now. I'll appreciate this in the morning, or now. Just what it was in doing this. You know, I'm not sure that you mentioned earlier, CJ, what all did you end up getting done during the stream? Or if you did, it was 17 hours ago and I forgot. I forgore. Maybe not quite that long. Play through Acts 2, Chapters 3 and 4. Oh, okay. For some reason I thought you were in the Minecraft server again. Again. How many syllables can we make that word? Oh dear goodness. Sleepy. T1 Sleepy Elf. Chapters 5 and 6. Well, best of luck. There we go. I'd leave the factory building for off-stream, tend to just zone in and go silent and mumble to myself. Okay. I wonder if, by virtue of being a newer game, and a gacha game, that might have helped you to have more people that... You said they were... no, the Kick viewers were just viewers, they weren't chatters, right? But still, that's something. Oh, on Kick you set your game category, right? And then people can search up what game they want to try to find. That's how it works, of course, with YouTube and with Twitch. Alright. Yeah, they're just viewers. Try to remember to keep this low enough that you all can see too. I have to add a little bit more voiced. Just a little bit more though. I actually promised a friend of mine that I would go over and play some Warcraft with him. And to be honest, I'm not sure that I want to, but I did promise, and I didn't this week. So it'd be good for me too. Not wait to see look on the store owner's face. I am positive he did not think I would be able to get this many done, given the, how little I had done when I told him I would end up being able to do all of them. Of course, I was able to accomplish that. Am currently able to accomplish that by forgoing sleep. Like the right genius that I am. Fill in the... sure, that's fine. Gaps. There is actually a bit of a temptation to leave the last, say, 20 or so for Kiddo. Maybe. Honestly, she's pretty quick at this. We could probably... yeah, that might not be a bad idea. Finish up. Just a moment. Rolling bass. Don't mind if I do. Sure that's going to be enough. That one came out better than I thought it would. Right. You are? Hold on loosely. Don't let go. If you use too much, I mean, yeah, sure, it's a little bit of a waste, but it dries clear, so at least it won't be visible. That's why you use a basing glue like this, that it will dry clear. Oh my goodness. Totally go. Try to roll the glue off of it. It came out looking okay, I think. You know they had fun making this. You know they did. Listen to that. That note, however, every time. Like, did you miss the note? Yes. But it works. I'll keep it. Okay, there we go. I say we leave her 20 tomorrow. That's probably too many. Leave her 10. Probably. You know, that might be a bit much. Uh-oh. Oh, nice. Whoa, Nelly. Oh my goodness. Whatever. Just rub it off on there, I guess. It's just extra glue. Good times. Will all be worth it, though. All be worth it. I say at 2:13 in the morning. Don't ask what time I have to get up for work. It's earlier than I would like to admit. Maybe I do let Kiddo do 20. She'll be quick at it, I'm sure. That'll probably be fine. Well, that's the case. It's just this and one more. Grass tufts on there at some point. Super glue and tweezers are your friend. That's what I tell myself. Zen. What are we at now? 8 hours and 15 minutes. Kiddo, I am going to trust you will be fast enough at this. I think you will be. I certainly hope so. Certainly hope so. Hey, Gingerby, well, well, well. Look at who we have here. Hey, how's your, oh my goodness, what's your time zone? How's your Wednesday? How's your hump day? Hump day? Mine is doing, mine is alright. I like to think that mine's going okay. Well, it should be that I am asleep, catching 40 winks, counting sheep, enter Sandman, you know, all that jazz. Should be, but alas. Alas. Alright, there we go. Oh, right. Not so humpy. Work way too much. I feel you there. Lo siento. Alright. That leaves... Did I not count? Where'd the others go? Oh, because these two are already done. Fair enough. Okay, so that just leaves 20. 20 more. Alright. Good times. Thanks for the raid the other day. Hey, no worries. No worries, dude. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Sorry, you're catching me right as I'm about to head out. I could finish these last 20, but one, if I fall asleep right this second, I get fewer than 4 hours of sleep. So that's not great. That's definitely not great. Oh no. Oh no. And then number 2 is Kiddo can finish the last 20 tomorrow. It's these 2, these 8, and then these 10 that are way off camera over here, but that are super duper bright red. Oh, I was about to go to bed myself, then I saw you. Hey, thank you. Wait, oh, I appreciate the follow, by the way. That's cool of you. Thank you, man. Oh, man. So, here's what we currently have, notwithstanding the ones that I just put onto the sheet next to me. It's going to look like there's an awful lot less than I actually have done. So, let's see. There's 2 units that are on the sheet that would be on here. They are at that level of completion. So it's 18 stealth battlesuits. I got them when you could field 18, and now it's 15. Thank you, James Workshop. There's a Pathfinder team, a Pathfinder team, a Pathfinder team, and a Pathfinder team. Good times. 2 strike teams, a breacher team, squish. 9 crisis suits. My favorite that I've done, and this one is actually parade ready instead of just, right now it's just getting them battle ready, so they're not there yet. Also look very red. They will look very red. When they start getting parade ready and add more details to them, that'll hide it a bit, but yes, they will look very red. Also, some of them have white, but not as much white as they will have when the time comes. Alright, just a quick moment. I moved you all the way over here. There's even a story behind this guy. Or 2. This is... I know you've seen it before, CJ, but Jinja has not. This is Jimbo the Lazy Communist T'au. There's a... I promise there's a story behind the name. So yeah, it's wheat I got from the train section of a hobby store. It's supposed to be as if it's going through a field. Hold on, let me see if I can do it this way. If red's your favorite color, nice. Well, it's Farsight Enclaves, so it better be. It better work. Yeah, it has a magnet so that it can swap its weapons without me having to buy a whole new one for anyone that actually cares about that sort of thing. 2 magnets that I drilled in here, and then of course 2 in the arm. So that's neat. So initially I had this guy just on the fly stand, no leg touching the ground. That worked about as well as you think for a big model like a Riptide, which is to say that it didn't. Eventually it broke, and then it fell on the ground. And I was at an event for, what was it, Thanksgiving, I think? And we ran with it. It broke at the event, so people let me still run it, but it was, you know, so it's lying on the ground, so it's lazy. It's a T'au, so it's a communist, and Jimbo because I'd been playing too much Balatra. It's okay. The fly stand broke. The actual model, well, I mean, the actual model itself didn't break. Thank goodness. You know, that little clear piece that actually is on it too. It's connected now to the ground by 2 points. Its foot and what I was able to salvage at the fly stand. So it's not as bad. It's a little bit more stable now. But this is my favorite intense repair story. Thank goodness no. We almost did, because if it fell off the table, that was going to be very slightly less than ideal. Yeah, this is the only one that I would say that I have parade ready. Yeah, you know, as you do. Thought T'au were typically white. Oh yeah, okay. T'au lore, long story very short, the ones that you typically see are either orange primarily or white and red. The latter one is called the Viorla. Long story short, every T'au group that isn't the Farsight Enclaves has some sort of a caste system where the ethereals, the Brahmin, the religious ones, they're not religious, but they're treated like the religious priest class in a Hindu caste system. They're on the top. Rule everything. They run actual factual everything. The Farsight Enclaves are the exception. They do not have ethereals. They still have the other caste, but they're more or less equals, yada yada yada. But basically, yeah, no. And they do the opposite. They have, instead of white and red, they have red and white. It's the opposite color scheme. So that's where this is coming from. Very slightly less. Just a teeny tiny, a little bit. It does look like Evo too, from Evangelion. It looks like Asuka's. It kinda does, dude. Man, you're not kidding. I mean, there is of course more that I can add to it, but I'm a little bit worried that if I add too much, I don't want it to be overly complicated. If it's too congested, it might not look clean anymore. I wouldn't like that. It sort of pops out like a comic book character right now, I guess. More is less. Well, yes, that's right. I think it's okay. Now that I'm looking at it, maybe the inside of the vents, the boosters on the back, make it look like there's actually heat coming from them. But other than that, I don't know that I necessarily want to add too terribly much. But unfortunately, probably do need to head out. It is good to see you. Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Ginger Beef. Thank you, going up through the list. Thank you, Zoss, for hanging out for more than an hour, I think, with me on the voice chat. That was cool. Dragon Lord for keeping company the whole time. Glad I could catch it. Thank you. Please tell me I followed. Surely I followed you. I did follow you. I saw a putty tap. So I will raid into you every now and then. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I probably can't raid into you now. I have a funny feeling that I might not be able to do that now. Maybe, just maybe, possibly, definitely. Unless you are just that talented. Yeah, suffering succotash. Go figure. Go figure. I'm Sylvester the cat. Who are we raiding into? I guess this time I'll actually do the Twitch side first. We can raid into... What's H-Box looking at? I think that's Smash Ultimate, so maybe not. Borderlands 4? A French coloring stream. I forgot I was following you. Nice. That works, I guess. I think that CJ would have me raid into someone playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Know a guy you could raid? Sure. Sure, you do that. You can take suggestions. Let's see, I can search and filter. A Walt? You know, that looks like a, what would you say, a cheat code in a video game. Also in miniatures and models, so same category. Doing, looks like an airplane. Okay, well hey, we could do that. Yeah, why not? Why not? We could do that. Fair enough. And then over on YouTube, what are we rating into? It just refreshed. It's funny because on YouTube, I have, in absolute terms, a lot of views, but it's never been terribly high at any one point during the stream. So a lot of people would come in, I guess check it out for a little bit and then head on out. Wait a minute. Oh no, that's upcoming. Okay, I have a grand total of 2 choices. Final Fantasy XIV or Cache Cleaner Simulator. Well, I haven't heard of that, so I guess we'll raid edit and see what that's like. I guess we can do that. Alright. But for real, I better go grab some grub and hit the sack. Yes, I still have dinner. Take care, everyone. I'll see you... not today. I'll see you Thursday. CJ, see you for Elden Ring. Alright. Or bring your friend Emery. Either one works. Take care. Bye-bye. Woo!